Yesterday we made some progress in relation to the timetable. We completed the evidence of Dr. Bowie. We heard Dr. Coppin's evidence, and we also heard the examination-in-chief of Dr. Wright. So today we're due to hear the cross-examination and re-examination of Dr. Wright before we turn to the evidence of the local area community groups. And that's starting with Professor Bell. Now, we understand from Councillor McGillivray that Professor Bell has time constraints today and has to be away by 2:30 this afternoon, so we'll need to bear that in mind. After we've heard from Professor Bell, then we'll be hearing from as many of the witnesses for the local area community groups as we can today. We're open to the idea of sitting a bit later today in order to ensure that their time is not wasted, and even, if necessary, to come back on Monday afternoon. Now, we can return to that, the Monday backstop, as it were, later on today, but as far as sitting later this afternoon, are the parties okay with that possibility?
Depending how long, sir, I may have to leave, but Mr. Thompson will be here and will take over.
Okay, what about the other parties? Mr. Campbell?
We're open to that proposition, so yes.
Okay, so there's no problem with that in principle. Obviously, we'll be as efficient as we can, but we're also wanting to give proper time and consideration to the witnesses who have taken the trouble to take part in the inquiry. Anything that we need to discuss before we resume Dr. Wright's evidence? Okay, right. Ms. Wilson, over to you, please.
Thank you, sir. My apologies for the slight delay that was caused. Good morning, Dr. Wright.
Good morning.
Could you look, please, at paragraph 2.7 of your report?
Yes, I have that paragraph in front of me.
Now, you say there that you've been aware of this case at a high level since October 2016. What do you mean by a high level?
So I sit as a member of the RSPB's internal major casework group, which makes a decision on allocating our resources to different cases. And this case was first brought to the major casework group in October 2016. At least it may have been brought earlier, but I wasn't working for the RSPB before that. A project proposal which outlined the details of the case was brought to that group in October 2016.
And were you involved in that group forming a view to oppose this development?
That group formed a view to engage with the planning process for this development.
And at what point did the group decide to oppose the development?
That decision would have been taken by the case team.
Sorry?
That decision would have been taken by the case team, and I was not part of the detailed case team at that time. I was part of the overseeing group that decided to allocate resources to it.
And when did you take over or take up the role of preparing evidence for this inquiry?
So in autumn 2018, I started to help Professor Colin Galbraith, who was previously going to be our expert witness, and I was providing support to him on the waterbirds part of this case. And then Professor Galbraith unfortunately had to pull out as an expert witness due to personal circumstances, and he pulled out just before Christmas, and just after Christmas, at the start of January, it was decided that I would take over as the expert witness for the RSPB on this case.
January this year?
That's correct.
shortly before inquiry reports had to be lodged on the 30th of January, or 31st of January, I think.
Yes, that's correct.
When you go to site,
I first went to the site at the start of February this year.
after you'd written your inquiry report,
That is correct.
which explains perhaps why it is in your inquiry report there's very little site-specific evidence. Is that not the case?
Say again, sorry, I didn't quite hear
There's
that.
very little site-specific evidence.
I'm not sure that's correct. I had spoken with my colleagues in the local team here at RSPB, and I'd also looked at the extensive notes that had been left by the previous case lead for this case, and they provided a great deal of site-specific evidence, which I do refer to in my inquiry report.
A great deal of site-specific evidence. Is that your position?
Say again?
Is it your position that your report contains a great deal of site-specific evidence?
They provided a great deal of site-specific evidence, some of which I refer to in my report. For example, I think I refer to the data provided by Alison Searle and some other local bird recorders in one of the appendices to my report.
Your evidence primarily is based upon generic scientific papers, is it not?
I personally prefer to use scientific papers to provide backup to the points that I'm making. I think that in order to provide a robust piece of evidence, it's necessary to use peer-reviewed scientific information to back up the points that I'm making.
Well, the fact of the matter is, Dr. Wright, that you almost exclusively depend upon scientific papers that are not specific to this site.
Most of my papers are not specific to this site, but where I've referred to those papers, it's because they are referring to issues that are relevant to this case, which would apply at whatever site they had been studied at. I do refer to some papers that are specific to this area in my report.
Can we just look at your report, please?
Sure.
Section 2 is your background and experience in relation to 3 projects in particular that you mentioned in your evidence in chief yesterday,
Yes.
none of which are relevant to this project.
Well, they're not relevant to this project in terms of the type of development. They are relevant to this project in terms of the waterbird species that are affected and the assessment methods used.
As I say, none of them are specific to or relevant to this development. If we look at 2.4, you refer to the Severn Estuary case, the Thames Estuary case, and I think you referred to another Dogger Bank offshore wind farm
Yes.
in your evidence yesterday. All wind farm developments, apart from the Thames Estuary, which is, I think you said, an airport.
The Thames Estuary is an airport, and the Severn Estuary was tidal power.
So those forms of development have nothing whatsoever to do with this proposed development. It's an entirely different type of development, is it not?
Yes.
And indeed, insofar as you say you rely on those projects for the purposes of giving comment on methodology, that is another example of how you've applied general principles without thinking through whether they're relevant to the facts of this case and why it is you insist unrealistically that there should be either 2 years or 5 years of survey work.
I'm afraid I have to disagree with you on that. The principles in relation to 2 years and 5 years survey work relate to the baseline information that you would need to make any assessment of the effects of a proposed development on such an important protected site.
Well, wind farm development has become established that 2 years of survey work is required to establish the baseline, hasn't it? In wind farm development, it's become established.
Actually, that 2 years of survey work as a baseline requirement was established long before wind farm developments became an issue.
It's a specific issue for wind farm development in Scotland.
In terms of the SNH paper that I refer to, that recommends 2 years of survey work, that does relate to wind farm developments, yes, if that's what you mean.
And the reason for that is that there's a particular issue in relation to collision risk with wind farms, isn't there?
There is a particular issue in relation to collision risk with wind farms, but that is not the reason that 2 years of survey data are required. The 2 years of survey data are required because of the variability in bird numbers between years.
If you look at section 3, the scope of your evidence, section 3.
Yes, I have that.
Again, you just introduced the topics that you address, which is change to supporting habitat, use of fertilizers and disturbance. Section 4, you talk about the conservation importance of the site.
Yes.
Much of which is quite general in nature, apart from 4.4, where you list the particular species that are relevant, and 4.6.
Well, yes, and I think 4.1 to 4.3 are particularly relevant to the site here as well, because I refer to the importance of this site because of its location.
And then you talk in section 4.10 about general issues relating to the species.
Yes.
And then in section 5 we have your comments in relation to the particular issues, which I'll come back to in due course. But much of that is based upon citing of scientific papers, isn't it?
Yes.
You don't do an assessment of effects of your own.
No, that isn't my role.
And you don't discuss critically the environmental information that's before the inquiry. What you do is you discuss various of your scientific papers that you produced and draw from those and argue that necessarily there must be an adverse effect here.
Sorry, say that last part again.
And you argue that there must necessarily be an adverse effect on this site, on the SPA site.
I don't think I argue that in section 4.
Well, you go on in section 5 to argue that.
Yes, but that's after I've assessed the information before the inquiry.
Well, we'll have a look at that in due course, but the fact is that when you wrote all of this, you hadn't even been on site.
No, I had relied on the information provided by my colleagues who had been on the site, including Alison Searle, who was very local to the area and knew the site extremely well. She used to come here very regularly.
Such was your lack of knowledge about the site, you believe that the foreshore where the Eider may be found to the north of the development site would be impacted upon from disturbance of golfers.
Yes.
Well, that's just completely incapable of being established by you, isn't it? When you understand the layout of the course and the distance from the foreshore at Loch Fleet, then you have no foundation for that suggestion that there would be significant disturbance to Eider.
Say the last part again, I can't hear you.
You have no foundation upon which you can assert that the foreshore at the Loch Fleet estuary would be disturbed, or there would be disturbance from golfers within the golf course.
I would disagree with that. I think from the northern part of the site, particularly if balls are hit into the rough, then there is the possibility of disturbance, particularly around the Hole 3 area.
Well, we'll come back and look at that in the issue of disturbance in some detail. But I would suggest that your evidence is not in any way helpful or meaningful for the purposes of assisting the reporters in coming to any conclusions as to significance of effects, because you don't have enough site-specific knowledge. So
one of the key strengths of the RSPB is that we can combine our local teams who have very good site-specific knowledge with our national teams who have particular expertise in certain species or certain methodologies, and we work together as a team to produce our responses to cases. And so my work and my inquiry report is based on that teamwork, where I have spoken to local colleagues who do have expert knowledge of this site.
Well, that's not reflected in your evidence in your topic paper, because we don't find any discussion of site-specific facts that can be validated from a site visit to support your conclusions, particularly in relation to disturbance. You just cite generic scientific papers. And you said yesterday in your evidence, when you were asked about this in chief, I have 13 papers that support me on this, but they're not in any way related to this area, are they?
They're not related to this area, that's true, although the issues in those papers do relate to the issues before this inquiry. So I can provide an example, if that would be helpful.
No, just answer my questions, please. I'm going to put a specific issue to you that arose from your evidence in chief yesterday. When you answered Mr. Coller's question about recreational disturbance under reference to the SSSI management plan, you said we can all agree that the same issue of disturbance arises from golfers as it does from recreation. Well, I can tell you on this side of the room, those experts who are, in particular Dr. Cosgrove, who has experience in these issues, does not at all agree that recreational disturbance is the same as the disturbance that would come from golfers using the proposed golf course. You just make an assertion that they are the same, but you can't prove it. And you have to make that assertion because the only scientific papers you have are about walkers and recreational use. Is that not the case?
That is true, but I think that is based on my professional opinion, just as Dr. Cosgrove's evidence is based on his professional opinion.
You're wrong on that, Dr. Wright. Dr. Cosgrove's professional opinion is based upon an in-depth, detailed knowledge of the golf course development from his liaison with his clients. You don't have that resource available to you, do you?
I have based my opinion on the information before this inquiry.
Yes, but you don't have available to you golf course developers, people who have constructed golf courses, like Mr. Taylor, like Mr. Haspel.
No, that is true.
Thank you. Now, when I was asking you about the survey periods, if we can start with that particular issue, and this is one of your main criticisms of the environmental information assessment work. When you wrote your inquiry report, had you reviewed the correspondence from SNH?
When I wrote my inquiry report, I hadn't seen the FOI information from SNH. I did see it in between finishing my inquiry report and writing my precognition.
Did you review the SNH correspondence that was of relevance to the consultation period?
Yes, I had seen the SNH scoping advice and other correspondence that was provided as part of the core documents. I hadn't seen the FOI request at the time that I wrote my inquiry report.
I think it's fair to say that nowhere within your inquiry report do you even acknowledge that SNH has a quite different view of the environmental impact assessment work related to ornithology than you do. Is that not fair?
I'm not sure. It's in my evidence somewhere. It's perhaps in my precognition, where I acknowledge that that the agreement that had been made at the scoping stage between the applicant and SNH in relation to 1 year of survey work.
Well, that's when you rely upon the information that was recovered through FOI, wasn't it?
Say again?
That was in relation to the information recovered through the Freedom of Information.
Well, yes, but I'd seen the scoping advice as well.
Could you point that out, please? I don't see it in your recognition.
Give me a moment to find it. It's in the first sentence of 5.1 of my precognition, on page 6 of my precognition.
This is in response to Dr. Cosgrove's evidence in his inquiry report, isn't it?
Yes.
And the fact that Dr. Cosgrove relies upon the scoping process.
Yes.
So going back to my question, we don't find from you, in your evidence, an acknowledgement or a consideration of SNH's formal position on ornithology.
I'm not sure whether I put that in my inquiry report or not. I'm sorry, I can't remember. I know it's in my evidence in the precognition. I can't remember whether it was in the inquiry report as well. But at the time I wrote my inquiry report, I would have been trying to put forward RSPB's position, my position.
Sorry, could you slow down, please? The microphone's
I'm so sorry.
Picking up what you're saying.
At the time that I wrote my inquiry report, I would have been putting forward my position in relation to the survey work that was required. I was aware of SNH's position being different from that.
And you do not acknowledge the conclusion that SNH came to through the consultation process that led to the withdrawal of the objection in relation to ornithology in the SPA. You don't acknowledge that at all?
I don't think I acknowledge that in my inquiry report because I'm putting forward my position, not SNH's position.
It's highly relevant, is it not, that SNH withdrew its objection?
I think we've heard several times this week that it's very common for scientists and for ecologists to disagree. So, yeah, I think it's fair that I've disagreed with them on this particular point.
Well, you've been at pains throughout your evidence yesterday and this morning to point out that RSPB is a science-based organisation, that you review all the science and you come to a view, but you ignore, you omit and leave out of account absolutely, entirely, SNH's professional assessment in relation to ornithological issues. You just ignore it.
I'm putting forward my view based on the science. I'm not putting forward somebody else's view. I'm putting forward my view based on the scientific evidence that is available to us.
Well, you said very confidently at the end of your evidence in chief yesterday evening that it was firmly your opinion that the applicants had failed to demonstrate that there would not be an effect on the integrity of the SPA.
Yes.
But you ignore SNH's advice to the opposite effect.
Yes.
And you gave your view as to why a conservation objective was not met, but you haven't done an integrity assessment of your own, have you?
No, it's not my role to provide an assessment. It's my role to demonstrate that the information before this inquiry is not sufficient to make that assessment robust.
Well, I don't think that's entirely correct. If you are coming to the inquiry asserting something to the opposite effect of the statutory advisor, you do have a responsibility as an expert witness, which is the role that you've taken up on behalf of RSPB, to justify the factual basis upon which you make the assertion that there is not, that there's an adverse effect on integrity. It's your assertion, nobody else's. You have to justify that.
Yes.
Can we just look at the regulations, please? There's CD CD 5.9. Could you turn to Regulation 48, please?
To Regulation
48.
48.
It's on page 69 of the document.
I didn't hear the page number, sorry.
Page 69.
69.
That's the typewritten number at the top right-hand corner. Do you have that?
Yes, I have it now, yeah.
Are you familiar with this regulation?
I don't know the details of these regulations. I know enough of the regulations to be able to conduct impact assessment work and habitat regulations assessment work in terms of the ornithological information that needs to be provided. So I have a working understanding of them as a scientist. I do not have a detailed understanding of the regulations. I'm not a legal expert.
Right. Well, we see what the legal requirement is in terms of granting consent for projects in 48.1. A competent authority, before deciding to undertake or give any consent, permission or other authorization for a plan or project which is likely to have a significant effect on a European site. So the first thing we note is that it's a significant effect. Not any effect, a significant effect.
Yes, but I think my understanding is that this applies to the screening stage for habitats regulations assessment. Is that correct?
I'm just asking you at the moment to note that it is a significant effect that is relevant for the purposes of this regulation.
At the screening stage it is. And Dr. Cosgrove and I agree that the water birds should be screened in and that the SVA is screened in, and that we should therefore conduct a habitats regulations
There's
assessment.
no dispute on this side that an appropriate assessment required to be carried out.
Yes.
And reading on, the project is a project that is not directly connected with or necessary to the management of the site, shall make an appropriate assessment of the implications for the site in view of that site's conservation objectives.
Yes.
And do you understand that the competent authority was, in the first instance, the Highland Council,
Yes.
and now will be the Scottish Ministers?
Yes, I understand that.
A person applying for any such consent, permission or other authorization to provide such information as the competent authority may reasonably require for the purposes of the assessment, or to enable the competent authority to determine whether an appropriate assessment is required. In Regulation 48.3, the competent authority shall, for the purposes of the assessment, consult the appropriate nature conservation body and have regard to any representations made by that body within such reasonable time as the authority may specify. So they have a statutory requirement to consult the appropriate nature conservation body. They don't have a statutory requirement to necessarily agree with that body, but they must have regard to the representations from that body.
Yes.
And for the purposes of this regulation, the appropriate nature conservation body is SNH, not RSPB. Is that not the case?
That is correct, yes.
So given that the relevant legal framework to the question of impact on an SPA makes clear that the SNH's representations have to be taken into account, notwithstanding that, you just ignore it in your evidence.
I'm not sure it's fair to say I ignore it. I think it's fair to say that my evidence is presenting the view of the RSPB, but yes, I don't refer to it in great detail in my evidence.
You don't refer to it at all.
I think I do in my recognition, but perhaps I don't refer to it in my inquiry report.
No, I think you're not understanding the distinction between, on the one hand, SNH's representation on the development, SNH's final conclusion and final consultation response on the development to the competent authority, setting out what conclusion they've arrived at. That is what it is that has to be taken into account, not the information that you've produced as CC-15 following upon a freedom of information request. Is that not the case?
That's true, and I think you're right that I don't refer to SNH's final decision in my topic paper. So yeah, I'm happy to agree with you on that.
So I would suggest that that's hardly indicative of a science-based approach that you've told us on a number of occasions the RSPB and you have followed in giving a view on this development. Because you leave out of account something that the decision maker is obliged to take into account.
So I'm not sure how SNH's advice is related to the science-based approach that I have taken, because I'm forming a scientific opinion based on the scientific evidence available to me. SNH's opinion is a regulatory issue. It's not scientific evidence.
Well, that perhaps demonstrates maybe you don't understand this area as well as you portray your level of understanding, because SNH's consultation response is based upon the scientific view of SNH's ornithological team, isn't it?
Yes.
So that is part of the scientific information before the inquiry. It follows upon a scientific evaluation by the ornithological team within SNH. Doesn't it?
Yes, you could argue that.
Could we just look at that correspondence, please? And in the first instance, if you look at the final letter, which is 25th May 2008, that is SNH 8.
Yes, I have that letter.
Now, when you wrote your inquiry report, had you read this letter?
Yes, I had.
And do we see in the summary, it's stated, in relation to the golf course planning application, we maintain our objection in respect of effects on the sand dune interest of Dornoch Firth and Lochfleet Ramsar site. Excuse me. And Lochfleet SSI. So that's specific to the issue of sand dune interest that has really formed the main basis of the discussion at this inquiry.
Yes, I understand that SNH has maintained their objection in relation to the sand dune interest and not in relation to the birds. I understand that from this letter.
And then in the next paragraph, we see, in respect of impact to birds, the Recreation and Access Management Plan allows us to withdraw our holding objection of 24th November 2017 with regard to disturbance of the waterfowl assemblage of the Dornoch Firth and Lochfleet SPA and Ramsar site, breeding birds of the Lochfleet SSI and Eider on the Murray Firth candidate SPA.
Yes.
So all the matters that you bring to this inquiry as issues of concern and upon which you base your assertion that there's an adverse effect on the integrity of the SPA were matters that were specifically considered by SNH.
Yes, they were, and I have explained in my topic paper why I disagree with SNH that the Recreation and Access Management Plan adequately addresses the potential disturbance issues.
If you turn to paragraph 3.1.
Of the SNH letter?
Yes.
I don't see a 3.1. Hang on.
It's on page 2 of the letter.
I see a section 3. I don't see a 3.1.
Well, below that,
Oh,
there's
sorry.
another.
Yes, I found it now. Sorry. Yep. Go ahead.
And what they say, in our view, this proposal is likely to have a significant effect on SPA, teal and widgeon as a result of less water being in the sand in the dune slacks during winter months. So in the context of the borehole water abstraction component, they gave specific consideration as to what impact there might be on the habitats of relevance to the birds that we're discussing.
Yes.
And it's teal and widgeon that have been identified as using the site, in contrast to IDA.
Yes, teal and widgeon use the application site itself. IDA aren't on the dune slacks in the winter.
And then we see in the next paragraph the sentence, to help you do this, we advise that in our view, based on the information provided, the proposal will not adversely affect the integrity of the site. So the nature conservation body, who has to be consulted, has come to a definite conclusion that in relation to impacts on the habitat, i.e. the water within the dune slacks, there is no adverse effect on integrity.
Well, this is in relation to the borehole water abstraction component in terms of water quantity. So they're suggesting that the water quantity will not affect the teal and widgeon in terms of how the abstraction affects it.
I understand that.
That's not the same as the habitat loss effect.
I understand that.
Yeah.
And then if we go over the page, they then separately consider the question of water quality. You see that in the section at paragraph B onwards.
Is this the paragraph headed wastewater treatment plant outflow
Yes.
component? Yeah.
And then C over the page, they look specifically at recreation and access management plan.
Yes.
And they say, in our view, coastal recreational disturbance is likely to have a significant effect on the interests of the site. And do you understand the process that they're going through here? That first of all, the first step is to identify likely significant effects and then assess the nature of that effect after mitigation measures are taken into account.
Yes, I agree. That's the correct process.
And you can have a likely significant effect as the first step, but then have no residual significant effects after mitigation is taken into account. Do you agree?
Yes, that is possible.
And section C, under the heading that I've just read out to you, they make the point, because they've identified likely significant accounts, the competent authority, Highland Council, is required to carry out an appropriate assessment in view of the site's conservation objectives. Have you read the Highland Council report to committee?
The Highland Council report to committee.
To the planning committee?
I'm not sure I've read all of that. I think I've read I've read their HRA.
And we don't find within your evidence any criticism of their HRA?
No, I don't think I've specifically referred to that in my evidence.
And you don't challenge their conclusions as being wrong?
I think you could infer that from my evidence, but I don't specifically say that.
Well, what you don't do is address their reasoning.
I think my evidence probably does, but maybe not directly in quite the way that you're describing.
We've got to imply from what you say that you're addressing their reasoning, do we? The next paragraph, to help you do this, we advise that in our view, based on the appraisal carried out to date, the proposal would not adversely affect the integrity of the site. The appraisal we carried out considered the impact of the proposal on the following factors. The mitigation measures within the recreation and access management plan will help to reduce disturbance events to waterfowl during the winter period. And it's SNH's attention that review meetings will take place to assess the level of disturbance to waterfowl. We advise that the ramp mitigation measures should be implemented in advance of construction taking place if the proposal receives consent. We therefore remove our previous objection to this part of the objection.
Yes, I see
Sorry,
that.
to this part of the proposal.
Yeah.
And they consider the ramp again in paragraph D as well, in respect of Geese and Coul.
Yes.
Specific to construction.
Yes, that's in relation to construction disturbance only.
And then in E, 3.2, consideration is given to the effect on IDA in relation to the Murray Firth candidate SPA.
Yes.
Do you accept that as a species, IDA essentially are mostly on the water?
Yes.
And again, we see that in the second paragraph, SNH says, to help you do this, this is to the Highland Council in respect of its appropriate assessment. We advise that, in our view, based on the appraisal carried out to date, recreational disturbance will not adversely affect the integrity of the site. The appraisal we carried out considered the impact of the proposals on the following factors, and again, the ramp is looked at and relied upon as the basis for the removal of the objection.
Yes.
Where do you understand the footpath to be proposed for the access during the wintering period?
The footpath in the recreation and access management
Yes.
plan. I think that's going along the old railway line.
Have you looked at the plans related to this?
I have them somewhere here. Yes.
So your evidence in your inquiry report as to the level of disturbance within the site is based upon the belief that the old railway line, which is a core path, is the access?
No, that's not my concern. I can go into the details of my concerns if that would be of help, but that's not my key concern.
Well, what I particularly want to know is where you understand access would be taken and where you understand walkers would be directed in the event that this site was developed.
I understand that they'd be directed along the western side of the site, away from the shore. But my contention is that this would not prevent walkers from also accessing the shore area and potentially walking across the site as well. I understand the intention to direct walkers away from the more sensitive areas for birds. I just don't agree that it will work.
Could you have the MVC plan, please, which is CD 104?
Say again?
CD 1.40. Do you have that, Dr. Wright?
Yes.
Now we can see on this plan the old railway line that's the core path that goes through the site?
Yes.
And you were on the site visit and saw it then?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
You were on the site visit and saw it then?
Yes.
Now, is it your concern that walkers, people using the site for general recreational purposes, will wander off that site, off that core path, into more sensitive areas?
Yes, and that also people will access the beach, perhaps from either the north or the south of the site.
They will access the beach from what?
From either the north or the south of the site, so from Embo or from the Lockfleet end, people will be able to access the beach.
Well, there is current access onto the beach, isn't there, from Embo?
Absolutely there is, but the proposal is to have, I think the golf course is aiming to have 10,000 visitors initially, and an additional 20,000 visitors to the area after 10 years. And those additional visitors will put additional pressure because, I mean, if I was on holiday here, I'd go for a walk on the beach, wouldn't you?
Could you slow down, please?
Yes.
So you believe that the golfers will, rather than go around the golf course and play golf, just go for a wander on the beach?
Well, yes, I believe that that's what they'll do, perhaps when they're not playing golf during their holiday here.
Do you play golf, Dr. Wright?
No, I don't.
Do you know how golfers behave?
Not in great detail. I've spent some time on golf courses, but not in great detail, no.
So, is it the use of the core path and the fact that the golf course itself will take people into the SSSI from which they might wander onto the beach?
It's partly the beach and also partly the dune slacks, because at the moment it's rather difficult to access the areas around the dune slacks in the winter when it's flooded. And I think that the golf course infrastructure will make it easier for people perhaps taking their dog for a walk to walk across parts of the area that are close to the dune slacks. And I accept that there's going to be some signage, but I demonstrate in my evidence that signage isn't completely effective in preventing people from accessing areas.
So you think there'll be either locals or visitors to the area using the golf course just to walk their dogs?
Yeah, well, and the beach area and the core path as well, yes.
But why would they do that when there's a circular route to be provided as part of the Recreation Access Management Plan?
Well, I just believe that they would. I've spent a lot of time on the coast, including around golf courses, and have seen how people behave.
Where do you understand the circular route to be that is proposed as part of the development?
I don't have it on this map here.
Well, could you just indicate, using this map, where you consider it would be?
I think it's goes along the railway line, and then I think it goes inland a bit and goes through the area behind Coul Farm. Have
you looked at the figures that have been produced as part of the environmental information that shows the route?
I did when I did my assessment, but I don't remember, I'm afraid, all of the information now. I mean, there's hundreds of documents that I looked at as part of that.
We agree that so far as Teal and Widgeon are concerned, the issue is in relation to the winter period, when they're overwintering?
Yes, for Teal and Widgeon it's in relation to the winter period, although my contention is that that period is greater than the December to March period. It's a longer period of time than that.
And I think when Mr. Taylor was being cross-examined, or Dr. Cosgrove, Mr. Collar said that it was agreed that there would be no disturbance when the golf course is closed. Do you accept that? There would be no additional disturbance the golf closed in the winter?
I'm not sure there will be no additional disturbance, because there will be some work from the golf course staff during the winter, but I accept that that would be pretty limited, and that they have put in measures to try and limit their disturbance to the area during the winter period of December to March.
Do you accept that what currently occurs on the foreshore is part of the baseline for
Yes.
environmental impact assessment purposes.
Absolutely.
And the question is whether or not there's an additional effect from the proposed golf course development.
Yes.
So there is already disturbance in the sensitive areas with which you're concerned.
There is already, yes.
Could you look, please, at CD 1.163?
Yeah, I have CD 1.163 in front of me.
I wonder, can I just ask a question of clarification? Sorry to interrupt. Dr. Wright, when you were asked there about when disturbance during the period when the golf course was closed, and you said there would be some disturbance, but it would be from greenkeeping staff perhaps, but that would be limited. So in terms of your concerns about disturbance, is it fair to say that you don't have any significant concerns about disturbance during that December to March period? Did I understand that right?
That's not the key period that I'm concerned about. I suspect there may be a little increased recreational disturbance during that period, but I don't think that's one of my key concerns. My key concerns is the disturbance outside of that period.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Ms. Wilson.
Now, can we see that on this plan, the purple route is the proposed circular walking route?
I think I must have the wrong map. I don't have any purple on mine. What was the number again? Oh, I'm sorry, I've got 1.63. Hang on a moment. Yeah, I have that.
Now, this shows a circular route that doesn't go through the golf course.
That's correct, yeah. It goes along the railway line and then it goes inland and into the area behind Coul Farm, as I mentioned a moment ago.
So it's not just a question of of relying upon signage. The proposal is to provide a circular route that would be an attractive option with picnic areas and information about what can be observed in that area.
Yeah, I accept that, and it's a good idea, and it will reduce the effect that would otherwise have happened as a result of the development. I agree with that. It will reduce the effect. I just don't agree that it will eliminate the effect of the development.
This is a resource that doesn't exist at the moment.
Yes.
And for many people, they like the prospect of a circular route rather than going out one way and coming back the same way, don't they?
Yes.
And also, we know from some of the evidence we've heard in relation to other matters that the areas are elevated, and those using this route would have elevated views over the Firth.
Indeed, they would.
So I would suggest to you that the scientific paper that you rely upon is poor evidence compared to site-specific evidence that demonstrates what is available, or what would be available to walkers.
I don't think I follow that logic. I'm sorry.
Well, you just have you have a few generic scientific papers about disturbance, don't you?
Yes.
It's not specific to the site, and it's not specific to the activities in and around this site, is it?
No.
And can we see on this same plan dashed blue dotted lines?
Yes.
And in relation to those dotted lines, we can see the desire lines at the moment go through the main slack area.
Indeed, I do, yes.
And up towards the north of the site, where you have particular concerns in relation to IDA, we can see that access is currently taken around what is the finger that goes up into the estuary.
Yes,
And that finger is particularly sensitive.
it is indeed.
So far as IDA are concerned, when they do use the foreshore, they tend to be on the tip of the finger when they roost off the water, as Dr. Cosgrove explained.
Yes, that's correct. And in the mouth of Lochfleet as well.
I'm sorry?
And in the mouth of Lochfleet as well, there are Ida in that area too.
But what we can see from this particular plan is that there is already a desire line of existing walkers between holes 3, 4, 5 and 6. And there's a footpath that runs around that top end of the site.
Yes, there is.
When you wrote your report and suggested that disturbance from golfers at this northern end of the course would be a new feature, were you unaware that there was a footpath there already?
Yeah, I knew there was a footpath there already, yes.
You did know,
Yes.
but you just ignored it in your evidence.
I don't think it's... Well, I didn't include it in my evidence because the golf course will be providing additional disturbance to what is already there. So I'm suggesting that the development will add to the existing disturbance that is already present on the site.
Well, I would suggest that this demonstrates two things. That part of your evidence demonstrates two things. Firstly, your lack of site knowledge. And secondly, your selective use of information, because the reality of the situation is that whilst there may be golfers on these courses across the these holes across the northern part of the course, in between them is intervening topography, and there are already walkers in much closer proximity to the Ida than the golfers would ever be on this course. Is that not the case?
That's true, yes.
So insofar as that deals with your difference of opinion in relation to SNH's opinion on IDA, but in relation to Teal and Widgeon, again we can see, it's not necessary to go back to it, but what that plan shows is that walkers, if there are additional walkers as opposed to golfers, are taken away from the dune slack areas.
Yes, if they follow that route, they would be.
And the current position is that there are desire lines at the present time in sensitive dune slack areas.
Yes, that's correct. Although I would repeat that they are not always followed in the winter when the dune slacks are flooded, because that's very difficult to walk through when it's boggy in the winter.
Yes, but there is, in addition to that main dune slack area, a ridge.
Yes,
To the
yes,
east.
that's correct, and people will walk along
Yeah.
the ridge sometimes. Yes, that's correct.
So as far as Teal and Widgeon are concerned, another striking feature of your evidence is that you ignore the fact, when arguing that golfers would have a significant effect on roosting birds, that at the present time during the winter period, they're subject to being shot.
No, I don't think I ignore that. I think I acknowledge in my in my topic paper that the cessation of shooting would be an undoubted positive benefit to those species. I don't remember the exact section, it's 5 point something.
I think, well, let me put it another way. You don't properly take into account the beneficial effect of that mitigation measure, do you?
No, I certainly do. And I can explain, if it would help, why I believe that it won't work.
You believe not shooting won't work because I think what you say in your inquiry report, there are still birds on the foreshore.
Birds will still be shot on the foreshore, yes. And because birds are still shot on the foreshore area and the birds that are present in the application site move readily between the foreshore area and this site, the assertion that these birds will suddenly become less vulnerable to disturbance and change their behaviour is incorrect. And I have a paper in my references which explains why that is the case, which I'm happy to go to if it would help the reporters.
If you want to go to it. What number is it?
Hang on, give me a moment. It's by Mathers et al. 2000. I just need to find the number. So it is reference number LW28, and if you're working from the electronic copy, it's page 348 of the PDF that reference starts on.
What page number are you referring to?
So it's page, within page, are you asking for the page number within LW28?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Are you asking for the page number within LW28?
Yes.
Yes, it's within LW28. I'm going to be referring to the page that is numbered 77, 78 and 79, which is in the discussion, so the sort of concluding section of that paper. In the PDF, it is page 358 to 360.
What specific passage is it that you're referring to?
So the passages that I really want to refer to is, first of all, I'd like to refer to a bit on page 358, which talks about disturbance, and this is an area that Dr. Cosgrove and I agree on. So if we look in the first column...
Is that
sorry, it's page 77 in the paper version. And it's in the first column, and it's about the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It starts on the 8th line down. So it starts with the lower tolerance to human activity by widgeon.
What is it? The reference to other studies indicate hunting causes an increased sensitivity to people and quarry species across all human activities.
Absolutely, yes. So this section is something that Dr. Cosgrove and I agree on. So that just to give you the background,
the fear landscape point is what you would
The fear landscape point, yes, exactly. So this is something Dr. Cosgrove and I agree on. So this paper has compared Brent geese and widgeon on Strandford Loch in Northern Ireland and how they respond to disturbance. and they show that Brent geese are much less sensitive to disturbance than widgeon at this site, and they postulate that this is because Brent geese at Strandford Loch are not shot, whereas widgeon are. And because of this, they suggest that this is why widgeon respond to people, such as walkers, at a much greater distance than do Brent geese at this particular site. So this relates to the fear landscape issue on which Dr. Cosgrove and I agree.
And I think we see at the end of the paper, page 79.
Yes, so then I wanted to...
Sorry.
I wanted to then refer to that. On page 79 of the paper, in the first column, they talk about refuges, which they call core wildlife areas, or CWAs. So in the sort of... Okay. So this is in the fifth line on page 79, which is page 360 in the PDF.
Yes, of course.
Okay. So on Strandford Loch, they have these core wildlife areas, or refuge areas, in which widgeon are not shot. And they suggest here that they could be significantly improved to support widgeon. So if I can just read a short passage here, it says, at present, hunting disturbance has ceased in these areas, but all other forms of human disturbance persist. And then they refer to another paper by Madsen, has illustrated that refuge creation is an effective management tool in improving the conservation value and biodiversity of wetlands. So that's, I think, something that is being suggested here as what the mitigation measure will be. They'll be providing a refuge area. However, this paper then goes on to say, on Strandford at present, the core wildlife areas, so the refuge areas, act more in name than in practice, with most areas still undergoing regular disturbance from a range of human activities. So they're saying that despite the fact that shooting has been stopped on this area, these refuge areas, other forms of disturbance do persist. And then they go on to say, a reduction in all forms of human disturbance to wildfowl in the CWAs, the refuges, is the primary and most obvious need. And the creation of buffer zones around these core wildlife areas, which exceed the TD, which is short for tolerance distance of widgeon, would also be highly beneficial. Thus, a minimum 250-metre buffer is required. So I take from that you would need a 250-metre buffer around the habitats that widgeon are using, in which all forms of human disturbance are excluded in order to avoid disturbance to widgeon. And so that would require a 250-metre buffer around all of the dune slack areas in the golf course in order for widgeon not to be disturbed during the period when they are present. And we do not see that.
Well, that's an interesting concept, Dr. Wright. We can take from this as a starting point that there are the use of refuges in areas where widgeon roost over winter is a good thing.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. And human and hunting disturbance is a bad thing.
Yes.
And you would have to accept, would you not, that insofar as you refer to other forms of disturbance, there is a very significant difference between firearms being discharged and a golfer shouting for occasionally.
Yes, there is a difference
Thank you.
in those forms of disturbance, but in terms of how widgeon respond, this paper shows that other forms of disturbance, such as walkers perhaps not shouting at all, are still disturbing widgeon at distances of greater than 250 metres. Sorry,
And
up to 250
Can I
metres.
take you to the part that you emphasised to the reporters? However, on Strandford at present, CWAs act more in name than in practice, with most areas still undergoing regular disturbance from a range of human activities.
Yes.
First of all, it doesn't say all human activity. It says a range.
Yes.
And can we see that this is based upon personal observations?
It is, but there is also some data earlier in the paper.
Well, for this particular point, we have a reference to personal observations, which is anecdotal.
Yes.
It's not any different to the evidence given by Mr. Haspel and Mr. Taylor based on their experience on golf courses, which you dismissed as anecdotal. It's quite common in the literature to find personal observations, particularly in relation to ornithology, isn't it?
Well, yes, it is a personal observation by the person who has written this paper, but I perhaps would invite the reporters to have a look at the details earlier in the paper when they're making their decision about how to interpret this evidence.
I'm dealing with a point of principle at the moment that came out of your evidence in chief yesterday, when you were asked questions by Mr. Collar about the evidence from Mr. Taylor and Mr. Haspel. Now, you understand that Mr. Taylor's an ecologist.
Absolutely.
And he's got particular experience in relation to ecology on golf courses.
Yes.
And in particular, the implementation of conservation measures.
Yes.
And Mr. Haspel has many, many years of experience running golf courses, managing greens.
Mm-hmm.
And as they both refer to, they have knowledge and experience of widgeon from their involvement in golf course management.
Yes.
Yes. So against that background, it's contradictory, is it not, to dismiss their evidence as anecdotal when you rely upon papers that have personal observations as part of the analysis?
Sorry, I'm not sure that I dismiss their evidence as anecdotal. I explained why I thought that the records that they provided of birds on the site didn't mean that there was no disturbance. So birds can be present on a site, but that doesn't mean that there is no disturbance effect. They might be present in lower numbers or using the site for different reasons, or have a higher energetic cost to using the site as a result of the disturbance that is present.
Well, I recall clearly you saying in response to Mr. Collar yesterday afternoon, I prefer to rely upon published scientific literature rather than personal anecdotal evidence. That was your statement.
Yes.
So you prefer to rely upon these more general papers relating to a different area, not specific to disturbance on golf courses, and set aside the experience of those on golf courses who have even witnessed maintenance operations being carried out on greens where there's sensitive species roosting nearby.
So I think there's a couple of points to address there. So firstly, the personal observation in this paper is the observation of the amount of human disturbance. The personal observations that we were talking about yesterday was the assertion that because birds were present on a site, that meant there was no disturbance. And those two are very different things. This personal observation in the paper relates to someone having observed disturbance effect recreational activities taking place on a site. It's a bit of a different thing to drawing a scientific conclusion about whether water birds are disturbed and whether their numbers are reduced as a result of a golf course. Remembering
again that what we're concerned with here at this inquiry is environmental impact assessment work,
mm-hmm.
then what is of importance in assessing significance of effect as regards disturbance is the baseline to begin with.
Sorry, I didn't hear the last
in
part of your
assessing
question.
significance of effect, you have to give consideration to the baseline, the
Yes.
current baseline.
Yes.
And the current baseline, as Dr. Cosgrove explained in his evidence, involves birds being shot
Yes.
across the site,
Yes.
not only the ones that are irreversibly killed, but the ones that aren't irreversibly killed using extra energy at a time where, in cold winter months, they need to conserve their energy as a result of flying away because of the shooting. Accept that?
I accept that, yes.
That is the baseline.
That is part of the baseline, and the other part of the baseline is the existing recreational disturbance. And what we need to see to be able to make a proper assessment of how beneficial the reduction of shooting will be is a quantification of the current amount of shooting and the current amount of disturbance caused and how that affects the waterbird populations, combined with a quantification of the current amount of recreational disturbance and how that affects the waterbird populations. And then we need to see a prediction of the amount of recreational disturbance that will occur once the golf course has been built. And we do not see those quantifications, and therefore a proper assessment cannot be made.
In your opinion?
In my opinion, yes.
And you're wrong in that, so far as if you compare your opinion to the views of SNH, who are the statutory advisor, and you're wrong in that in relation to the conclusions reached by the Highland Council as competent authority. They didn't ask for any more information, did they?
They didn't ask for more information. They have based their determination on the professional opinions of Dr. Cosgrove and of their staff. But I would argue that a robust decision needs some quantification of the effects.
Is that not a fairly common response from RSPB scientists? More research and absolute certainty?
Well, with respect, this is a SPA that we're talking about. It has one of the highest levels of protection that is required, and one of the tests that is required is that the applicant demonstrates beyond reasonable scientific doubt that there will not be an effect on the SPA. And I don't think they have done that with the evidence that's before this inquiry.
Well, you're wrong in that, Dr. Wright, and I would suggest that's why you perhaps have formed the opinion you have. The test is not for the applicants to demonstrate beyond reasonable doubt that there will not be any effect on the SPA. The first starting point is establishing if there are going to be likely significant effects.
Yes.
Not any effect, likely significant effects.
Absolutely. And Dr. Cosgrove and I agree that there are likely significant effects and that these are screened into the HRA.
And the difference between you and Dr. Cosgrove and you and the ornithological team within SNH is that you don't think the mitigation will be effective, and they do.
Yes, and there are two reasons for that. Firstly is the lack of quantification, as I just described. And secondly is that I don't believe that preventing waterbird shooting is appropriate mitigation for the habitat loss and habitat degradation and fragmentation effects and disturbance that will be caused as a result of the golf course. You could stop shooting on the site tomorrow. That could be, if shooting is having a significant effect on the SPA, then that could be stopped tomorrow. It doesn't require a golf course.
How could it be stopped tomorrow?
Through an agreement with the land manager, the landowner, sorry.
Well, the landowner hasn't stopped shooting. The landowner is prepared to enter into an agreement not to shoot as part of this proposal. Absent this proposal, there's no such agreement.
But if there is, if the shooting is determined to have an effect on the SPA waterbirds, then that could be done without a golf course being built. That agreement could be done without a golf course being built. It doesn't require a golf course to be built for that agreement to go ahead.
Well, it requires the consent and the willingness of the landowner to do that.
At the initial stage, I believe it does, yes. Although I would also add that SNH have powers to enforce management of SSSIs if an agreement can't be come to. But they haven't done that at this stage.
No, they haven't done that. And there's no evidence before the inquiry that they have any intention of doing that.
There isn't indeed, but I believe that is probably because they currently do not list shooting as one of the key pressures affecting the SPA.
Rapporteurs, I'm about to turn to the question of habitat loss and the evidence given yesterday in relation to dune slacks. If this might be an appropriate time to have a short break.
Okay, let's do that, and let's resume at 11:15. Thank you.
Could you have APP 3.1 before you? If you turn to figure 2 on page 55.
I have that.
Now, yesterday in your evidence in chief, you gave some further evidence as to your concerns in relation to loss of habitat, in particular dune slacks.
Yes.
We don't find that set out in the same detail within your report, do we?
I think there is some detail in my report. I read a section from that yesterday. I didn't compare it to the areas marked as A and E on Dr. McMullen's map in my inquiry report, but I did specify the golf course holes on which I was concerned because of RSPB's observations of birds in those areas. I think it's 5.7 in my inquiry, in my topic paper. Let me just check.
It's page 12. Direct habitat loss starts on page 11.
Yes, and 5.7 is on page 12, and that's where I set out the golf course holes where RSPB's survey in a different year with a different amount of flooding has shown that water birds, teal and widgeon, were present in the areas that are planned to be turned into some of the golf course holes. When I say holes, I'm referring to the greens, the fairways and the tees combined.
You're referring to the greens, fairways and tees?
Yes.
Including the managed rough?
No, I think I'm just referring to the main areas here.
So you use SNH's figures, don't you? We can see that from the table 5.8.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. Can you go closer to the microphone?
You use SNH's figures.
Oh, in 5.8?
Yes.
Yes.
And did you give proper consideration to the way in which the applicant had calculated the areas?
I think I did look at that, but I think I'm right in saying that the ES didn't present the figures in this way. It didn't present the information that I needed to make this assessment, so that's why I used SNH's figures.
Well, I don't want to go over an area that's not really your area of expertise, but in fact, the applicant's position is that it was demonstrated through referencing to table B18 and table B19 of the ES, that there was full account taken of all figures. And just by way of contrast to your figure of 2.2 hectares of dune slack that you describe as direct habitat loss, in contrast, the applicant's figure is 0.27, plus the matrices as well. I think it's 1.44 hectares from the mosaics. Are you aware of that?
Yes, but I'm minded to agree with SNH on this, and as you've stated earlier, it's SNH's opinion that is important in terms of...
No, it's not actually in this case. It's the reporter's assessment of the evidence that's important, and they look at SNH's advice and evidence as they do with every party.
Of course, yeah.
And ultimately, it comes to be the Scottish Minister's decision.
Yes. But SNH's advice is important.
Now, when you were going through these different areas, A, B, C, D, and E, on Dr. McMullen's figure 2,
yes,
you seemed to indicate that these were areas that would be lost.
That's what I take from this map, yes. These are areas of dune slack where there are fairways planned over the dune slack. So, for example, in Area A, and we can see the dune slack and the fairway of hole number 7 overlap.
You suggested in your evidence in chief yesterday that Dr. Mullen had produced this figure to show what areas would be lost. But if we look at paragraph 17.3, please. The same document, Dr. McMullen's report at page 53, sir.
Yes, I have that paragraph.
In the final sentence, under reference to figure 2, what he says is that the golf course is coincident with areas of dune slack at 6 locations.
Yes.
He doesn't say they're lost at these locations. He said it's coincident with.
It doesn't say they're lost, but I'm not quite sure how you could play golf on an area that is flooded, so I assumed that they would be lost.
We'll go through it together, and it may be that it's your lack of knowledge about golf and golf course design that has led you to the conclusion you expressed yesterday.
Yeah, but you're right, I don't have a detailed knowledge of golf, but I'm not quite sure how you would hit a golf ball off water.
Well, that's not what we're discussing at the moment. You think it might be hit out of water, but we'll look at the reality of the situation. First of all, Area A, where we have, in one instance, where we have the fairway shown. We also have indicated in a dark green managed rough.
Yes.
So that's not lost habitat, that's managed habitat.
Yes.
And the habitat polygon here maps this area as a mosaic of dune grassland and dune slack. Do you understand the significance of that, or are you unclear?
So, sorry, no.
It's mapped as a mosaic of dune grassland and dune slack.
It's stated that it's dune slack in the map.
Well, you have to look at the MVC mapping to get the full detail, don't you? What is shown in the shaded areas are dune slack. But what I'm putting to you is that it's a mosaic. It's not just pure dune slack. It can also include dune grassland and dune slack. He's mapped the areas where dune slack is part of that mosaic. But you need to look at the detail to understand how much of it is dune slack and how much of it is either grassland or heath.
Yeah, that's fair. But my concern is not the precise vegetation in the area. My concern is the areas that flood and that are therefore used by the ducks.
Are you aware that within this particular area that there has been careful micrositing around the dune slack part of the habitat?
I don't see the detail of the micrositing. No, I haven't seen that detail. Is that before the inquiry? Can you explain where that is? And take me to the document where that is shown.
Well, you have to compare the MVC mapping with the layout to properly understand it. And separately, as I understand it, you were on the site visit.
Yes, I was on the site visit.
And I'm informed by Mr. Haspel, who was on the site visit, that he was at pains on the site visit to point out areas where there was dune slack in proximity to Coul's design, and explained how that could be avoided. Do you remember that?
I do, and Mr. Haspel did explain that extremely well. My concern is that I don't see that information in the written evidence before the inquiry, and the consent isn't consent that's given for Mr. Haspel to do this work. It's consent that's given with the land, and if there's a change to the people working on the site, they may not implement the micrositing that Mr. Haspel described.
Well, let's stay within your area of expertise. You were on the site visit, and I'm informed that in this area, he explained in some detail how dune slack would be avoided at this hole.
He explained it on the site visit, but that is not in the written information that I've seen. If you can take me to a document where that's shown, I'd be very happy to consider it.
The site visit is information the reporters are entitled to take into account. So let's just stick to the site visit. It can legitimately be taken into account. You're not at a disadvantage because you were on the site visit. And I'm advised that he specifically pointed to particular areas in relation to Area A to you. He pointed particular issues out to you that he knew were of concern to you. Is that not the case?
Yes, he did. Yes, he was very helpful.
And because of the measures that he explained, it's the applicant's evidence to the inquiry that there's not predicted to be a significant effect on dune slack in this location, isn't it?
The applicant's evidence is that there is not
Yes.
an effect on dune slack, but I don't see in the documents that we have before the inquiry sufficient evidence to draw that conclusion.
Well, I would suggest, Dr. Wright, you're being somewhat disingenuous in giving your evidence to the inquiry after the site visit, because you were on the site visit and you're just ignoring what you were told on the site visit and remaining with the description that you gave yesterday that's, as I took it, was implying whole areas within Area A would be lost, of dune slack habitat would be lost.
As I've explained already, my concern is that those conditions, in terms of the micrositing, are not written down in any of the documents we see before the inquiry. And therefore, if there was a change in the staffing working on this case once consent was granted, they might not implement the things that Mr. Haspel described.
You just said there that it's not written down in any of the documents. I thought you told me earlier during your cross-examination that you haven't been able to read all the documents that have been produced at the time that I took you to the recreational access plan.
I haven't read every single document before this inquiry, no, but if you can take me to a document where this is described, I will very happily consider it.
Could you look, please, at Area B?
Say again?
Could you look at Area B?
Area B on Dr. McMullen's map.
Figure 2.
Yeah.
Now we can see in relation to Area B, it's the green that is shown as being coincident, to use Dr. McMullen's word, with Area B.
Yes.
And again, as was demonstrated on the site visit, this green is sited on what's described as a naturally raised position.
Yes.
And there is a very small area of slack in front of the green that may be impacted by the development.
Yes.
But otherwise, where that impact would occur, it's very much on the periphery of that large dune slack area.
But in Area B, yes,
Yes.
it's on the edge of a larger dune slack.
And again, it's the applicant's position that there would be no significant effect or impact on the dune slack in Area B.
So, sorry, you said something about no
It's
significant
the
impact.
applicant's assessment that there would be no significant impact on dune slack in Area B.
That's correct, yes.
Area C, it's proposed that there would be a narrow boardwalk over the dune slack, top of the dune slack.
Yes,
And that was explained to you as well on the site visit.
yes.
And there would be negligible land take of dune slack in this area.
That's correct. There's very little overlap at Area C. I think I did explain yesterday that areas A and E were my main concerns.
Well, I'm just testing your evidence, as I'm entitled to do. Area D, again, a narrow boardwalk over the top of the dune slack.
Yes,
And again, negligible land take of dune slack habitat.
correct.
Now, Area E was the other area that you told us yesterday you were most concerned about. It too, if you look at the MVC mapping, is a mosaic of dune grassland and dune slack, isn't it?
The NVC mapping.
The MVC mapping demonstrates that it's a mosaic of dune grassland and dune slack.
Sure, yep.
And the same approach has been taken in this area as was taken in Area A, to, with the design, carefully site around the dune slack within this polygon. from the MVC classification.
Sorry, say
Carefully,
that question again,
the
please.
same approach has been taken in design to site around the dune slack habitat within this polygon.
In terms of micrositing?
Yes.
Yes, that was the approach that was described.
And I think this too was an area that on the site visit Mr. Haspel stopped and pointed it out because that's where there is Baltic rush and shoreweed nearby.
Yes, I remember us discussing those things.
Yes. And it was explained where the possible impacts may be and how important areas could be avoided through micrositing.
Yes.
And it's the applicant's assessment that there would be no significant impact on dune slack in this area.
That is the applicant's assessment, yes.
And so far as Area F is concerned, there'll be negligible land take from dune slack in this area and micrositing employed wherever possible. That
Yes.
was shown again on the site visit.
Yes.
And that approach to micrositing wherever possible to avoid dune slack habitat is explained within the environmental statement, isn't it?
They explain that micrositing will be done wherever possible to avoid dune slack, but they don't give the details, I believe.
Well, to save time, if I just give you, sirs, the page number, page 208
Page 208 of which document, sorry?
of the environmental statement. I wasn't going to go to it, but you can if you want. It's explained that this will necessarily be carried out on the ground under guidance, supervision of an experienced ecological clerk of works, and not as a desk-based exercise.
Yes.
And it's not uncommon, is it, to use ecological clerks of work through a construction process to avoid sensitive habitats or species?
No, that's common practice.
Thank you. So your evidence of habitat loss is exaggerated, isn't it, Dr. Wright?
No, I don't believe it is exaggerated.
We've just agreed with everything that I put to you in relation to these areas,
Yes,
and
but
that does not show significant losses.
Sirs, I don't accept the premise of that question. My understanding of what the witness said through the sequence of questions was that she accepted that the applicants had concluded. I didn't take that to be that she agreed with that conclusion. She was just responding to the question as it had been put to her.
I'll put the question in a different way, but the point is the same. That if you take account of the actual facts, the site-specific facts, your conclusion of habitat loss is exaggerated.
No, I disagree. I will stand by my conclusions.
Well, I just had to put it to you because that will be my position in closing submission on this issue.
Ms Wilson, sorry again. I wondered if I can just ask a couple of questions, maybe of clarification. In terms of that figure 2, so my understanding is that that shows dune slacks, which are identified as dune slacks in the NVC mapping, but also dune slacks. It shows as dune slacks those bits of matrix which also include dune slack. And so there's a distinction there in terms of what habitats those are. But I suppose I'm interested from Dr. Wright, in terms of the bird interests there, what's your distinction, what is the distinction, if there is one, in terms of bird interests between dune slacks in their own right and dune slacks which are part of these fine-grained matrices?
So in terms of the bird interest, it really just matters whether the area gets wet and floods in the winter and whether the birds can therefore use them. And RSPB's data has showed that birds do use these areas in winters where they flood. They didn't flood in the winter when the applicant was doing their surveys, I think, or perhaps they flooded a little, but they didn't record any birds in these areas, certainly in their surveys. whereas in a different year when there was a different extent of flooding, birds were recorded using these areas by my colleagues in RSPB.
And if we take Area E, for example, which I think may be the 13th hole, so if you see where the fairway goes across the area as dune slack, is it your understanding that where there's a matrix there, that the bits of that matrix which are dune slack get flooded and the other bits don't, or that whole area would or could be flooded at some times under Area E? I'm just trying to understand what that means in terms of the flooding.
So my understanding is that would form, in years when it does flood, that would form a large flooded area with lots of patches within it that don't flood, that could be used as islands effectively by the birds.
So in terms of micrositing, that's a big area through which the fairway goes, and there are other areas shown as dune slack on either side. So could you microsite, or do you have a view about the ability to microsite to entirely avoid that pink area shown under E? Well,
no, I don't think you could entirely avoid it, and my concern really is the fragmentation of that area, because at the moment the red area that includes Area E is a relatively large area of dune slack and grassland mosaic, and in years when that floods, that will allow the birds to get a long way from the edge of the flooded area, which provides a very safe environment for them to roost away from mammalian predators. If that's fragmented, the smaller areas will allow the birds to get less distance between the edge of the flooded area and the centre where they can get into a safe place away from predators. And that's my concern, is that it's fragmenting a large area into two smaller areas.
Okay, thank you. And I think my final question, we've talked earlier on about the fact that the course is closed during the winter. So am I right in thinking that your concerns are about, in the first instance, when this area out with those months might have been flooded and therefore used by some of the birds when the course is in play, but in the winter months that the construction of the course would mean that area would no longer be an area which would flood during the winter as a dune slack. Do I understand that right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Just following on from that, Dr. Wright, it was also the evidence to the inquiry from both Mr. Taylor and also Mr. Haspel that in their experience these species will roost on the fairways or they'll roost on the greens, that they like to have full visibility, or they like to have a full angle of view in relation to predators, to avoid predators.
Yes, they do, and that's certainly the case for widgeon. They would roost in these areas. I've seen widgeon on golf courses myself. I don't think I assert anywhere in my evidence that the golf course would have no value for the birds, but I do not think it would provide the same value as the current habitat.
Thank you. Could you have CC-15, please, and also the applicant's document, which is APP 2.15.
Yeah, I have both of those.
Right, we don't yet. Do we have a PDF page number for CC-15?
It starts at 927, sir.
look at paragraph 5.1 of your inquiry report.
Yes.
And this is to do with the survey information, and you were taken to this in your evidence in chief and these two productions. And am I correct to understand your evidence to be that SNH previously had the same view as you, and that in accordance with best guidance, that there should be 2 years of survey work?
Yes. That was their initial view before the conversation that we see in APP 215.
Well, you refer to best practice guidance stating that scoping should involve consultation to ensure widest possible input to the definition of the scope of the EIA, identify non-statutory consultees and seek key consultees' views on the proposed scope of the ecologic impact assessment.
So, sorry, are you on my
Yes, I'm reading from 5.1 of your report.
Say again?
I'm reading from paragraph 5.1 of your precognition, sorry.
Recognition. Yes.
And this document, CC15, was produced. It would appear to support your position that 2 years of survey work was required.
That was clearly Dr. Dowse's initial opinion.
Were you involved in reading through the information recovered through the Freedom of Information requests made by the Conservation Coalition to SNH?
No, I was provided with the information in CC15 by one of my colleagues.
Did you ask to see the whole information relating to this issue?
No, I didn't see the rest of the information that is in APP 215 until we were here at the inquiry.
So you would have to accept, would you not, now that you have considered the applicant's document, APP 2115, which sets out the finalised position with SNH, that this is misleading, this document from the Conservation Coalition?
I'm not sure it's misleading. It represents Dr. Dowse's initial view, and APP 215 also shows that he has changed his view following discussions with his colleagues, as we've already discussed.
Yes, but that's why it's misleading, because RSPB didn't produce the final view to the inquiry so that the reporters had the proper information. The applicants produced the final position to the reporters.
Sir,
Yes.
I object to the premise of that question. The reason why the Conservation Coalition lodged CC15 was to inform the inquiry of the situation underlying SNH's position. SNH's position is quite clearly established in the rest of the inquiry documents, in particular their various consultation responses.
Well, sir, I don't agree with Mr. Collar at all. Without APP 2.15, it wouldn't have been clear that that did not remain the final position on scoping.
It was clear in the...
Just wait a minute, Dr. Brown. I'm addressing the reporters, not you. And I don't intend to take up inquiry time on this. I want the point to be made that so far as this is lodged in support of Dr. Wright's evidence, that it's not a full account, and that the suggestion that Dr. Dowse was in alignment that's been made under reference to this, in fact, is untrue when you look at APP 215. I just need to make that point.
Okay, point's noted, but obviously APP 2115 is before the inquiry, and all those taking part in the inquiry would have come into the inquiry knowing the final position of SNH. So I'm not sure what more we can say about it, really.
Well, so that wasn't the case. It was lodged late as we came to the inquiry because it was found the week before the inquiry began. It was lodged as a late production during the course of the inquiry.
at which point we all knew what the final position was. So if we had not known the final position, I could understand the point more clearly.
Now, you suggested yesterday in relation to scoping that you had referred to the 2006 SIEM guidance because that was what was relevant to scoping. But in fact, that was relevant to the pre-application stage. It wasn't relevant to the scoping stage because the scoping took place in the middle of 2016.
Yes.
And at that point, SIAM 2016 was in force, having come into force at the beginning of January 2016.
Okay.
You said that.
Yes. But I think that some of the scoping information was provided a little earlier than that. And
I think you're thinking of the pre-application stage that was earlier.
okay, but it doesn't matter because both sets of guidance say the same thing, essentially, in slightly different wording.
Do you accept that in terms of that guidance, it's a matter for the applicants as to who they consult, other than the regulatory bodies? It's up to them whether they consult non-statutory consultees and which non-statutory consultees.
I agree it's up to the applicant who they consult. I was merely referring to the fact that the best practice guidance suggests that NGOs should be consulted.
Well, if you think it should, we better look at it then. That's APP 2.3. Could you turn to page 4, please?
Page 4.
And do we see in the box there for EIA projects and as good practice for non-EIA projects?
Sorry, are we in APP 2.3 or 2.4?
Sorry, 2.4 it is.
Yes, I have that now.
And it's the second set of bullet points. Do you see that? For EIA projects.
Yes, I have
good
that
practice.
now, yep.
Scoping should also involve appropriate consultation with competent authorities, statutory agencies, other regulatory bodies, and possibly relevant NGOs.
Yes.
And equally, so far as the regulations are concerned, so far as non-statutory consultees and other public bodies are concerned, there is discretion on the part of the applicant as to whether or not to consult with non-statutory parties, isn't there? There's no obligation to consult.
No, there is no obligation for them to consult.
The obligations relate to the scoping process.
Say again?
The obligations are set down in relation to the scoping process.
Their obligations are to consult with the statutory consultees.
Yes.
They don't have an obligation to consult with NGOs, but it is normal practice to do that, especially for protected sites. I think I explained that yesterday.
Could you look, please, at APP 1.26?
Sorry, just give me a moment. Computer's gone to sleep. Yes, I have that.
Now, I referred to this with Mr. Hughes, and in your evidence in chief yesterday, Mr. Collar asked you certain questions about the approach of non-statutory consultees in the press and the media. And do we find at the back of this document a statement made by Aidan Smith, who is the head of planning for RSPB?
Yeah, I didn't hear what you said just then about something in my evidence in chief relating to the media. I don't think I said anything about media in that, did I?
Yes, you asked questions. You asked a question yesterday about the references that have been made by the applicant in evidence to consultees.
Sorry, yes, I see what you mean.
Making
now.
press
Yeah.
statements.
Okay, so which page of this?
It's about 4 pages from the back.
4 pages from the back.
It's a picture of not Coul and in bold print reference to Aidan Smith. Now's the time for the Scottish Government to prove its environmental credentials.
Sorry, I'm just looking for the relevant page. Aidan Smith, now's the time for... Yes, yeah, I've got it. Yeah, thanks.
Yes, you've got that?
Yeah, I've got the right page, yeah.
And this was issued about the same time as Mr. Hughes' article or press statement. And do we see at the bottom of the page, it said the application currently before the Scottish Government is to build a golf course at Coul Links in East Sutherland, and in so doing to destroy and fundamentally change a spectacular mosaic of sand dunes and seasonally flooded dune slags.
Yes, I see that.
That doesn't... I would suggest to you that what is before the inquiry, the detailed environmental information before the inquiry, does not support the contention that the area is going to be destroyed.
Well, firstly, I'll say that I wasn't involved in any of the media around this case, and actually the date of this is prior to my involvement, my detailed involvement in this case. But secondly, my interpretation of what it says here is that the mosaic would be destroyed, not that everything on the site would be destroyed.
You're agreeing it could be interpreted as though everything on the site would be destroyed?
That is one possible interpretation. It is not my interpretation.
And could you also look, please, at APP 2.7, which is the one that Dr. Cosgrove refers to in his evidence.
Can you give me a moment to find it? Yes, okay. Is that?
And this is an RSPB press release after the application was submitted in September 2017.
Yes, again, before my detailed involvement in the case. I was aware of it at a high level at this stage, but I wasn't involved in any of this the press work.
And what is stated there in this press release, RSPB Scotland has today submitted its objection to proposals to build a golf course on globally important wildlife sites at Coul Links in East Sutherland. Local wildlife groups have expressed their desire to see the site saved from the plans put forward by developers American multimillionaires Mike Kaiser and Todd Warnock. And then there's reference to the nature of Coul Links being a shelter over colder months and home to many species.
Yes.
And then we see in the third paragraph, yet all this would be destroyed should the proposal be given the go-ahead. The birds would suffer as important wetland habitat would be effectively drained and replaced by golf greens. But in fact, that's, I think we saw from your evidence, not the case, that it wouldn't be destroyed, and I think you've accepted that there would be benefits associated with the development of the golf course for bird life on the site.
Yeah, I mean, this is a media statement, not a scientific statement.
Thank you, Dr. Wright.
Just give us a couple of seconds, please. Okay, I think our questions have already been asked and answered. So, Mr. Coul, your further questions, please.
Thank you, sir, and good morning, Dr. Wright. I'm going to go to the beginning of your cross-examination this morning and try and work through chronologically. You were asked some questions initially about the projects you've been involved in, Severn, Thames, Dogger Bank, and differences from this type of development. And I've got a series of questions to ask you flowing from that. To start with, can you indicate briefly what is the importance of the baseline situation at this site to your evidence and the concerns you've indicated?
So the baseline situation is that this site is part of an SPA for coastal waterbirds, as are the Severn and the Thames estuaries, and that we require to have a robust idea of the current status of those waterbirds in the areas that they're using, the numbers, and the variability in the areas that they use and their numbers, in order to inform a robust impact assessment, and that would be the case on the Severn or the Thames, or indeed here.
And just being clear, in relation to this development, the Coul Links development, to what extent are the concerns you're expressing around the information or lack of information regarding the baseline?
So the lack of sufficient information regarding the baseline is one of my key concerns. To properly understand how birds use the site, we need to understand the variability between years. And that's particularly important at this site, where the use of the application site by SPA birds is determined by the extent of seasonal flooding, which we know varies significantly between years. I also think that the application site needs to be set in context of at least the SPA or possibly the wider area, and I would normally expect wetland bird survey data to be used for that, and normally 5 years of wetland bird survey data, and that would be easily obtainable, certainly for the SPA, and we do not see that data anywhere in the information presented as part of the environmental statement.
And as I said, there was reference to types of development, and there was some discussion about wind farm developments. The approach to gathering information on the baseline, the importance of the baseline, does that vary depending on the type of development?
Well, there are some differences. So for a wind farm impact assessment, you would require information on things like bird flight heights and flight lines, because you'd be trying to determine collision risk with the turbines, and that's not necessary here. But in terms of understanding the baseline bird use of the site, it's necessary both for wind farms and for this type of development to understand the variability in bird use of the site between years, and we don't have enough information to do that in the environmental statement.
And then, just to finish off on the baseline situation, what have you done to inform yourself of the current situation on the Coul Link site, for example, by visiting the site, and why is that sufficient for you to be able to give expert comment on the impact of this development?
So I have visited the site. I've also spoken in great detail to some of my colleagues who are local to the area, and I've looked at the extensive notes and data and survey data that was provided by our former colleague Alison Searle. I obviously wasn't able to speak to Alison. She sadly died last year, but she left very good notes that I was able to use to inform my assessment of the site. In addition to that, I also looked at the wetland bird survey data for the Dornoch Firth and Lochfleet SPA. So one of the things that is done with wetland bird survey data is something called wetland bird survey alerts, and I present some of this information in my topic paper. I can go to that if that would be of help to the inquiry.
Sirs, I'm not sure. Would you like Dr. Wright to go to that reference?
Perhaps if you just give us a reference within the paper, that would be enough without dwelling on the content.
Sure. So it's the section of my topic paper on the status of species and recent trends, and that starts at paragraph 4.10 of my topic paper on page 11, and there I refer to the wetland bird survey alerts, and I explain what they're used for and what they show in relation to this site. And it follows in the following few paragraphs after that.
Thank you.
And on this point about informing yourself of the baseline, we heard earlier in the inquiry and saw from the environmental statement there was reference to consulting local experts. To what extent have you consulted local experts on unearthology?
So there's a couple of things that I've done, as well as speaking with local RSPB staff and consulting the data and written information that was left by Alison Searle. When we came for our site visit in February, we met with 2 local ornithologists. We met with a gentleman from the Highland Biological Recording Group and another local ornithologist who was called Walter Ryder, I believe, both of whom know the site extremely well and visit regularly. And we walked around the site with those 2 gentlemen who were very kind and showed us the areas that they had observed birds and the areas that they felt were important to the birds based on their extensive knowledge of the site from visiting it very regularly over many years.
Thank you for that. There was some discussion of the lack of references in your inquiry report and recognition to the Scottish Natural Heritage position. Can I ask you just to explain to what extent does the whole thrust of your evidence take account of that SNH position?
Well, I think firstly, when I wrote my evidence, I understood that we had been requested by the inquiry to focus on impacts, and so my evidence focuses on what I believe the impact will be and where I believe there are insufficient data to properly assess those impacts. So I obviously had seen the SNH position, and when I wrote my report, and in many ways we broadly agree, both SNH and the RSPB agree that on an objection to this application because of its ecological impacts, the area of disagreement is in relation to whether that ecological impact is going to affect birds.
There was discussion about the reliance you place on peer-reviewed papers, and I've got a series of questions for you on that point. Firstly, can you indicate why do you rely on those peer-reviewed papers as being scientific evidence?
So there's a number of reasons for this. It is normal practice in science to use peer-reviewed evidence to back up as the basis, really, for any assertion that you make. You look at the scientific evidence that's available from the peer-reviewed literature, and it's common in ecology to draw inferences from what has been found about the behaviour or the response of species to particular perturbations to their habitats, for example, and apply those findings from the peer-reviewed scientific literature to our expectations of what would happen if something similar happened at another site. And so that is why I've used the scientific literature to inform my opinion. So, for example, my opinion on disturbance to the birds is based on the scientific literature in relation to how very similar types of disturbance have affected those birds in other places, the same species in other places.
And staying with this theme of the scientific papers, you were taken to your LW28, which is a paper about the site in Ireland, I think from memory. And one of the particular issues that was put to you was that that paper was based on observations in relation to a particular aspect you were mentioning, but that it was based on observations. Can I ask you to comment on, in relation to that observational data, what significance do you draw from the fact that this paper was peer-reviewed?
Well, the peer review process is a process whereby before the paper is published, other scientists, usually very well qualified scientists with a lot of experience of the subject area, will review the information presented in the paper and will pick up on any areas that they consider not to be robust and ask for changes to be made to the paper if there's any areas that they have a problem with, or where they feel that the analysis or the interpretation of the information in the paper could be improved. And it's generally accepted that once a paper has been peer-reviewed, the information presented in it is scientifically robust. And that's how the peer review process works. Dr. Cosgrove explained it in his evidence as well, that publishing peer-reviewed papers is a really important part of disseminating scientific knowledge and ensuring that your findings are reviewed by others in the scientific community and that they are scientifically robust and can be relied upon.
And on that point, there was reference to the SNH position and the SNH consultation response to Highland Council. Insofar as that is not peer-reviewed, it's an SNH position, what relative weight would you invite these reporters to give to, on the one hand, the SNH consultation response, and on the other hand, the various peer-reviewed scientific papers that you've referred to?
Well, you're right that the SNH opinion hasn't been through a scientific peer review process, so it's the opinion of a small number of scientists within SNH. The peer review process has been determined to be scientifically robust in the way that I've just described. But in terms of the weight given to that by the reporters, I think there's different aspects to the two. So the SNH advice is clearly relevant to the local site, but the information in the scientific literature is determined to be scientifically robust and has had the input from a larger number of scientists to determine its conclusions.
There was reference to the fact that the scientific papers you've quoted from are not specific to the Coul link site. Why do you consider that they are still relevant to the evidence you're giving?
So if we can take this paper that you just referred me to, the Mathers paper, which is LW28, as an example. This paper is talking about what happens in areas where shooting is stopped and how the birds respond to that. In an area where in Strangford Loch, that's a sort of a large area, and it has some small areas within it that are refuges. What's proposed here as mitigation is that the Dornoch-Firth and Lochfleet SPA is a large area, and within that, the applicant is proposing that Coul links would be a refuge from shooting. So it's a comparable situation. And then this paper also refers to the fact that other forms of recreational disturbance are not excluded from the refuge areas at Strangford Loch, and that is comparable to this situation because other forms of recreational disturbance will not and cannot be excluded from the application site, which the applicant is proposing will be a refuge for wildfowl. So that's why I think it's comparable to the situation at Strangford Loch.
And in terms of the evidence you're giving to the inquiry, to what extent do you have more information on the ornithology at Coul links than either Dr. Cosgrove and SNH?
Well, so that wasn't a matter that arises directly out of cross-examination, and nor was it put in cheap as to whether or not Dr. Wright had more information on the position at Coul links, and nor was it put to Dr. Cosgrove in his cross-examination.
Well, sirs, it relates to a whole series of questions that were put to Dr. Wright in cross-examination, which were obviously intended to suggest that her evidence shouldn't be given weight because she didn't know enough about the site. And my submission, this question is clearly about how much she knows about the site.
Yes, on that basis, I think it is a reasonable response to the line of questioning in cross-examination. Certainly, I had taken it that the applicants were querying the extent of Dr. Wright's knowledge, site-specific knowledge, as opposed to her general scientific understanding. So it does appear to me to flow from the line of questions that we've already heard.
So I don't have a difficulty with the general question that was given in response, how much knowledge she had. What I object to is a question based upon drawing a comparison between her knowledge and Dr. Cosgrove's knowledge. If it's a general question as to what information she has available to her, I don't object to that. But I do object to a comparative exercise because that wasn't put to Dr. Cosgrove.
Right. I had understood the line of questioning this morning to have been comparative, to have contrasted Dr. Wright's site-specific knowledge to the site-specific knowledge of the applicant's witnesses. And if I'm right, then this does flow from that. Okay, let's carry on that basis.
So the additional information that I used in coming to the conclusions that I present in my topic paper and precognition, compared to what is used in the environmental statement, is that I used the wetland bird survey data for the Dornoch Firth and Lockfleet SPA. I used the wetland bird survey alerts data, and I note actually that in APP 215, so this is the end of the email chain in SNH, it's stated that they agreed one season on the basis that Webb's data could be used as a contextual resource. So it's clear from this that SNH were expecting Webb's data to be used, and they are not presented. So I've used those data in forming my opinion. In addition to that, we have an extra winter's worth of survey work that was completed by my colleague at RSPB, Alison Searle.
Yeah, I'd like you to just run us through that again. So you're referring to the SNH understanding, as you consider it to be, that the Webb's data was going to be used as context, and also what were you referring to in relation to Alison Searle?
So there are some data that are presented in Alison Searle's surveys. Excuse me. There's an objection letter from Alison Searle in May of 2018, in which she includes some survey data. I think that's CD 3.7. Perhaps someone can check that for me. But I think it's in CD 3.7, and it's Annex 2 of that letter. I've used that data in addition to the data that's in the ES to look at the variability in bird use of the site between years.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I should also say there was some additional bird survey data that was given to us by another local bird recorder, and that's presented in one of the appendices to my topic paper. I can find the reference to that if you give me a moment. That's in Appendix 3 of my topic paper, which is on page 40 and 41.
In relation to the concept of fear landscape, could you confirm what you agree and disagree with Dr. Cosgrove's position in relation to the applicant's proposals and how that relates to fear landscape?
Sure. So the fear landscape concept, as we've already discussed, is that birds will behave differently in response to disturbance in a situation where you have one of these fear landscapes. So Dr. Cosgrove's position was that a fear landscape would be produced by the shooting that currently exists on the site, and that in the absence of shooting on the site, which is proposed as one of their mitigation measures, this fear landscape would be eliminated, and therefore birds would react differently to human disturbance. I disagree on that latter point. I agree that a fear landscape can be caused by shooting, but a fear landscape can also be caused by other things. I also disagree that the fear landscape caused by shooting would be eliminated as a result of the prevention of shooting on Coul links itself. And that's because the widgeon and teal that use Coul links are regularly flying between the application site and adjoining parts of the Lochfleet estuary and the foreshore in other areas of the Dornoch Firth and Lochfleet SPA. And because of that, and shooting not being stopped in those other areas, those individual birds will still be exposed to shooting some of the time. And as is shown in the Mathers paper, where that is the case, birds are still sensitive to disturbance from other sources, and the fear landscape caused by shooting is not eliminated.
There was a discussion about microsighting. I'm sure I don't need to take you back to the details of that. Just a few questions about your position on that. Firstly, to what extent do you understand that microsighting is the reason for the applicant's team concluding the lack of a significant effect in that particular area of the site?
I think that the microsighting is the main reason that they conclude that there won't be a significant effect.
And for the purposes of assessing the impact of the golf course, in your expert opinion, why do you consider it's not appropriate to rely on that microsighting?
Well, there's two reasons for that. The first and the main reason is that if the microsighting isn't done correctly, there would still be a significant effect. Well, there's still a potential for a significant effect on the SPA birds, and so we need the details of that microsighting in order to be able to make a proper assessment of whether the effects on birds can be managed successfully or not. We don't have enough information to be able to make that determination at this stage. The second reason is that even with microsighting, as one of the reporters mentioned earlier, in the area in the southwest of the site, I think it's Area E on Dr. McMullen's map, we would still get fragmentation even with microsighting, because of the breakup of a currently large contiguous area into two smaller areas that therefore wouldn't provide the same protection for the birds from predators.
And then in relation to the general issue of disturbance, there was discussion around paths, desire lines, walkers and golfers. And if I can just ask you to try and pull all of that together. To what extent, based on the information that has been provided to this inquiry in terms of the design of the golf course, signage, paths, the various matters that have been touched on, to what extent do you consider that would result in more or less disturbance from walkers and golfers to the ornithological interests that you're commenting on?
I think it's a good idea that would partially mitigate the likely effects of the proposed golf course to have this new path that they're going to put in. That is a useful thing to do, and it will partially reduce the effect from the proposed golf course. However, I stand by the points on disturbance that are in my topic paper, that I believe there would still be greatly increase disturbance in the area and on the foreshore, and that therefore would have an effect on meeting the conservation objectives of the SPA. This is set out in much more detail in my topic paper, but I don't think we need to go there now.
Just on that, to what extent does the golf course development include measures to stop golfers straying off fairways into the various aspects of rough and beyond to collect balls?
I believe that during some months of the year there will be some signage to try and dissuade people from entering areas that are thought to be particularly sensitive birds. But I have submitted evidence as part of my topic paper that shows that signage is only partially effective in preventing people from accessing areas or behaving in ways that would be problematic. Signage partially works, I acknowledge that, but it doesn't work completely. It can't completely mitigate these impacts.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wright. That was everything I had, sirs.
Thank you, Mr. Collar, and thank you very much, Dr. Wright. Thank you. Let's take a very quick break then before we hear from the next witness, who will be the first witness for the community group. That'll be Professor Bell. A small health and safety point before we start. I'm conscious that a large number of you have elected to sit in one side of the room, which is absolutely fine, but in doing so, please be mindful of the cables which are marked on the floor there and the equipment. Make sure we don't have any accidents. Thank you. Right, Councillor McGillivray, would you like to introduce your witness, please?
Thank you, Mr. Bryan. Our first witness is Professor David Bell, and we are very grateful to have his expertise here this morning.
Okay, thank you, Jim. What I'm going to do is go through my precognition. I'll summarise bits because it is quite long, and there are some diagrams which, those of you who can't see it in front of you, I'll just have to describe as well as I can. So just to say, I'm a native of Dornoch, and I haven't had any contact with any group in relation to the proposed development. I'm both a member of Royal Dornoch Golf Club and of the Royal Society for the Protection of Birds, and I've also watched birds around the Little Ferry Embo area for 60 years. My main motivation for looking at the socio-economic case revolves around my concerns for the young people in southeast Sutherland, and apologies a bit because the geographies that statistics are available for kind of vary a lot, so I'm not entirely consistent with the set of geographies that I use, but that's dictated by the way that the Scottish Government and the Office of National Statistics provide data on our area. So the future of the townships in this area, so I'm talking about East Sutherland, Brora, Helmsdale, Golspie, Dornoch and Embo, depends critically on the strength of the local economy, and I'm going to argue that the current base is narrow and that the injection of new capital would make a significant difference to the prospects for young people and therefore for the community as a whole. Without significant investment, it faces slow decline and further depopulation. Other people that you'll hear from subsequently will focus on the social issues. I'm going to focus on the economic issues. that's probably what I'm best qualified to do. And in doing so, what I'll be referring to is the draft advice on net economic benefit and planning, which provides some of the background to this inquiry, the Scottish Government's own economic strategy, and what's called the Green Book, which is what the Treasury used to assess the costs and benefits of investments that come before the public sector in the UK as a whole. So my first argument is that the documents previously submitted to the inquiry relating to the socio-economic case have failed to address paragraph 14 in the draft advice document, which involves defining the area for assessing impact. Now, the draft advice suggests that the usual scope for assessing impact is on all people affected by the development within Scotland. So if you have some proposed development, what you should do is consider the effects on people in the rest of Scotland. However, the advice does provide for cases where the scope of that assessment may be narrowed, either based on geography or on the type of people affected. There are examples in the draft advice. None of them are particularly relevant to this particular application, but I'm going to argue that there is a strong case that what we shouldn't be doing is comparing to the whole of the rest of Scotland, and that has been an assumption underlying a lot of the economic the advice provided by the witnesses in relation to the economics. And I would argue that a case can be made for narrowing the area for assessing impact on the basis of what I will call preventing depopulation. And my case is based on past and projected demographic trends in Sutherland as a whole and in East Sutherland in particular. And that's where I come on to my first graph. Let me summarise it for you. Basically, these are from census data and from population projections made by the National Records of Scotland. Basically, they show the population of Sutherland peaked in actually 1850 at 25,000, and it's now about 13,000, so it's almost half over that period of time. And also, as a share of the population of Scotland as a whole, in the 1750s, Sutherland accounted for more than 1.6% of Scotland's population, and now it only accounts for 0.2% of Scotland's population. So it's had an eightfold reduction in its share of Scotland's population, and it was Scotland's fifth largest county. If you look at recent work by people like Michael Anderson and Tom Devine discussing, firstly, Scotland's historic demography, and secondly, the clearances, as Tom Devine has recently written, they both argue that a principal cause of population decline and net emigration from Scotland has been that young adults in Scotland, for most of the period of interest, this is Michael Anderson's view, have faced a shortage of opportunities to establish themselves at home. So people have left the area because there are insufficient opportunities for employment in the local area. So the forecast for Sutherland, so if I can just explain, the National Records of Scotland make forecasts for the local authority areas in Scotland, and the relevant local authority area here is Highland Region, or as it used to be called, Highland Council now. Within Highland Council, there are separate forecasts based on the National Records of Scotland forecast for the individual components of highlands. So like Sutherland on the one hand, Caithness, Lochaber, and so on. These will be based on the same kind of methodology that the National Records of Scotland used, life tables, projected migration figures, and so on. What is the Highland Council are forecasting is that there will be a decline in population in Sutherland of around 1,600 between now and 2041. And the question is, why is that happening when there's actually expected to be an increase in population, for example, in the Inverness area? Well, the reason is that the population of Sutherland, East Sutherland, is heavily weighted towards old people, and we have a fair reflection of that in the room, I would suggest. What Sutherland has, East Sutherland has is a chronic shortage of young people in the age group 16 to 29, which is a key age group both on their own account, but also because these young people will be the source of the future population. And it is the lack of young people in this age group which is repeated in other townships. So I took Dornoch and Embo as an example, but the same is true of Golspie, Brore and Helmsdale. It is the lack of individuals in this age group which is repeated in other townships in East Sutherland, which drives the Highland Council projections of a significant decline in Sutherland's population between the present and 2041. Now, I'll now try to explain something that I've completely failed to explain to my wife. I think she's watching, so I'll try it again. Sutherland has amongst the lowest population densities in Western Europe. Currently 6.74 persons per square mile. If you take out 1,600 people, you effectively free up 242 square miles of Sutherland where you wouldn't need to have any people at all if the forecast between now and 2041 is correct. And although I'm often quite sceptical about economic forecasts, demography is written in the here and now, and it's much more predictable than the economy tends to be. So the population decline is exacerbated by selective emigration of young people from the area. The better qualified, who have a wider range of opportunities, are the ones more likely to leave. So what that means also is that those who remain tend to be less well qualified than those who leave. And that clearly limits the opportunities, for example, for development in the area, and I think it's both elitist and impractical to suggest that development opportunities in Sutherland should be rejected on the grounds that the kinds of jobs that are involved are only skilled and semi-skilled manual jobs. It is unrealistic to expect a high-tech company to come and invest and employ significant numbers of people in East Sutherland. However, it has been pointed out correctly pointed out in other evidence that the unemployment rate is quite low in this area. And here, unfortunately, I go into another geography, which is the Golspie and Brore travel to work area. Travel to work areas are how we generally refer to labour markets, and indeed unemployment rates are low, but that's because the typical response to lack of opportunity in Sutherland is not to sit about and collect unemployment benefit, it's to leave and to move to other parts of Scotland and further afield. So, switching slightly to what the Scottish Government's purpose is, it's intended that its main purpose is to ensure sustainable economic growth and also to boost competitiveness and to tackle inequality. I'll come back to that in relation to some of the other aspects of the study. But in overall, I would therefore argue that the demographic challenge facing East Sutherland is of sufficient gravity, the forecasts that the National Records of Scotland have made, that the displacement effects, in other words, the effects that having a new golf course in East Sutherland would have, let's say, on East Lothian, should be ignored. That's not entirely relevant. The key areas to which East Sutherland would be compared, given the quality of the golf, are areas like Fife, East Lothian, and so on, where there are many, many more employment opportunities available to young people. Both of for example, Fife and East Lothian both expecting to grow their populations between 2016 and 2041.
I wonder if I might just ask a question here whilst it's fresh in my mind. Mm-hmm. The approach that you're suggesting there to discount displacement effects, as in jobs which conceivably might be lost in other parts of the country if new jobs were created here, is that consistent with the government's net economic benefit guidance that you referred to earlier?
Well, what I'm saying is that the net economic benefit, the guidance allows for certain exceptions, and it gives some examples. I mean, I've got some of the examples here. I'm happy to refer to them. But for example, building a new retail park. Clearly, in the present environment, that would be one where you'd be acutely aware of displacement effects, since there's now quite a long history of how building out-of-town retail parks has actually depleted opportunities in town centres and so on. What I'm arguing is that that argument is less relevant here because East Sutherland faces serious economic disadvantage, and that's the kind of exception that the draft guidance use. Okay, so my next argument, given that, is around what's called the economics of agglomeration, and this may not be a topic that people have great familiarity with. But the best way to think about it is to think Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley is a classic example of agglomeration effects. And let me go on to explain what that means in relation to golf. So, first of all, it's clear no one disputes the fact that Royal Dornoch is one of the best golf courses in the world. What we've seen develop in the golf market is quite a lot of what I would describe as product differentiation. So the ones that are rated at the top are doing very well, thank you. Those that are less highly rated are struggling, largely because they're dependent on they have less access to visitor green fees, variously described. Now, what that ends up with, what I would call a winner-takes-all strategy, or a winner-takes-all outcome, whereby those that are really good thrive those that are mediocre don't do so well. And we see this, in industry at the moment. We see Facebook and Google and so on thriving, where other less well-known companies are struggling. So, given that Scotland has got a number of the top courses in the world, what we see is that developers have tended to cluster around these areas, and I particularly pick out the St Andrews area, Kingsbarns, Castle course, Torrance, Kittock's course, recently developed. Then the Gullen Muirfield area with Archerfield and Renaissance coming online reasonably recently. So what you have is effectively spatial agglomerations in relation to golf courses, and in a sense this is what I see going on here. Developers taking an opportunity to benefit through what we would call spillover effects from siting close to a world-class golf course. At the moment, Dornoch really isn't in that situation because there aren't many of, in fact, none of the top 10 courses within easy travelling distance. What the opportunity of having agglomeration does is to, on the supply side, it increases the probability of longer stays and consequent benefits from the local economy. One of the things that didn't seem to be brought up in much of the evidence was around the idea that people come and stay for quite prolonged periods of time in the area, aside from coming in relation to day visits, just coming up on a bus and leaving shortly thereafter. Having a common pool of labour and potentially capital equipment. This uses some large words, this phrase, but let me try it anyway. It results in synergistic productivity gains and consequent income growth. The argument there is that by having operations operating at the same level close to each other, sharing a common labour pool and also possibly a common capital equipment drives opportunities for increasing productivity. And in this case, what I mean by productivity is the quality of the course, its ability to be resilient at different times of year, and so on. So, however, that's the arguments in favour of agglomeration, and I would argue that given its skill profile and location, opportunities to increase employment and incomes in East Sutherland are rare. I do remember when I used to help my grandfather load the meat train, which went out to the Mound, and we had an operation of around 80 people operating farms and a pretty large meat company in this area. That's now gone. All similar large-ish scale opportunities have pretty much gone, and what we're left with is a disproportionate dependence on the distribution sector, the hotels and restaurants, and the public sector. Particularly hotels and restaurants tend to have low skill, low paid and limited prospect jobs, and that's where many of the young people in Sutherland end up. And I have a graph which shows exactly that point. Firstly, that the public sector is pretty much the largest employer in the Dornoch locality at the time of the census, followed by distribution hotels and restaurants, and it's in that sector where most of the young people that are working are located. So development of a golf course would offer a range of employment opportunities for young people, both directly through the usual multiplier effects, and the direct effects would mostly involve skilled and semi-skilled manual labour. Obviously, the indirect effects, which are referred to in Westbrook and the bigger study, would generate further employment in the area. Currently, mean annual earnings in the Brore and Golspie travel to work area, which confusingly includes Dornoch, mean wages are around £20,000. This is the sort of wage that probably greenkeepers are likely to earn. What that does is means that if you reinforce the centre, then we don't run into Yeats's poem, "Things fall apart, the centre cannot hold." It reduces inequality by reinforcing the centre of the income distribution. So it has that other benefit, that other distributional benefit of reducing inequality if we are producing jobs in this area. So I guess that's pretty much what I had to say. Just to conclude, I've argued that East Sutherland and Sutherland as a whole face severe demographic difficulties which will become apparent over the next decade or so. An ageing population alongside a severe shortage of young people will threaten the sustainability of some of its communities. This issue sets it aside from other parts of Scotland where international quality golf courses are located. Displacement effects should therefore be set aside. The serious shortage of employment opportunities lead many well-qualified young people to leave the area, leading to a lowering of average skill levels, coupled with the difficulties of the location and relatively low skill levels, mean it is unrealistic to expect significant private sector investment that would generate a substantial number of highly paid jobs in East Sutherland. This development on its own will not reverse the demographic trends, but that does not mean that it should be rejected. Improvements will only come incrementally. The development will contribute to the productivity and inequality components of the Scottish Government purpose through productivity enhancing economies of agglomeration, and because the jobs created will reduce income inequality in the area. That's what I've got to say.
Thank you, Professor Bell. Councillor McGilvery, I'm wondering whether have you got any questions to ask just now?
I have only two questions,
right.
Mr. Bryan, which I think will not take too long.
Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
If you don't mind. Professor Bell, I share your deep concern about the future of the southern economy and the structure of its population, to the extent that your recognition and others I have forwarded to the Chief Executive of the Council so that we might pick up these concerns and try and find a strategy to improve matters as we move forward. You have mentioned the topic of agglomeration, and I think it's a very interesting point to explore. A question that has come to me is as follows. How would you respond to claims from certain quarters that there are enough golf courses in this area?
I think my response to that would be product differentiation, that there are different golf courses serving different markets, and that what the potential development is doing is looking at a somewhat different market that's probably most aligned to Royal Dornoch. Now, I believe that there are, and this is hearsay, that there are discussions around using this development as a catalyst to enhance the quality of provision in those other golf courses, which might mean them increasing their incomes. But at the moment, Golspie, for example, it's a fine golf course, but it's not getting anywhere near the kind of visitor income. It's serving a somewhat different market.
Okay, thank you. Your quote from Yeats was very apt. One that sticks in my mind from higher English is T.S. Eliot: between the idea and the reality, the motion and the act falls a shadow. And if you look now at the shadow, which is a scenario that certainly in my position, others like me, must consider. Should this development not go ahead, what do you see as the main threats to the East Southern economy going forward?
Okay, well, so I've illustrated demographic change as being a large and unavoidable, almost threat at the moment. The way that the trends are going, it's a very difficult one to deal with. It's clear also that there's a big threat to I haven't mentioned agriculture, but there is a big threat to agriculture, which largely derives from, at the moment, from the Brexit process. But there is no certainty around access of meat into European markets, and essentially Sutherland is a meat-producing county, not an arable county. So I would put that as a very important potential difficulty.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I'm going to suggest that we have a brief lunch break. Councillor McGilvray.
Can I just come in here? My next witness would be Mr. Mackay, who has to hit the road by 2 o'clock.
Right, I'm not sure what you're suggesting here, Councillor McGilvray. I was going to suggest that we had a half-an-hour break for lunch and then complete Professor Bell's evidence.
If that could accommodate Mr. Mackay's schedule, then I'm content with that.
But his schedule requires to be away by 2. Right, that sounds ambitious. Given that Professor Bell needs to be away by 2:30, I'm not convinced we're going to be able to accommodate both in that small window.
So I wonder if I can help. I had only 2 questions for Mr. Willie Mackay, but I don't need to ask them. They're simply questions of filling in tiny detail. So it would be possible to take, with Mr. McGilvray's permission, of course, his recognition as read, as far as we are concerned. Of course, it's a matter for you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mackay can do Tuesday. Well, that's very good. Thank you very much for your... Thank you very much, Mr. Mackay.
I think our witnesses have spent a great deal of time preparing their evidence, and I really think it's important that they get the chance to have their say in this forum.
Absolutely, that's the entire purpose of the public inquiry. So let's have a break now for half an hour and resume at 1:10. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Professor Bell. Just to check, everybody can hear me okay? Now, before lunch you made reference to Brexit. You'll be pleased to hear that I'm not going to ask you any questions on that. Fortunately, that is outside the scope of this inquiry, and I think we've all heard enough about it. Although if we get through matters quickly, maybe we can come back and you can tell us what the answer is. Now, I appreciate that time is of the essence, but I thought it might be helpful if I just run through a few points just to make sure that I've understood your evidence correctly. Does that sound okay?
That's fine.
Okay. So I understand from your evidence that you've had no contact with the applicant in this case?
That's absolutely correct. I met the applicant for the first time this morning.
You're a native of Dornoch?
I was born in Inverness. I'm brought up in Dornoch.
Your motivation for being here is based on your concerns for young people in the area?
Correct.
Your evidence has a focus on how to prevent depopulation in East Sutherland and Sutherland as a whole?
Yes.
We should understand that your evidence is that population decline is based on a lack of employment opportunities in the area.
Correct. I mean, so yes, that's absolutely true. So we have age-specific migration going on, which actually means that you sometimes get older people retiring into a place like Dornoch, but that actually makes the population structure worse in terms of the balance between young and old.
Okay, but if we look, for example, at your paragraph 2.5 of your precognition, I don't think we have to, but would it be fair to say that part of the reason of population decline is based on a lack of employment opportunities?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, and I think in your precognition you also say that there's a chronic shortage of young people in Dornoch and Embo.
Yeah, it's true for East Sutherland because there is this traditional route which I followed, which you come to 5th year or 6th year in school and you leave the area.
And I think following on from that, you mentioned this morning that the problem's worsened by selective immigration.
Yeah,
is that right?
Yeah, that's exactly it.
And we should understand, everyone here, that that means that the better qualified leave the area.
That's true. Those with better prospects tend to leave.
And you say in your precognition as well that job opportunities near golf clusters are more diverse.
Around the other golf clusters, so there's, if I take East Lothian as an example, that's within the Edinburgh travel to work area. Edinburgh is one of the fastest growing cities, certainly in the UK, if not Europe. Fife, around St Andrews, there are many more employment opportunities in that area than there are in East Sutherland.
And I think both in your precognition and in the evidence you gave today, if you look at your conclusions, you conclude that this development on its own will not reverse demographic trends. Would that be fair?
That's absolutely fair. I was recently on the Scottish Government's expert advisory group on migration we reported 2 weeks ago, and we looked at how changes in migration might help Scotland's overall demographic situation, and it takes a lot of migration to make a significant difference. But, you know, this development on its own wouldn't solve the problem. But the counterfactual is that if it doesn't take place, then the problem, the situation is incrementally worse.
And you also say in your conclusions that any change will only come incrementally. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And then if I just read back to you, I think this is at paragraph 5.2. So you say on the basis of this is in your precognition, you say that coupled with the difficulties of location, the relatively low skill level, mean it's unrealistic to expect significant private sector investment that would generate a substantial number of highly paid jobs in East Sutherland.
That's absolutely correct. I mean, yes, so an objection to this development might be that, you know, it isn't jobs paying £50,000 a year. And my view is that, on average, the skill level is insufficient to support jobs paying £50,000 a year.
I'm grateful to you for clarifying that. If I can ask you to look at paragraph 1.5 of your recognition. Yep.
Sorry, I'm having slight difficulty locating it, but carry on.
Have you got that?
Yes, I have.
And if we read on the second line, it says that I note the objectors to the development have focused almost exclusively on the economic issues, though the inquiry is presumably supposed to address both economic and social issues. Do you see that?
Yeah, I do see that.
And I think you said that in your evidence before lunch. Is that correct? Now, by the objectors, would you include not Coul?
I guess.
That's okay. Now, if I can have before you NC document 142.
Okay. Page 10.
You're on page 10.
Oh, I'm on page 10, okay.
And if you can go to page 10, please.
Mm-hmm.
And do we see the heading there saying housing?
Yeah, I see something on housing.
And if you move on to page 12.
Okay.
And am I right in saying that's where the section ends?
I think so.
Now, would you consider housing to be a social issue?
That's an interesting question. I would concede that it's a socio-economic issue. I typically would approach it from the standpoint of economics.
And at the bottom of page 12, do we see another heading that says migration?
Yep.
And am I right in saying, does that go on to page 15?
Yep.
Would it be fair to class migration as a social issue?
I typically treat it as an economic issue, but it has certainly social aspects.
So you accept it as social aspects?
It has social aspects, yeah.
Okay. So, without going through any of the prior sections, can we see there's at least 5 pages within that 15-page report that, on one view, refer to social aspects?
Yeah, I mean, I say almost exclusively. I didn't say it was exclusively focused on the social issue, on the economic issues.
No, of course, I understand that, but it's important to understand what you mean by almost.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Okay. Now, you can put that document away.
Okay.
And if we can go back to your precognition, please.
Mm-hmm.
And you helpfully include a graph of population growth. And I think that's, if you just bear with me 2 minutes, it's on page 3.
Of the graph? Yeah.
Yes. And that's figure 1.
Okay.
And just so that we're all clear, that relates to southern population between 1755 and 2014.
2041.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've read that wrong. 2041. Thank you. Now, if we look at, I appreciate the boxes are quite small, but if we look at the period between 1950 and 2000, Would it be fair to say that the line there is relatively stable?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And would it be also fair to say that just after 2000 there's a slight increase?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, if we can look at paragraph 211 of your inquiry statement.
Yep.
And you talk there about the Scottish Government's target of getting into the top quartile of the OECD.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yep.
And would it be fair to say that within that target, the Scottish Government has the target of being in the top quartile for well-being, inequality and sustainability?
Yes. Yes.
And if we go on and look at paragraph 212,
Yep.
and you talk there about the public sector equality duty,
Mm-hmm.
and just so that we're all clear, that's a duty that public sector bodies have to advance equality for people who are identified with a protected characteristic.
Mm-hmm.
And you identify age as a protected characteristic.
Yep.
Now, qualifications themselves are not a protected characteristic.
No.
So young people being less qualified is not a protected characteristic in terms of the Equality Act.
That's an interesting point. I don't make a strong point of this. I don't make a strong point of that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
What I'm saying is that age is certainly a qualifying characteristic. But I then say there is a case, but I don't say that this is, and I don't base the rest of my argument on that point.
I think we can move on from that. Now, if I can ask you to look at paragraph 215.
Yep.
And can you see on the third line where it says, in the case of a wholly publicly financed project, the accuracy of forecast revenue streams is of considerable importance.
Yep.
You then say, in the case of a private investment with relatively small public sector component, the risk lies mainly with the entrepreneur and not the taxpayer.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you've told us already that you've had no contact with the applicant until today. So you wouldn't be able to say whether in the future anybody such as Highlands and Islands Enterprise might provide a grant.
No, that's speculative.
You wouldn't be able to say how much any grant would be.
I'd have no idea.
And you confirmed already that the risk lies mainly with the entrepreneur.
Yep. Well, I should then qualify what I said. In the present economic climate, given the way that public spending has been moving in the last decade, the chance of very significant public investment in any large-scale scheme is minimal.
And you go on to say that if income initially fails to meet expectations, the managers will vary business models to achieve profitability.
Yep.
And you say then how they might do so is impossible to predict.
Yep.
But there might be certain scenarios that we could look at.
Sure. I mean, so I believe in markets, and I tend to believe that markets work. And if people are finding that their present business model isn't working, then they will seek other ways to make it work. So, for example, I actually played golf on the Torrance course last Sunday. Now, there is a price shown for that golf course, but I bet nobody actually knew how much each other was paying, because the golf course uses price discrimination, which is why you find nowadays that you rarely go onto an aircraft and find it empty or half empty. And the reason is that the entrepreneur is using different prices for different people because they know how to target the market. And I'm assuming that going forward, an entrepreneur would be aware of these kind of tactics to try to make sure that they turn a profit.
Another possibility, if they don't turn profit, might be that wages don't rise.
That what?
That wages don't rise.
What would be the relevance of that?
Well, you've said to us that if expectations are not met, a business model might vary. So I'm suggesting to you that if expectations are not met, wages might not rise.
I don't follow that at all.
You don't follow that?
Whose wages?
The wages of the people who work at the golf course.
Well, that's a quite different question. That's about how the labour market works, and the question of what is the going rate in the local labour market. How the wages are determined may have something to do with the demand side of the business, but also the supply side is extremely important. And who knows what will happen to wages?
Well, if you're looking at trying to maintain profit, then wages might not rise. Do you accept that as a possibility?
I'm struggling to see the relevance.
Oh.
I must admit, I'm struggling to see the relevance as well, but I'm just a layman. In this part of the world, any wages are pretty good wages, actually.
I think all that has been done at the moment is exploring what might happen and the consequences of what might happen. So I think it's a reasonable question. It may be one that the witness finds that it's difficult to answer, but I think it's a perfectly reasonable question.
So do you mean that the wages of workers in the golf course might not rise because the business model is not working?
Well,
so what happens then? All the workers move to Royal Dornoch. There has to be. You have to maintain competitiveness within the local labour market, and so you're going to have to find a business model that involves making a profit given the wages that you need to pay to ensure that you have the staff to do the work. That's kind of obvious.
Okay, well, I think we can leave that there and we'll move on. Now, before lunch, you referred to Silicon Valley. Do you remember that?
I did.
Yes. Would I be mistaken in saying that they have high-quality, skilled jobs in Silicon Valley?
Sure.
Well, thank you for that. Perhaps now we can cross back across the Atlantic and we'll look at Dornoch. Now, at paragraph 3.6 of your precognition,
yep.
You refer to data there that shows that young people in Dornoch are disproportionately dependent on work in hotels and restaurant sectors. You go on and describe those jobs as tending to be low-skilled, low-paid, and having limited prospects.
Sure.
And then at paragraph 3.7, you state that the direct effects of the development would mostly involve skilled and semi-skilled manual labour.
Yep.
Is that right? And at paragraph 3.7, you further state that the indirect effects of the development would generate further employment.
Yep.
And at 3.6, you state that the opportunities near the golf clusters are much more diverse.
Other golf clusters.
At other golf clusters.
Yep.
Now, in your precognition, you don't give examples of what the further employment would be, do you?
No. So that's what we would call multiplier effects, and all of the a submission reference multiplier effects.
Now, if we
so
can,
you're increasing the level of demand in the economy, the local economy. So then the question is, who benefits from that increase in demand? And there'll be some retail, it will be spread across the local economy.
now, if we can look at paragraph 4.1.
Okay.
Now, there you mentioned the annual earnings at Royal Dornoch Golf Club, and you provide a figure of 20,000, and that's based on 52.
Yeah, I asked the manager when he gave me that figure.
Now, being an average, some people earn more than that.
Correct.
And senior management, for example, might earn a lot more than that.
It's possible.
And being an average, some people might earn less.
Correct.
And in terms of the information in your precognition, we don't have any information about the breakdown of that, do we, in terms of categories of staff?
No, I didn't. That wasn't really the point I was trying to make. I was trying to make the point that they were close to the average. Now, in fact, the variance of earnings compared with most similar organisations, in my estimation, is quite low.
Now, you've told us already you don't know the applicant.
I don't. No, sorry, that's true. I met him today.
Oh, you met him today. My apologies. Until today, you didn't know.
No.
So I presume the time you spoke to him today, you didn't get in the subject of what he intends to pay people at the golf course?
No, certainly did not.
No. Now, if I told you the average house price in Dornoch was about £231,000, would you accept that?
It's possible. I don't know.
If you were earning £20,000 a year, would you be confident of getting a mortgage for a property that's worth £231,000?
There's an important point here. The case that I made was for East Sutherland. It wasn't specifically about Dornoch. I did speak with the manager earlier today, and it turns out that quite a few of the employees of Royal Dornoch don't live in Dornoch. So it's, you know, I acknowledge that Dornoch is quite a high house prices, but then Golspie, Brora, and to a lesser extent Tain are lower house prices. And this is the kind of problem that young people are facing right across the economy. This is not a very specific Dornoch problem.
And of course you've accepted that some people might be earning less than £20,000.
Correct.
So I'll ask you the question again. If you were earning less than £20,000, how confident would you be of getting a mortgage in Dornoch for a property that's worth £231,000?
I would probably end up doing what most young people unfortunately are doing now, and that's renting. You know, that is just the way that unfortunately the economy has. I could give you a long spiel about why that has happened, to do with quantitative easing, but I won't bore you with that just now.
Well, we can maybe put that to the list after Brexit if we get round to it.
Yeah.
Does that sound okay? Okay. Now, if we go to paragraph 2.5 of your precognition,
Okay.
And in that paragraph, you state that the principal cause of net migration is the shortage of opportunities for young people to establish themselves at home.
Yeah.
And I think you cite Anderson, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, I might be mistaken, but I don't see that within the documents submitted.
Sorry.
No, that's no problem. It's just to clarify for the reporter's benefit.
Yeah, that's I can.
So, if we don't have it, then we can't really explore any more what Anderson says. So we'll leave that to the side just now. But it might be useful to think about what young people in the area themselves say about the opportunities to establish themselves.
Well, that might be. I mean, you can give me a small sample, or I can look at demographic trends for the last 50 years.
Well, with respect,
it's
a simple question.
Okay.
That was the question. My question is, might it be interesting to look at what young people think?
Okay.
It's a simple question.
Yeah, tell me the sample
There
size.
are other witnesses following up who can take that question rather more than Professor Bell.
Okay.
Right, that's noted. Are you happy with that, Mr. Crabb?
Do you think the views of young people in the area might be relevant, given your particular concern that you've already expressed as part of your evidence?
Is this you just trying to get around the question? I think Mr. McGilvray's said.
Yeah, it's a legitimate question to ask. If you're agreeing with Councillor McGilvray that you can't answer it, that's fine, and we move on.
Yeah,
otherwise, the question's still live, as it were.
That's so I agree to.
It's for you to answer. You're the witness.
Yeah.
You can't answer that question.
Well, I could answer, but there are people more experienced than me to answer it.
Well, with respect, Professor Bell, I think it's quite a straightforward question. Now, I think you agreed with me at the start of your evidence that you were given this evidence because you were concerned about young people. Do you remember that?
Yes. All right. Ask me the question.
So you accept that it might be relevant?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Well, can you have a document before you? And this is a document submitted by the local area community group. This is document 23. Now, am I right in saying that document is by Highlands and Islands Enterprise, and it's called Young People and the Highlands and Islands, Maximising Opportunities?
Yeah. Okay.
Have you seen this document before?
No.
Okay. Well, as I mentioned, it's been submitted by the local area community group. And if you look at paragraph 1.1, that explains what the report is about. And it says, the report presents the findings of a major research study focusing on the changing attitudes and aspirations of young people aged between 15 and 30 in relation to living in the Highlands and Islands and how opportunities can be maximised for all those keen to live, work and study in the region. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
I'd now like to go on and look at page 76. That's on the electronic copy, and on the physical copy I believe it's page 79.
Okay.
And if we can look at paragraph 832, please.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll just read that. It says, there are some strong findings in the report for HIE and partners to capitalise on. Two stand out. Firstly, young people consider the quality of life in the Highlands and Islands as excellent and not something they need to compromise on. The importance of this cannot be understated. Secondly, when identifying features that make the Highlands and Islands an attractive place to live, work and study in, there is a clear preference amongst young people for long-term economic considerations, high-quality, well-paid job opportunities with good career progression prospects and a relatively low cost of living, and social elements that enhance life in the region, particularly quality of life, affordable housing, and access to essential services such as good health care. Do you see that?
Certainly do.
So we can take it from that, can we, that young people in the area are concerned about and want good quality and well-paid jobs.
Sure.
They want career progression.
Sure.
Now, you say in your report that in your precognition that's not possible.
That's the way the labour market works, I'm afraid. You can desire it. That doesn't guarantee it.
So just to be clear, that's not possible.
Given the levels of skill in the Sutherland area, it's impossible to get, let's say, a significant proportion of young people earning £40,000 or more.
Now, within that report, HIE also talk about renewable energy opportunities, and for the benefit of the reporters, that's at paragraph 851, digital infrastructure at paragraph 2.34, and remote working at paragraph 850. You don't refer to any of these in your precognition, do you?
Okay, so let's take renewable energy. Where are
Can
the
you answer the
opportunities?
question, please? Do you refer to them in your precognition?
No, but I'm happy to, if you want, discuss these. Let's take renewable energy.
Well,
okay, so where are the opportunities
with
for renewable
respect,
energy?
Professor Bell, I get to ask the
Mr.
question.
Crabb, I think you're putting a document. I accept that it's one of the local area group documents, but it's one that we've already established Professor Bell isn't familiar with. So if you're putting particular paragraphs of that to Professor Bell, then he needs the opportunity to be able to at least briefly study the points that have been put to him.
Well, sir, they were as much for reference. If Professor Bell's happy to comment on them, by all means he can do. I believe he was going to talk about renewable energy before.
I'm quite happy to talk about all the opportunities and how all the industries and how opportunities for these are distributed around the Highlands. But I'm trying to focus on East Sutherland, where there are no significant renewable energy opportunities. There's no port. There isn't the access to wind resource that there is in Caithness, for example, and so on. So, you can go through all of these, and maybe people who surveyed. Of course, when you're surveying the people who are there. You're not serving the people who've left. That's a kind of critical point.
And you say in your precognition that East Sutherland is disadvantaged by its geography. Is that correct? And you say that there's no comparative advantage to attract business opportunities that require a highly skilled workforce.
Yeah.
Now, in that passage I just quoted to you from the Highlands, from the HIE report, the young people surveyed there think that the quality of life in the Highlands is excellent.
That's fine. Yeah, I'm not going to argue with that.
You don't consider that to be an advantage in attracting high-quality business here?
Well, the evidence of the last 50 years is that although it may well be a point in its favour, it hasn't worked.
Okay. So if I can just clarify what I understand your evidence to be, is that this proposed development on its own won't reverse the democratic trends.
I agree.
It's not realistic to expect significant private sector investment that would generate a substantial number of highly paid jobs in East Sutherland.
I think that's true.
You say there's no comparative advantage for East Sutherland to attract business opportunities?
True.
And this is despite what I've just put to you from surveyed young people saying that the Highlands and Islands has an excellent quality of life.
Well, that's a generic point about the Highlands and Islands. And it's also true that this is a question being asked of the people who are there. It's not being asked of the people who've left, people like me, although I'm not young.
And you say at paragraph 2.9 of your precognition that it's both elitist and impracticable to suggest that development opportunities in Scotland should be rejected on the grounds that the jobs are only skilled and semi-skilled manual jobs.
Yes.
Your precognition doesn't tell us or give us any idea about how many young people in Dornoch would like a tourism-related job in the local area and are unable to find one.
I'm not privy to that information.
Are the young people surveyed by HEI elitist in wanting good quality jobs, career progression and quality of life in the Highlands?
I have no idea because this is being presented to me. I've never seen it before.
Well, thank you, Professor Bell. No further questions.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Professor Bell, I just have a couple of... Oh, I thought you were sneaking off there, sorry. I just have a couple of clarification questions before we hand you back to Councillor McGilvray. And they both relate to the same point about displacement. So can we have a look at your recognition just at 2.13, please?
Okay, sorry. Sorry, I'm shut down just for a second.
Yes, thanks.
Yeah.
And it was the point that Mr. Bryan asked you a question about in terms of displacement and the idea that about so and you'll have seen from some of the other evidence that's before us on behalf of the applicant, on behalf of Coul, which seeks to take a view on the national overall national economic benefits or otherwise of the development. So when we need to when we come to address impacts at that scale, is it your position that we should ignore displacement within Scotland in doing that?
I mean, I've two grounds for arguing that. One is that by comparison with other areas in Scotland that have similar world-class facilities that can be built upon, their labour markets, their opportunities are much wider. And here I'm mainly thinking about East Fife and East Lothian. And then on the other hand, my second point is that displacement is a very difficult thing to assess accurately. You're trying to establish a counterfactual, what would have happened if this hadn't happened. And that's really, really, I would be happy to concede is very difficult. And so, you know, there are within all of the submissions, I think, assumptions being made about who spends what where that would be difficult to fully establish.
Okay, thank you. So that actually that second point probably answers my second question, because it was in your conclusions. You talk about the difficulty of establishing that counterfactual position. Yeah. And so the simple question I was going to ask you is, so that view would apply as much as it does to the applicant's assumptions about displacement as it would to anyone else's?
It would. To be honest, it would. Yeah.
And on the first point, just to make sure I understand, so let's say there was, just to use crude figures as an example, a displacement of £1 million of spending from East Lothian to East Sutherland. The point being, that's a much bigger deal for East Sutherland than it is for East Lothian, and therefore, when looked at in the round, displacement ought not to be, even when considering national impacts, that kind of displacement shouldn't be something which troubles us too much, or we should take into account.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor McGillivray, do you have questions to pose in the way of re-examination?
No further questions, Mr. Bryan. I think Mr. Liddell drew out the point about displacement very well on our behalf, and I think the other point that Professor Bell made was agglomeration, which I think is self-explanatory. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McGillivray, and thank you, Professor Bell. Thank you.
Okay.
So we'll have a brief break to allow time for your next witness to settle themselves. Councillor McGillivray.
Thank you, Mr. Bryan. Mr. Willie Mackay is currently Vice Captain of Royal Dornoch Golf Club. He has been a major instigator of the 400 Years of Golf Festival in Dornoch, and also a major force behind golf marketing in the Highlands. And I'll pass you on now to Mr. Mackay for his evidence.
Okay to start? Good afternoon. As Jim has introduced me as Willie Mackay, that's right, I'm currently Vice Captain of Royal Dornoch, and I work for Scottish Golf Limited. Having worked in the golf industry since March 2003, starting as a golf development manager, officer, and delivering Scotland's junior golf strategy for the 2014 Ryder Cup. I was born in Bonar Bridge. I attended Dornoch Academy in 1963, and when I completed my PE qualification at Jordan Hill College, Glasgow, I returned in 1972 to teach PE in East Sutherland. I've been principal teacher of PE at Dornoch Academy and also Golspie High School. I've been a member of Royal Dornoch for 38 years, and I've been on the Council of Management since 2009, serving a first 3-year sentence and then 5 years on a subcommittee for the 400 Years of Golf, and became the first marketing convener, and then was invited to be an accepted vice captaincy in August 2018. My work area for Scottish golf includes Highland, Moray, Orkney, Shetland and the Western Isles. While the initial focus of work was to increase junior participation in golf clubs, the remit rapidly expanded to include club development, business planning, marketing, governance, financial advice, support for funding applications, and promoting education as a shared focus in golf with other organisations. Since 2015, I've had a focus particularly on business planning and marketing through my area in the 4 local authorities. My remit also involved working at national events, which include the Scottish Open, the Open, and European Tour event, which we were fortunate to attract to Spey Valley, Abbeymoor. I support the case for a golf course at Coul Links, as I think there is a balanced approach to development where the developers will have to comply with the conditions when constructing the golf course and the buildings. I also see the socio-economical benefits as massive, if not a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our communities. This view is informed by the different conditions and uses of the Coul Links area over hundreds of years. In working on golf courses at Durness, Ray, Scarlister across Isle of Harris and my own club Royal Dornoch, I've worked with Scottish Natural Heritage and other environmental groups. Several projects have enhanced their area by protecting coastal lines. Changes and developments are possible, I think, and are permitted if advice is observed, conditions met, discussion and partnerships are built. My opinion is the benefits for East Sutherland by this development offer improvements to the overall area, as it will allow non-golfers and those interested in Scotland's nature better access to view the flora and the fauna and the beauty that exists at Coul Links. It's disappointing that an area that many regard as a site of special environmental interest has had no investment and no plans for future development. While part of this area will change to create a golf course, the development will also create opportunities for the wider public to enjoy the hidden and neglected flora and fauna. I actually made my mind up about Coul Links after reading a lot of the submissions, more than half of the objectors, and looked at both sides of the argument from the economic, from the golf, and for EMBO. I have three sections considering the Coul Links economic impact, looking at Scottish National Golf Tourism Strategy from 2013 to 2020, and also my conclusions. Comparisons made between golfing visitors that play Royal Dornoch and the predicted numbers anticipated to play Coul Links are the subject of prediction based on the current visitor numbers at Royal Dornoch, which have increased to over 12,500 visitor rounds in 2018. More than 50% of those playing Royal Dornoch come from North America. By there, I mean USA and Canada. Currently, we'll have 12% of our visitors from Canada. There's reliable evidence that golfers that play Royal Dornoch also play other golf courses in the area. We ask our staff when they're booking. Also, our caddies encourage and promote other local golf courses. As well as visitors coming to Royal Dornoch, we have many away members. We also have over 600 overseas members. Many will play Coul Links, and many do play Brora, Golspie, Tane, Bonar Bridge, and over at the port. It's not only Royal Dornoch that has significant income from visitor golfers. Brora Golf Club has increased the visitor income significantly. Nearly 6,000 golfers visit Brora, as they have created a must-play reputation due to its quality and also the feedback from those that play there. Word of mouth is a powerful marketing tool. An improved marketing strategy and suggestions to visitors that play Dornoch has played its part in helping Brora's traditional James Braid Scottish Links golf course, and it all contributes to the recent increase. Mr. Westbrook's economic report, or Dr. Westbrook's economic report, predicts that after 5 years, that 10,000 visitors at Coul Links is a more realistic figure than what is predicted in the bigger report. Basing a calculation on 10,000 visitor rounds and a green fee of £175 brings an income of £1.75 million. In my opinion, it's quite achievable. I also accept that all price points will not be at £175. I believe this figure will be exceeded, actually, with predictions. Predictions do tend to be, in the golf industry, more guesswork, guesses. By applying the formula that Visit Scotland use, where for every £1 spent on a green fee, an additional £5 is spent in Scotland. The 10,000 rounds, which is the low estimate on any of the prediction reports, would be 8.75 million overall income. This is a significant amount. Much of it will be spread across the local area. If it was to achieve 15,000, that would bring it up much considerably to £2 million plus for green fees, and about 13 million in the Visit Scotland formula spend. Very significant figures. Dr. Westwood's report bases calculations on £60,000 equaling one FTT, full-time employment. I'll summarise. He then says that will then bring in 145 full-time employments. It will go up to 218. From living in the area all my years, if we even got 100, that would be fantastic. What a difference. Focusing on caddies alone, Royal Dornoch's 12,500 visitor rounds provides £300,000 of income to these caddies. That we know has been accurate because we record all the caddy rounds. This is to the local economy. Using 10,000 rounds for Coul Links, that would provide £240,000 to the local economy. Coul Links will have a bigger percentage of golfers using caddies. We know that from those that play at Kingsbarn, St Andrews, Castle Stewart. Caddying is seasonal work. The seasons are lengthening, with some visitors still coming in November to play golf. Some caddies actually enjoy the shorter working year as they do not wish or need to work full time. They have other employments. Several caddies have other occupations. Some are self-employed, and others, some of the young ones, travel abroad to caddy during the winter period. Predicted number of visitors at Coul Links are compared to Royal Dornoch's. Now, Royal Dornoch's visitor rounds of 12,500 use 48% of our available tee times, with members using the other 52%. Coul Links has 100% of course time available for visitors, not just our 48%. Royal Dornoch's total rounds are nearly £27,000 in the season when we look at visitors, members, competitions. It can vary. Coul will close for the off-season, but in the off-season, Royal Dornoch, reverts back to really being a local club, and the same as what Tane, Brora and Golspie tend to be. Looking at Scottish National Golf Tourism Strategy, sometimes referred to as the Golf Development Strategy, and reports driving golf forward. The total income for golf in Scotland in 2012 was £220 million. The Scottish Golf Tourism Strategy set an ambitious target of £300 million by 2020. Promoting Scotland as the home of golf and continue to invest in major championships with worldwide television coverage has been important. Increased digital marketing and social media, as well as online booking systems, have all contributed to more golfers coming to southern Scotland to play and enjoy mainly our quality golf courses, particularly links. This strategy was reviewed in 2017 with figures from 2016, and an interim report was published in 2018 about the 2012 strategy. Driving Forward Together, it was called. It was produced by a group of representatives who came from Scottish Enterprise, Visit Scotland, Scottish Golf, PGA, which is a professional golf association, and representations from regional golf development groups. The overall income for 2016 was £286 million. That shows a 30% increase in that 4-year period. The Driving Forward Together strategy target has been revised with a new increased target set to achieve £325 million by 2020. The report also provides support for clubs to achieve this new figure of £325 million, which is an extra £25 million into Scottish golf, an extra £125 million to the Scottish economy, using Visit Scotland's formula for the 1:5 ratio. I can provide evidence of growth in East Sutherland toward the end of my report. The report indicates that increased accessibility by air routes, attractive exchange rates, and the international media profile of golf in Scotland for major events, along with the development of quality golf courses, contribute to this growing growth in the golf market. Scotland, 8% of the golf courses in Scotland raise 82% of the total visitor income. 8% of golf courses, 82% of the total income. The visitor golfer wants quality golf courses, and the clear majority come to Scotland to play links golf. There is evidence that when a new golf course opens, that visiting golfers from neighbouring top quality golf courses play the new golf courses. When Castle Stewart opened, it benefited from the numbers that came to the Highlands to play Royal Dornoch and Nairn. When these 3 golf courses combined with hotels to create Highland Golf Links and market golf as a partnership, the increase in visitor numbers and income was significant for Castle Stewart, the newest of the golf courses. There is no doubt that the Coul Links will add greatly to the offer that tour operators provide to those golfers coming to play golf in Scotland, the home of golf, and especially in the Highlands, where they will stay for longer to play more of our golf courses. The Scottish Open put Castle Stewart and the Highlands prominently on the world golfing map. Where else might the visiting golfers play? Of the top 100 golf courses, the rankings assessed by National Club Golfer, which is a magazine using a panel of 15 experienced golf consumers, there are 11 golf courses in the Highlands. Locally here, Broras ranked 34th, Golspie 60th, Dornoch Stewie Course 79th, Tain 81st. And although I haven't mentioned it, in Dornoch we're ranked second in the world and fourth in the world in two separate, well-renowned Club Golfer and Golf Digest. All these golf courses I mentioned, Brora, Golspie, Dornoch and Tain, are all on the Dornoch Firth, as you will realise. There are a lot of golf courses to be ranked there. There are 614 golf courses in Scotland. There are 3,000 golf courses in the UK. There are 3,600 golf courses if you count the UK and Ireland. So to have Brora, Golspie, Dornoch and Tain ranked in the top 100 there is fantastic. Adding Coul links to Highland portfolio of quality linked golf courses.
Can I just ask just a clarification before I forget while we're there? These are, when you list the courses and you say in the top 100, is that in Scotland or in the UK? In Scotland.
Right. But Royal Dornoch is the world. Adding Coul links to the Highland portfolio of quality links golf courses is a positive development in a similar way that Highland Council have built the King's Course in Inverness, which opens this spring in 2019. A quality golf course and suitable to stage championship events, which replaces a one-time municipal golf course at Turveen. Quality golf again, showing through. Moving on to my conclusions. I base my opinion on being a member of our famous golf club Royal Dornoch for nearly 40 years and working in the golf industry for 16 years and recognising that its quality golf courses attract visitors and retain members. Quality Links golf course with open venues are a magnet attracting overseas golfers, and Royal Dornoch is a bucket list golf course. St Andrews, Carnoustie, Cruden Bay. They head up, possibly stop at Fraserburgh, nip into Murray. But in the north, Royal Dornoch is a big draw. Brora, Tain, Golspie, and hopefully Coul Links. The Coul Links developer is Mike Kaiser, with Coor and Crenshaw, the course architects. These are famous people. They will make it work. The name alone will attract golfers. Tour operators will Coul Links high on their list of golf courses they represent in Scottish golf tour packages. Once the quality is spread by marketing and word of mouth, the rise in visitor numbers will explode, bringing economic benefit to East Sutherland. The social economic benefits for me are win, win, win. The situation is East Sutherland will definitely win, so will the Highlands, and there will be money spent throughout Scotland. Royal Dornoch will not lose out visitors to Coul. Many golfers will wish to play both, but Royal Dornoch, with its world rankings, will still see it as the major golfing attraction in the Highlands and Scotland. Many will wish to play both, and in order to do that, some will have to stay a little bit longer and use tea times and play Brora, Golspie and Tain. It's not in my report, but ascertained that visiting golfers tend to come from the US to minimum, and they don't come for 7 days, 10 days or a fortnight is the norm, but that will be explained by Mr. Morrison. The overall financial and employment benefits, even considering the lowest estimates, have not previously been witnessed in East Sutherland, except by Royal Dornoch promoting golf globally and doubling the visitor numbers and income since 2012. Mr. McGilvery referred to our 400 years of golf. When we had our Royals Week here, we had 57 Royal clubs from all over the world came to Dornoch, and we hired out Brora, Golspie and Dornoch. We thought we'd have a day each. We had to have them Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday for these 4 balls from the 57 countries to play golf. It was a great festival. It showcased the whole of the Dornoch Firth and East Sutherland. Therefore, the social economic case for Coul Links, in my opinion, is extremely strong. More employment opportunities for locals and the wider community, and their spending capacity, building the local community, and hopefully having a very welcome positive effect on population numbers, even if slightly. I support the Coul Links development from my professional career and knowledge and experience of being born, raised and always worked and lived in the Dornoch area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mackay. Mr. Campbell, Mr. Crabb, do you have questions to ask?
Mr. Mackay. It's possibly thought that Not Coul has no interest in economic development in East Sutherland. So can I assure you that's wrong? I wonder if you could help me with just one or two details. First of all, in relation to the American and Canadian visitors you've talked about, isn't it the case that most transatlantic visitors tend to come on packages which are booked well in advance so that they have travel, they have transportation from airports, they have accommodation, and they have tea times all booked up in advance?
Did you say most?
I did say most, yes.
Yeah. Yes, I'll quite answer that, Mr. Campbell. Over 50% of our golfers are from North America, as I said, right? And about 1/3 of our golfers come in tour packages of a visitor, so you can look at about 4,000. Okay. What we do find, and what we do know, is we then, this will be their first time, and then they come and they've got the confidence to come over and they'll start to be organising their own tour and visits packages themselves. But certainly, yeah. So tour operators are very important. The relationships, yeah, that's what I would say is the base stable income.
Okay. You've obviously given that answer from your own experience, which I entirely accept. Has Royal Dornoch collated any statistics of that sort, any data to show, for example, the number of return visitors, the number of visitors who make their own arrangements rather than using agents, that sort of data?
I've just started that process with Mr. Hampton, and Mr. Hampton will follow on and be able to look at it. We certainly look at all the tour operators who come, who stop coming, and new ones come. From the repeat visitors, the pros are the folk. The pros tell us. They know.
Yeah. Okay. That's fine. Thank you very much.
I can, looking at North America, we can go into detail. I told you about 12% from Canadians. We know that 18% of our visitors at Royal Dornoch come from Europe, and of that, at present, 18% come from Germany, which is the biggest population. When we look at our marketing feedback we get from Systems 2 in Inverness, we're over 3 million of social media coverage at present, and looking at the last 3-month quarter, we've risen up to 14% coming from, inquiries from Sweden.
So, in short,
that's not my problem.
Probably my problem as well, but in short, there's quite active statistics keeping, quite active data collection for the kind of people who are using Royal Dornoch.
Yes,
is that right?
There is.
Yeah. Is it possible, as a casual visitor, to go to Royal Dornoch any day and say, "Can I have a tea time today?"
It is possible.
Is it usual for that to happen?
I'm quite amazed, Mr. Campbell, how often it does happen when they know how busy we are. We'll do our best to try and fit them in. Capacity-wise, there is sometimes capacity when there are maybe members not playing. It'll vary. We know that June is very, very busy. We can look at other golf courses, and this sometimes is where the other golf courses will score when they can't book with us at that time. And one of the reasons when we started to pick up our visitor drop that there was after the financial crash, where we started to introduce, twilight golf, so that those that didn't want to pay the full rate could then come after 5 o'clock.
After 5 o'clock. And there'll be some priority between members and visitors, no doubt.
Oh, yes.
It's a members' club, after all.
It's a members' club who welcome visitors, and the tea times are actually allocated for members and for visitors.
Just turn to something else. You've obviously read widely around the subject, and you've looked at the inquiry documents, or most of them, as you said. Do I understand that you are broadly in agreement with Mr. Westbrook's projections as to the numbers of golfers that a new course like Coul, assuming as high standard, a new course might attract?
Can I word it this way? if I accept Mr. Westbrook's estimations, or if I look at Mr. Westbrook's estimations, I think they're slightly underestimated. I'm happy to say that the bigger ones I thought were an overestimate. In my opinion, I think there'll be a middle ground there. It'll take some time to build up, but even taking the basic line of, say, 10,000 visitors, that is a plain spending extra money in the area.
I get that, absolutely.
Massive.
You think 10,000 rounds within 5 years is a realistic estimate? Cautious,
I think it'll be exceeded.
estimate?
I think it'll be exceeded. I think
It'll be
I
exceeded?
think it'll be about 13. Because what we've got to remember that relates to is you've got a full golf course availability, where in Waldornoch you've got 48% of the golf course availability for visitors, John.
Okay, I completely understand that.
Yeah.
To what extent, moving on to something else quickly, to what extent is there cooperation amongst Golspie, Brora, Royal Dornoch, the Struy course and Tain when visitors are not able to get on the one that they choose? Is there some sort of, as hotels often do in a town, they pass the visitors on to somewhere else?
We all know the Highland way. If you're looking to try and get B&B, then you'll usually get sent on to Jesse, and Jesse will send you to Joan, John. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yep. In fact, when people are phoning nowadays, and it frustrated me how long it is taking me to get golf clubs to work together in partnerships. Now I'll go into offices, various things, and they'll be phoning up and say, have you thought of playing Votive Garden when you're in Cayuse, etc.? From our point of view, working together, again, when we lost a lot of visitors after the crash, we looked at things, and I'm proud to say that I was involved in creating the Dornoch First Golf Pass. Now, we set that up for paying £30 for 30% discount. The attraction, the jewel in there is Royal Dornoch, right? And these just blossomed. And, you've got lovely stories like Jeanette across in Golspie, 4 Canadians soaking, freezing, coming into the 14th, which is right beside the clubhouse, and you go back out for 4 holes and she's there with a tray of tea. And the story the Canadians told when they came across us, we felt obliged to go and play the last 4 after getting a cup of tea. Right? But for me, the big thing there, John and I know each other, the big thing there, Mr. Campbell, was that we got Brora, Golspie, Dornoch and Tain round the table together, not trying to outdo each other. And
okay, I understand that. Mr. Little, I think, asked you a question about your paragraph 310. It was the rankings. And I think you said that these rankings are Scottish rankings, but let me ask the question first, please. Yes. These are all Scottish rankings, are they not world rankings?
They're Scottish rankings, apart from Royal Dornoch, that was 2nd and 4th, yeah.
Right.
So Brora is 34th in Scotland, Golspie is 60 in Scotland, and Tain is 81 in Scotland. Our own Struy course is 79 in Scotland.
Royal Dornoch, that's a world ranking.
Royal Dornoch world ranking.
Well recognised. Thank you. I think that's everything, Mr. Mackay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I think I've just got one question, please, Mr. Mackay. There's a passage in your recognition, I think it's paragraph 2.8, where you talk about the habits of the visiting golfer, and obviously you're in a good position, as good position as anyone here to understand their habits. So you're saying that a visiting golfer plays a fixed amount of golf courses. So I'm right in understanding that's your position. So you're not suggesting then that if there was another golf course developed at Coul Links, that let's say an American on holiday would add an additional golf course, one extra golf course to the ones he was going to visit. You're suggesting that he would go to Coul Links in place of another golf course he might have gone to before. Is that correct understanding?
If it's possible, I'll read 2.8, sir, just so the public know. In 2.8 I say, while the visiting golfer may not spend more time in Scotland as they play a fixed amount of golf courses, there is no doubt that more income will come to this area and the Highlands from the Coul Links development. Golfers will tend to plan, I was speaking to Mike MacDonald, Secretary at Fortrose, yesterday. I asked him how does he get on after being at the Scottish Golf Tourism Week down at Fairmont as a follow-up, because it's £2,000 for the 5 days to get there. And he said, I've already got, and the bookings are up this year, yeah, Willie, and he said, I've already got bookings. I've got a 20 and a 40 already booked for 2020. So golfers are booking themselves well in advance. In the same way as we've found with the North Coast 500, folk are booking at the B&Bs so far in advance because it is popular. Golf is popular in Scotland. The packages will say, but there will also be those that will play more. Folk tend to think that packages to come and golfers will play a round a day. That's not the case. We have a double ticket. We've got joint tickets between Nairn and Nairn Dunbar, and they're coming up and they're playing early morning and they're playing in the afternoon. So to say, what they're going to play, it's going to be planned beforehand. Does that answer your question?
Well, partly, I think. I'm really trying to establish whether the expectation on your part is that people are going to play essentially at more golf courses on their visit as a result of Coul Links, or are they going to go to play the same number of rounds, as it were, but on a different golf course? Do you understand my question?
I don't.
That's not the first time.
If it's a 10-day package or a 14-day package, there will be so many rounds of golf involved. If they're going to be playing Coul Links, that will be well established as part of the package. That will be part of the attraction, the same as Royal Dornoch is. It's beside Royal Dornoch. But you're looking at standalone now in East Sutherland, where Brora, to me, is now a bucket list golf course that folk want to come and play Brora. It's a different price range. Right? And these packages, we've got high nines. You know, it's not. I don't look at the big packages. I'm looking at the communities. Golf in Scotland is a community. Livestead has got a golf course, right? It's part of the community. And from what we're looking at here, it's a different type of golfer that's going to be being planned. This, if it's referring back to what Dr. Westbrook is saying about displacement, Coul Links won't actually bring more golfers to Scotland, then why are there so many new golf courses getting built around the world? Why has a group who could just sit and reach their target of £300 million increase their target to 325 million by 2020? Because they realise that the home of golf, flights and everything, golf is getting busier and busier.
Okay, thank you for that.
Just, if you don't mind, I've got a few questions as well, just to pick through some of the details, just for clarification. So, you talk at 2.1 in the precognition about the number of rounds at Royal Dornoch in the year, and you actually provided a bit more. You gave us percentages between visitors and members, which is one of the questions I was going to ask you. I was just, of those visitor rounds a year, do you know how many of them would ordinarily be in the months of December to March, so the months that Coul Links wouldn't be closed? Do you have a feeling for how many of those 12,500 might be within that period?
If I could suggest that you wait till Mr. Hampton's on, and as General Manager would answer that. So I could take a stab at it, but I wouldn't want to be embarrassed by getting it wrong. I know that I think tomorrow the course will be quite quiet, sir, if you want a quick game.
That's not why I was asking, but yeah.
What I will take the opportunity to say is that golfers who wish to come to the north of Scotland don't watch the BBC forecast. It's not accurate.
Okay. Well, similarly then, if some of these questions might be in the same vein, so if they're better for the General Manager, then that's fine, just let me know.
Okay.
you talked about caddies as well.
Uh-huh.
And I was just wondering, of that, let's say 12,500 rounds a year from visitors, do you know how many of those would take a caddy?
Yeah. Well, what we've done, I would have to go and research and feed you back that later on if you would like that. But we worked that out on the average caddy fee, £50 plus a £20 tip, and that's where I got the 300,000 from. And I work with, along with our caddy golf ops, Gary Dingwall at Royal Dornoch. That's one of my remits as vice captain, is to oversee the caddies. So it's a very accurate figure, slightly downsized to bring it down to a nice £300,000. But also, I have also in my notes Stuart McComb and also up to Tain and Brora, how the caddy rounds have increased. But the point about caddies to get across is that in the packages, the more high earning people who will be coming to the Nairn, Castle Stewart, Royal Dornoch and Coul Links, there'll be more of them that will hire caddies. We call it request caddies, and the reason for that is meeting the demand. So if we request. If you request a caddy, it comes in. Okay.
So, I mean, yeah, I was just interested because part of the economic analysis, I guess, would be how much employment would be for caddies and the impacts of that.
Yeah, I was going to say they will travel a distance. We'll have a couple of caddies that come up from Inverness. Good caddies we'll use as starters, as employ them. But the bulk of it is round about the area. So that's money that's going into the shops, paying rents, fuel.
And I think you said that in terms of visitors, let's say visitors from North America come in a package, they're more likely to take a caddy. They're more likely to have a caddy rather than the average visitor, if you see what I mean. And I think you said, therefore, you'd expect the proportion of visitors at Coul Links having a caddy to be higher than Royal Dornoch. Is that
yes, definitely. Aye. For the number of rounds that will be at Castle Stewart, they'll have far more caddies than what we will have. We'll tend to get more of the more casual golfers. But when you're looking at over the whole year, looking at averages, various things, we attracted Calais Tours. Now, Calais Tours to Royal Dornoch is a cruise ship that comes into Invergordon, and it is purely golfers. So you're looking at 96 golfers. It's brilliant to watch. The organisation they do their own golf ops. 96 golfers coming in, and they used to come once every 2 years. Mr. Hampton can confirm with you that they can now come twice a year. And it's not for the bacon rolls.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor McGilvray, do you have any more questions?
No, I think I'll pass on this one. Mr. Mackay has answered any questions I had in his extenuated remarks there.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mackay.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
So, who is your next witness then, please?
Mr. Neil Hampton, General Manager at Royal Dornoch Golf Club.
Thank you. When he's ready then. Okay, would you like to introduce your witness then, please?
As already stated, Mr Brown, it is Neil Hampton, General Manager at Royal Dornoch Golf Club, and I think one of the most successful managers in recent times.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Jim, for that introduction. I'll try and live up to it. I was just going to read my precondition, if that's all right. Yeah. My name is Neil David Hampton. My qualifications and experience are set out in my inquiry report, paragraph 1.2. This precondition has been prepared in relation to the inquiry session which will take place as part of the consideration of the application reference NA-HLD-086. I've lived in the Highlands of Scotland since the age of 1, and I've been involved in the game of golf for as long as I can remember. My father was a greenkeeper and a PGA professional on golf courses in several parts of Scotland, but mainly the Highlands. My mother ran the golf shop at all these courses. My personal involvement with golf was firstly helping in the shop and on the golf courses wherever my parents were employed. Then as a player, competing in many local, district and national championships. Then with my working career for the last 20 years, been involved in the game of golf. Initially as the very first golf development officer for the Highlands, implementing the Highland Golf Development Strategy, following that managing a golf facility in Inverness, and now, since 2010, the General Manager of Royal Dornoch Golf Club. I support the case for Coul Links, as I see many benefits to the local area stemming from it. These benefits will include a growth in economy, a growth in employment, a growth in tourism, and a growth in reasons for our young people to stay in the area. I realise that Coul Links will not provide all of these directly, but will be the catalyst for secondary and tertiary impacts. Royal Dornoch has seen a relatively dramatic change in its fortunes as a result of golf tourism. In the 1970s, the club was surviving, but always seemed to be having debt to service. From the late 70s onwards, the club has grown as a tourist destination through the increased profile afforded by some of the top players in the game visiting and extolling its virtues, as well as high listings in several world rankings and a strong marketing plan. With access to the area being eased through the investment in the A9 and the building of the bridges of the Murray, Cromarty and Dornoch Firths, Royal Dornoch finds it now in its best ever position. The recession of 2008-09 did impact the number of visitors and, to a certain extent, the number of members. The growing reputation of the championship course, its world rankings and the increased marketing activity ensured that it bounced back quickly, and it is now in a better position than it ever was before. This is contrast to the general state of golf in Scotland and that of the world in general. A lot of the upsurge is due to partnerships that Royal Dornoch has formed with other courses in the area to ensure that the message is the Highlands, and in particular East Sutherland, is a prime golfing country. These partnerships include Golf Highland, Highland Golf Links, and the Scottish Golf Tourism Development Group, as well as working with the other clubs and businesses locally and nationally. While Royal Dornoch is a members' club, it has always realised that the green fee paying non-member visitor would be a very important part of its economic future. While it is not technically a pay-and-play facility, it is run along these lines and is very close to that. Many private members' clubs who were closed to non-members are realising that financial model of having members pay for everything doesn't work well in the modern world. A good example would be Renaissance versus Archerfield, who are next door to each other in East Lothian. Both are five-star facilities, but the former is struggling while the latter is thriving. Renaissance still wants to be a member-only club, but has now opened its doors to green fee payers, albeit a large green fee, to try and get more footfall and therefore more spending with the hope of attracting new members. Golf is a game invented by the Scots, and so almost every village, town or city has at least one course. As Mr Mackay said, there are well over 600 courses in Scotland, and the ethos is that the game is for everyone, and everyone should have the opportunity to access and play the game. Therefore, building facilities that allow more play is important to this country, especially ones that do not have any restriction on who can play. A thriving club or course brings many things to the settlement that it services: employment directly at facility and indirectly from the suppliers it uses. Accommodation, shops, restaurants and transportation are just some of the other industries that a thriving golf course brings to its settlement that it is located in. Not only does Royal Dornoch ensure that it carries out its duties as described in 1.9, it takes it upon itself to support the local community by funding many different organisations via sponsorship and its very own community fund. This is something that is also evident in other Mike Kaiser golf developments, and so it's safe to assume that you will do the same for East Sutherland. The recent Scottish Golf Tourism Development Survey Group says that clubs are optimistic about the future, despite the game seeming to be still on a downward curve. The investment in courses such as Dumbarnie Links, just outside St Andrews, and the investment in Coul Links from a world-renowned developer can only help the world look at Scotland as a premier destination, which is rightly titled the home of golf. Displacement is always something to consider, but there's no evidence of this so far. Castle Stewart opened in 2009, and Royal Dornoch has grown in members and visitors every year since, as has Castle Stewart's visitor numbers. Trump International opened in 2012. Cruden and Merker have grown in their visitor numbers since then. Kingsbarns opened in 2000, and the Fife area has never been busier. It appears that providing more quality facilities brings more people and does not merely spread the current numbers. Theme parks continue to be constructed in Orlando, so rather than displacement, increased facilities lead to increased custom. Therefore, should Coul Links open, then it may be a reasonable assumption that more golfers will visit the area. What will this then do for Brora, Golf, Betaine, and possibly Invergordon, Alness, Fortos, and others in close proximity? For East Sutherland and the Highlands, retaining younger people and giving older people more choice of employment is vital to retain a balance of people living in the area, which will encourage investment from a wider variety of other business, giving a virtuous circle for the long-term prosperity. Bandon Dunes, Cabot Links and Sand Valley, just three of developments that Mike Kaiser has built, and all are thriving despite reports that golf is in decline. Trump courses are not doing so well, which shows the value of reputation, not just how much money and services you can put into a facility. Royal Dornoch has seen growth in the number of people it employs, and this can only continue if Coul Links opens. So they will challenge us to accommodate more golfers, provide higher levels of service and facilities. In conclusion, in my opinion, the Coul Links development is a good thing for our area by creating jobs and raising the profile of the area, making it a golfing destination, not just a stop on the tour. This will improve our economy and help secure the long-term prosperity of our area. Thank you.
So I wonder if I could ask a question of clarification before cross-examination.
Yes, on the basis of clarification, indeed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Hampton.
Good.
We've heard a lot of evidence in your absence and others about the changes at hole number 7 at Royal Dornoch.
Yes.
Why is it that these changes are being made?
As always, a golf course is an evolving animal, and you always want to try and improve the facilities you have. So we see that we want to try and keep improving what we have. There is an apocryphal story, or maybe it's a true story, about why the 7th hole where it currently is where it is. If we've got time, I can give you the longer version, but the layout of our 18-hole golf course has changed dramatically over the years since it first became 18 holes in 1886. But the Second World War was a crucial time for us, in that part of the 18 holes went down onto our Struy Links, which is a very flat area of land, and at that time RAF base was in Tain, and the Struy course was used as a holding area for aircraft. After the Second World War, we were given compensation by the government to rebuild our golf course. A smart man, who was our greenkeeper at the time, decided that maybe rebuilding those holes in the flat area wasn't the best thing. And at that point, we built holes at the far end, the north end of our golf course, which included the 7th hole as we have it today. The story goes that George Duncan came up on the train and pegged out these holes. And at that time, he pegged out the holes along the top of the ridge that we are building at the moment. But some ne'er-do-wells from the village came out and moved the canes through the night and put them elsewhere. So we think we're just putting back where the hole should have been 70 years ago. But again, as I said, it's for us to evolve and improve what we have. And we don't think there's much left to improve at the golf course, but this is one that we felt was a major prospect, and I'm happy to say that the members backed it 100%.
And why do you see it as an improvement?
Because Dornoch but a big feature of playing golf at Dornoch is the views that you get. And it's noted that every time you stand over your golf ball, you'll see the sea. The 7th hole, as we currently have it, is lined by boothers both sides, and you only see the sea at the end of the hole. By pushing the hole over to the top of the ridge, we're taking away all the bushes on one side, so you'll get a 270-degree view from that hole now rather than just straight ahead.
Are you planning any other changes to the course?
No.
I think we're here this morning when Dr. Wright was giving evidence for the RSPB, and she expressed her concern that the 10,000 golfing visitors would increase the access down onto the foreshore. When the golfers are playing the course, what's their focus in your experience?
Playing golf, and very rarely do they want to veer off the chosen path, unless they hit the ball that way.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Campbell, do you have questions for Mr.
No
Hampton?
questions for Mr. Hampton. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hampton. I wasn't going to ask you any questions until Mr. Mackay gave evidence and passed me on to you.
Indeed
for a
you
couple.
did, yes.
So they're purely factual ones, just so I understand. I was asking him about 12,500 visitor rounds a year at Royal Dornoch, and I think he said that 48% of all rounds are visitors and 52 are by members. But of the 12,500, do you know how many of them would be out with the period December to March, or how many in the period? Maybe easier to say how many in that April to November period, if you're able to say.
I think, without having statistics at hand, about 95% are in our main season, which is April to end of October. From November to March, where, as Mr. Mackay has said, we return to being a very quiet local community members club, where the play is a lot less, and certainly the visitors are a lot less. We do get a few, I have to say, but not in the high seasons in the club.
And in that, so let's just taking the period then from April to November, let's say you've then maybe 12,000 rounds by visitors. Presumably there's a bit more members rounds during the winter than
Yes.
there is visitors. So do those percentage figures still hold up, or would there tend to be more visitor rounds during that April to November period than there would be member rounds, or is it about half?
No, there's certainly the vast majority of our play in a golf course is between April and November, April, October, and that includes a lot of our member rounds as well. A vast majority of our members, we have 2,000 members, of which 650 live overseas, and they take that time to come back in that period as well, April to November, to come and play. So that is an economic thing for us too, to know that they're coming to play, and because our members are staying probably longer than our visitors would, and so adding to the economic impact that brings to us.
Okay, so the reason I'm asking this is just trying to understand. We have evidence about how many rounds there will be at Coul Links over the course of the year, but I'm interested in capacity, I suppose, as well as what's likely to happen. But that sounds like over the summer period, certainly there are enough tee-off times, enough daylight to have, perhaps 24,000, 25,000 rounds of golf over that April to November period.
Yes.
And presumably there are some days when not all tee times are booked, and it's
Very
not
much.
always.
I think somebody asked, can you walk up and have a game of golf at Royal Dornoch? Yes, you can. I mean, I would say from about 3 o'clock every day, our first tee goes quieter. And so should you wish to play in the evening, then it is, and as we know, the light is a lot longer up here, so it's a very beautiful time to play the course.
And I was asking about caddies. Do you know how many caddies there are employed at Royal Dornoch?
On our books, we had just over the 100 caddies on our books last year. Not all are full-time. I would say about 35 to 40 of them are full-time caddies working 5 days out of 7. The other 65, 60 are part-time caddies doing 1, 2, 3 rounds a week.
Thank you. And a full-time caddy typically 1 round a day or 2 rounds a day?
Every 5 days, I would expect them to do 7 to 8 rounds. 7 to 8, Joe.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Right, I have a much more general question to ask. You're telling us, which I think we may have heard already, that there are over 600 courses in Scotland. My question is simply, what makes Royal Dornoch so special to be at the top of the rankings and so highly rated on an international basis, given that we're talking about the establishment of what's intended to be a very special course at Coul Links?
What makes Royal Dornoch so highly regarded? Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, I think, and how you perceive what a golf course should be lets you judge why Royal Dornoch is so good. But obviously there's many people want to judge that. How I would put it is that it's, as we've said before, it's the views, it's the layout of the land, it's the feeling of when you're playing the course, it's the design of each hole, it's the way each hole flows one to the next, it's your arrival on each tee and then your exit from each green has provided you with a challenge. And one of Dornoch's unique features is we stand on the tee, you can see the fairway, the green and everything ahead of you, so you know exactly what challenge is in front of you. Several courses have blind tee shots or dog legs that you can't see what's in front of you. Dornoch presents a unique challenge in that you can see what you're doing, and then it defies you to try and beat it. It's an intrinsic thing, it's what makes it so good, but there are many factors that I feel that the playing of the game attracts people to it. It is a links course. It is the home of Donald Ross. It has its 400 years of tradition. These things that are not the playing of the game, but what makes the game in Scotland so good. So, in answer to your question, I like it, and so do many other people. So, I'm not sure if I can encapsulate what makes it number 2 in the world, but there's many people think it is.
No, I think you've done a very good job. Thank you very much for that, and thank you very much for your evidence then, Mr. Hampton. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just in case, Councillor McGilvray, do you have anything further to ask?
I'd only a point of emphasis, which is quite explicit in Mr. Hampton's precognition, so I'm quite content to leave it in the interest of expediency.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, when you're ready, Mr. McGilvray, would you like to introduce your next witness?
Yes, I have great pleasure in introducing Mr. Duncan Allen, one-time hotelier in Dornoch, and also elected to the District Council in its time, the Regional Council, and finally Highland Council. And I'm delighted to invite Duncan out for one more moment in the spotlight, as it were. Duncan's eyesight is not what it was, so his precognition will be read by Mr. Michael Hemming, and I'm very grateful for Michael's contribution.
Thank you very, very much. Duncan, as has been pointed out, is probably known to most of you. He was District Councillor for Highland Council, former Provost of Dornoch, and he had the responsibility for tourism at Highland Council. In 1845, the editor of the London Times sent a young lawyer to Ardguy, some 16 miles from Dornoch, to inquire into the eviction of tenants from Glencolvie. Thus, the world learned of the Highland clearances. The population of Sutherland dropped from 26,000 to 14,000. It has never recovered. Despite great efforts to revive the economy by public investment in farming, crofting, forestry, fishing, the revival of the woolen mill in Brora, little success has attended these efforts, with one exception. Quite recently, golf tourism has taken off once again, following the building of the Dornoch Bridge, the resurrection of the Skibo estate, and the Andrew Carnegie connection. Riding on this, North Highland College was persuaded to establish a campus in Dornoch to teach golf professionals and future golf course managers. This has been a great success. This cathedral town is thus starting to acquire the aura of St. Andrews. The proposal to build a world-class championship golf course on Coul links 3 miles from Dornoch fits in perfectly to create a cluster of courses tempting visitors north rather than only visiting the Fife area. I anticipate the following capital investment will accrue in the next 20 years. The upgrading of the 100-bedroom Dornoch Hotel. New housing already started in 2 areas of Dornoch to continue. There is a plan to double the size of Embo, and the building of a footbridge to Little Ferry, thus bringing Golspie, a fading village, back to life. I predict that the population of Dornoch will increase to 5,000. By taking 2%, that is 18 acres, from the huge area now occupied for environmental purposes, we can revive the whole of East Sutherland. If Scottish tourism is to benefit from a vast growing market, then it has to learn how to service it. I thank this inquiry for the opportunity to speak. Duncan Allen.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions, Mr. Campbell?
I have no questions for Councillor Allen. Thank you.
I just have one question, just a point of clarification, if I may. There's an interesting reference in the precognition, that's at paragraph 1.3, to a plan to double the size of Embo. This is something I hadn't heard about hitherto. Can you perhaps shed a bit of light on that as to whose plan and what stage have we reached with it?
It's not come about yet, but Mr. McIntosh, who owns the land on the other side of the Embo bypass, has a plan for this and put it to a public meeting in Embo a number of years ago. So you might say it's latent, but available.
Right, so it's a proposal by the landowner which is so far been the subject of a public meeting, but not as yet
No.
explored through the planning process. Is that,
No.
is that fair? Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for that. I've got no further questions. Councillor McGillivray.
I'll just take up the point about housing, and I think one of Duncan's greatest achievements in his term as councillor at different levels. What are the present working proposals, or not working in practice, housing developments going on in Dornoch at the moment, to your knowledge?
Housing is probably the most difficult problem that any councillor can have. To build houses is extremely difficult, and I'm astonished that the government haven't grasped this long ago. When I was first appointed councillor, we had just stopped building council houses, and the only building going on in Dornoch was one-off bungalows, rather expensive bungalows, for retired people. A hopeless situation. I went down to Invergordon and persuaded them to start building houses in Dornoch from a housing association. It was highly successful, and we built quite a few. I then realized that the key to Dornoch's future was economic success through Gulf tourism and building the population from a very low base by building houses. Because there's no point in trying to build a population if you haven't got houses for them to live in or houses they can afford to buy. We've done that, I would like to say, very successfully. Our population has risen. When I first came to Dornoch, the population was 1,200. That was a number of years ago, admittedly, but it's now 3,000 and mounting. But, for instance, let us take one instance. That's what they call Allen Gardens after me. The new housing estate just started on the road to Ambo. It took 15 years from the time I persuaded the landowners to sell for the first concrete block to be laid. So, if you have any future views as to how to run Dornoch, those who follow me, please lay out plans now. And in 20 years' time, if you're lucky, they'll start coming into effect.
Thank you. From your account then of your efforts to regenerate the town, it appears then that Dornoch's population is going in an opposite direction to the population decline that we've heard is endemic in East Sutherland as a whole. Is that right? You're saying it's gone up from 1,200 to, when you first came, to 3,000 and rising.
What's the question?
The question is Dornoch population rising, whereas the rest of East Sutherland is declining in population?
I think you should ask the councillors who represent those two towns, not me.
I'll ask you a simple question then. You're confirming then that Dornoch's population is rising?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay. Councillor McGillivray, anything else?
Just points of information that Duncan should perhaps have incorporated, but it was just after his time. The development at Dornoch West was for around 100 houses, of which 50 are still to be built. And Duncan mentioned Allen Gardens in Dornoch North, which is a project for over 200 houses, of which the first 12 are now under, I think, completed, in fact, and occupied. But apart from that, I have no other questions. I'm very grateful for Duncan to come out of retirement and give us the benefit of his wisdom here today.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Thank you. Who is your next witness then, please, Councillor McGilvray?
Duncan, in his precognition, made mention to North Island College and the golf courses, golf degree and courses there. And I invite Mr. Alan Fleming to give his precognition.
I'm conscious this is quite a lengthy precognition, Councillor McGilvray. Is there any way we can edit it in a fashion that we hear the main points?
I'm quite sure that Mr. Fleming is well capable of making the relevant edits and drawing out the main features of his precognition.
Thank you. When you're ready then, Mr. Fleming.
Thanks. Yeah, there's some figures I'll skip over, and there's also a kind of section 211 I will take as read. I'll try and summarise other bits as I can. Okay. My name's Alan Lawson Fleming, and I've been a resident of Dornoch and worked at North Island College for the last 14 years on, as Jim said, the golf education programmes that North Island College UHI run. I'm now the current programme leader for the golf curriculum at the University of the Highlands and Islands, based in Dornoch. Also a member of Royal Dornoch Golf Club, and I'm also an advanced PGA professional. I've worked in various roles in the golf industry for over 20 years, both in Scotland and overseas. My support for Case for Coul Links is based around the socio-economic case and my belief that development has the potential to positively impact on opportunities for education and employment in the region, both for those from East Ireland, but also opportunities for young people to come and live, study and work in the region. While Coul Links will not be the sole source of these opportunities, and the existing provision and collaboration between the university and local golf clubs is already a good example of opportunities in the industry, the addition of Coul potentially grows the reputation profile of the area in the global sense. I consider a supporting argument for Coul Links to go ahead is that the current opportunities in the region for young people to learn and gain employment within the golf industry exist currently, but these can be developed and increased further. This not only benefits the individuals and organisations involved, but the town and region through increased student activity and the related benefits. For East Sutherland and the Highlands, attracting young people to the area, offering education and employment is vital to the sustainability of the project. Linking education to experiential learning and career development supports this and has encouraged young people to the area. The next section's kind of got a brief background of the golf education provision from North Island College UHI. So it started in 2001 with the introduction of the golf management degree, and in the past 4 years has been extended to include the BA Honours Professional Golf degree in partnership with the Professional Golfers Association. And this is these are the only degree level programmes related to golf education in Scotland, with the professional golf degree being the second university partnership between the Professional Golfers Association and educational institutions. The age demographic of the population is an area covered elsewhere in other precognitions. However, the University of the Highlands and Islands KPI data for the golf curriculum for the past 2 academic years demonstrates there has not been an insignificant number of students brought to the area to study. And then I've got figures to show the last 2 academic year intakes, both in terms of age categories and SIMD data. So I'll skip past that section for saving some time. From the cohorts on the golf degree programmes represented in the last few cohorts, there are anecdotal examples of students choosing to remain in the area, or in some cases relocating to the area to study and work long term. This supports the recent high publication following a survey of over 3,000 into the attitudes and aspirations that young people aged 15 to 30 have about the region. These findings show that 46% of young people are committed to staying in the region, up from 36%. Additionally, the school leavers who are looking to leave the region for education or employment is down by over 10%. Provision of quality educational provision, in many cases niche to the region, as well as meaningful employment and career development opportunities, is key to supporting and improving these trends. To support this, the non-continuation data, which I'll take as read, but the non-continuation data provided shows that once students come to the area to live and study, and in these cases the golf programmes in particular, they are more likely to stay than the majority of students within the university's subject network area as a whole. North Highland College UHI has identified the golf curriculum as a key part of its strategic vision, not only in terms of current provision, but with a view to develop the curriculum and the significant physical resource developments planned for Dornoch. This is enhanced by strong industry links, both existing links to local clubs and to potential new links with Coul links. The university itself is committed to growing opportunities in the region. In the current strategic vision and plan document for 2015 to 2020, the final sentence of the university's strategic vision states, "We will be locally based, regional in structure and have national and international reach." The development of Coul links and the opportunities for golf students in particular to engage with that is an example of where locally based curriculum can enhance the area, the student development, and have potential to develop international opportunities. The UHI Learning and Teaching Enhancement Strategy 2016 to 2021 is designed to assist the creating and implementing of a common language to support the development, sharing and enhancement of learning and teaching across the university. It outlines the range of ways in which they can be embedded in practice and policy, are intended to enhance learning and teaching for our learners and for our academics in tangible and realistic ways that reflect pedagogically sound educational expectations and aspirations for contemporary tertiary education experience. There are 12 learning and teaching enhancement values, but I've used 2 for the sake of this. One is learning for employment. We will engage our students in learning activities and experiences that reflect and replicate how they will work and collaborate on the vocation, profession or field they are preparing for. As a student progresses through their chosen unit, module and programme, they will engage in activities that will help them to further transition into the working environment. The second, and that I've used in this case, is providing a connected learning experience. We create opportunities within and through the curriculum for students to engage and learn with peers inside and across cohorts, to engage with the professional and scholarly communities to which they belong or will come to join, and engage with wider learning communities locally and beyond. One of the key reasons for the development of the BA Honours Professional Golf Programme was the reality that due to the introduction of student fees in England, Scottish students were finding it increasingly difficult to access the approved full-time applied golf management studies delivered by the University of Birmingham, but recognised the PGA as a recognised route to becoming a PGA professional. Shortly after this programme was approved, the PGA agreed the UHI Professional Golf Programme as a route into becoming a PGA professional. This programme now provides a financially viable option for students looking to study for a role in the PGA or as a professional golfer, and to do so studying in Scotland, in the Highlands, with access to what's currently ranked second best golf course in the world and industry links in and beyond the region. This benefit directly links to the increase in young people working, studying and staying in the region. Coul links would add to this and provide additional unique learning and employment opportunities. The BA Honours Golf Management Programme also delivered in working in relation with well-developed partnerships and relationships with various bodies and facilities across Scotland and the wider golf industry. Students are exposed to industry experts as well as having access to training and development opportunities through the Club Managers Association of Europe. Again, the opportunity to study and develop the development of Coul links and to have work placement opportunities as the unique provision offered by the University of the Highlands and Islands, increasing the sustainability of the curriculum as well as the currency and reputation. The golf curriculum programmes are designed to develop the skills and knowledge required for a modern golf professional, not just a PGA professional. It means professional in a range of different roles, while developing the academic skills related to an honours programme. The combination of performance-related modules and academic study and engagement develop to develop the students and allow them to engage in the golf industry across a range of disciplines and facility types. To this end, there is a preliminary 5-point agreement in place between the golf curriculum and Coul Links that was agreed in the early stages of the development. This is included as an appendix to this document, and the inquiry have that. Increasing opportunities to study and work with internationally recognised professionals only enhance all these skills. The Coul development offers students opportunities to develop these skills and also expand their frame of reference beyond the theoretical and local. The next section is where I outline the aims of the curriculum and how the degrees achieve these aims, but again, for time, I'll skip past that area. What I will say, though, is that these aims and how they're met demonstrate a range of opportunities for close integration with local industry and beyond. In this case, the Coul Links development provides a unique range of learning and development opportunities within the world of golf. Students will have the opportunities to learn and engage with a world-class golf development throughout the process, whilst also studying an industry-recognised degree delivered in the Highlands of Scotland. There is potential for this type of product to be attractive well beyond the region and for international student engagement beyond that already seen. The link to practical experience and learning from unique live situations and case studies offers recognised learning and development benefits. Experiential learning is a recognised pedagogy that can be demonstrated to benefit the learning process. And then I have a quote from an article that backs it up. Again, we won't read that out. The potential to further develop the golf curriculum delivered in Dornoch beyond the undergraduate provision outlined above relies on the sustainability of the existing provision, but also the opportunities to develop existing and new opportunities for staff and students. The experiential learning opportunities within the golf industry are key to that. The development of future facilities in Dornoch is one area these can be increased, but additional to that is the unique opportunities Coul Links would provide. The student population already contributes a large number of seasonal and full-time employees to the local area, demonstrating the benefits of integration with golf facilities, but also the scope for more similar opportunities is there. In the last season, so 28 season, students provided 9 seasonal or part-time employees to Royal Dornoch Golf Club, not including those involved in the caddy roles. 4 seasonal golf operations and retail staff at Golspie Golf Club, which is a key development that supports a small community golf club and allows them to develop the provision. And 2 seasonal staff at Carnegie Club at Skibo Castle. An integrated approach to the provision of educated staff is something that Coul Links could contribute to in a meaningful sense. If the development were to go ahead and perhaps create an East Sutherland golf destination, the staffing and development of resource for that is something the golf curriculum staff would be keen to support. And then conclusions. The precognition lays out that the current situation in relation to the golf curriculum at UHI and the impact that may have on the demographic of the local area, it can be argued that Coul Links has the potential to significantly benefit the student experience and perhaps act as a catalyst for additional student numbers and developments in this area. The current educational and career development opportunities afforded students of the golf curriculum at UHI contribute to the increased number of younger people staying in the local area. This increase will benefit local golf businesses when looking for educated and engaged employees, but it also offers additional benefits to supporting businesses and services throughout the year. While Coul Links alone may not directly employ large numbers initially, even small numbers add to the growth in numbers of a key demographic in the region. The potential to further grow student opportunities through Coul Links development is difficult to predict accurately, but given the agreement in place and the potential for the region to become more of a recognised golf destination, it is something the golf curriculum staff fully endorse. The potential growth of golf curriculum and beyond to undergraduate will require more, and beyond undergraduate, will require more opportunities for research and postgraduate activity. Coul Links would provide some unique opportunities in this area. In addition, the growth of curriculum also requires the growth of staff and resources, further enhancing the likelihood of investment in the local area.
Thank you. Mr. Campbell, do you have any questions for Mr. Fleming?
Good afternoon, Mr. Fleming.
Good afternoon.
I think really I should congratulate you on the innovative nature of the course that you've talked about, the courses that you've talked about. Can you tell me a couple of things, please, about the extent to which students are taught about dealing or resolving the possible conflicts between golf course construction and maintenance with the natural environment? Is that it? I ask you this question because on the face of it on your website there's nothing about that.
Yeah. I'm going to separate the 2 degrees out. So professional golf degree, no, we don't really deal with that.
Try and speak into the microphone.
Sorry. I'll separate the 2 degrees out. So the professional golf degree, you're right, we don't deal with that directly in the curriculum. Okay. In golf management, the students study, for example, they study a module on golf course maintenance and design. Yeah. And included in the design element of that, the students are asked to do a theoretical project on developing a golf facility on a piece of land. And
by golf facility, you mean a playing facility? Yeah,
a golf course, possibly a golf club, depends on the student has the choice. And in the past, previous to this application, we have used Coul Links as that case study opportunity. And since the application, we have used it actively. We've had students visit the site with Mr. Haspel to look at what might go onto the site, not necessarily in relation to this development, but from a student's perspective. And then we also expect them to look at the sustainability factors around that, both environmentally and economically. So they're assessed on how they balance that.
And are they taught about such matters as landscape designation and landscape protection, nature conservation protection, that kind of thing, what the law tells you?
Yeah, I mean, it's a large, obviously, it's a large area of information, and you could probably increase that hugely in the curriculum. But to be able to, the golf industry is a large, broad industry, so to do it fully, we probably have to lose some other areas. So it's touched on in a kind of shallow but broad way.
Yes, no, I understand that, because of course it's a big subject. Many people in this room have spent their whole lifetime studying it. Yeah. The other thing I want to find out, please, is what expectations do you give your students in relation to what their employment prospects are? In terms, first of all, of the character of jobs, the level of jobs, and secondly, expectations within the North.
I'll answer the second bit first, if that's all right. We don't necessarily say to them that, or we don't say they will be employed in this region specifically, although placement opportunities like the ones I mentioned in the precondition are obviously mentioned from very early on in the curriculum, so the students can think about what they're going to do. In terms of what their career opportunities are, again, it's very broad. I could give you a list of examples of what our students and graduates have gone on to do across the world of golf.
I would imagine, without wanting to put any words in your mouth, that you're really preparing a product for export, aren't you?
Largely, although, I mean, again, anecdotally, we have the head professional at Brewer Golf Club is one of our graduates. One of the greenkeepers at Dornoch was one of our graduates. One of the professionals at the Carnegie Club, who's recently started this season, is one of our graduates. So we could...
armed with your degree, which is quite an exportable product.
Yeah.
It could be from anywhere from British Columbia to China, presumably.
Absolutely. We have students who've gone and worked in China. We have students who have emigrated to the US, Australia, the UAE, etc. And
what kind of numbers of students are you producing with marketable qualifications, if I can put it that way?
For the professional golf degree, it's a little bit difficult to say. We are only now getting to the end of the first cohort, or first intake's fourth year. So we have no graduates from that program yet.
How many you expect to graduate?
6. We had 6 to start, and we have 6 currently going through. So again, I kind of highlighted that in, I didn't read that bit out, but our rate, our attrition rate, if you like, is quite good. On the golf management degree, it changes because the professional golf degree, they can't join the Professional Golfers Association unless they graduate with honours. With golf management, there isn't a link to industry as specific as that. So we do have students who leave with a DIP HE or an ordinary degree or with honours. So it's difficult to say
So
Exactly.
that's really a job at a different level from
exactly.
any kind of a senior management job.
Yeah, I mean, if they're leaving with a
DIP
DIP-HE, if they're leaving with a DIP-HE or non-honorary degree, we would expect them to probably go into an operational role.
Just help me understand what you mean by an operational role.
So golf operational role. So they might work in retail, they might work in starting, marshalling, caddying, caddy management, rather than into a management position.
And do you expect to see students come back and improve their qualifications? Say, for example, you graduate a greenkeeper who can be taken on by a golf club to do what greenkeepers do. Do you expect to see these people come back to improve them?
Potentially, yeah. We're in the process of putting together a postgraduate certificate for those who want to increase their academic qualifications. We've also recently approved the 3rd and 4th years of the professional golf degree as what effectively would be a top-up degree for those who have qualified as a professional golfer through other routes. So you can train vocationally to become a professional golfer as well, but that is at diploma level. But we've recently approved the 3rd and 4th years as an opportunity for them to come back.
Very much. That's all I have for you. I'm most grateful. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fleming. I just have a couple of questions, and I think one of them you've probably answered already, but I just wanted to check. So there's the two degrees. There's the golf management degree and there's the PGA professional degree. In terms of the former, that's, I think just from reading the material, I understand it, but that's not about managing the course. It's a wider thing about managing a golf club or a golf business. It's not about greenkeeping per se, although that's part of it.
It's a very small part of the degree. If you want to be a greenkeeper, that training is different and specific. No, it's a management degree with a golf focus, basically.
Okay, and in terms, and I think this wasn't in your recognition, but I think you said it at the start, that in terms of that degree course and the degree course for the PGA professionals, albeit you might be able to become a professional by being affiliated with a club as an assistant or so forth, but in terms of degree courses, there's no other equivalent degree courses in Scotland doing that.
That's right. There's no other degree level study in the golf industry, either professional golf or golf management. And as I said, we're the only institution, the PGA partner in Scotland. So we actually deliver distance learning to those, as you mentioned, the student or the assistant pros, if you like. They study online distance learning, and they are also UHI students, but remote.
And are those doing distance learning, are they captured in those figures?
They're not, no, that's just the full-time students.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor McGillivray, any further questions?
Just to say that I trust that your students are taking a keen interest in this inquiry, Mr. Fleming. And I suppose you would subscribe to the view that having a facility, a Coul Crenshaw Kaiser facility here adjacent to your college would be a major recruitment incentive for future years.
So there has been an interest. I would imagine some are probably watching. And I know some have been out to the inquiry here. And also we've had, as I mentioned, we've had students go out and visit with Mr. Haspel on site both last year and this winter as well. But yeah, they're aware of the Mike Kaiser Coul Crenshaw effect as well. And in fact, we have students at Bandon Dunes on placement currently, which is a great opportunity for them, and they're aware of how good an opportunity that is in terms of setting themselves up for career opportunities beyond that.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Fleming. I wonder if we might just take a 10-minute break here before hearing from your next witness. Can you tell me who that would be?
I'm trying to juggle the schedule for the afternoon, Mr. Bride, so I'll do some rapid consultation and just see how we come out of this.
Fine, thank you. Can you introduce your next witness, please?
Certainly, Mr Bryan. The next witness is Councillor Linda Munro. She is a ward councillor elected in 2007 first for North West and Central Sutherland. And she has the wider part of the county at her disposal. For general information, looking at figures provided by Andy Whiteman, Sutherland as a whole extends to 1.3 million acres, 1.2 million of which are owned by fewer than 100 individuals. It was part of the research of the first ecologist, Mr Frank Fraser-Darling, and what is now described in Linda's area as wildland, he initially described as cold, wet desert. And Linda will present her perspectives on her side of things and where the interface lies between the ward she serves and the ward I serve.
Okay, good afternoon, Councillor Munro. When you're ready, would you like to read your recognition? Absolutely, better still, yeah.
Hello, I am Linda Munro. I live in Betty Hill and have done for the past 40 years. For 11 of those years, I've had the privilege of being the elected member for North West and Central Sutherland. Central Sutherland is comprised, for political divide purposes of wards, of Lairg, Bonerbridge and Argyll. So 70% of the voting population of my ward are your next door neighbours and far closer to you geographically and culturally than they are to me in Betty Hill. Such are the way that wards are made up. Take my precognition, please, as read, and I'm just going to give you an overview. I am one of the few people that have spoken here today that's not a golfer. And forgive my ignorance in such matters. So, why am I here? I really do believe that such is the fragility of Sutherland. We're in a position where we must seize every opportunity for responsible, sustainable, respectful development. That's looking after our young people, our older people. We heard earlier on today that young people require services, ambition, whatever. Throughout Sutherland, we are having a problem both recruiting and retaining professionals, and that impacts on all of us. So I'm here today simply to speak for sustainable Sutherland. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Campbell, do you have questions?
One or two. Inevitably, Councillor Munro, my questions are based on your precognition, which you haven't read, but if you have it in front of you, could you tell me, please, the very last line of the precognition says, I've been told by a golfer who has played there, that's Macrahanish Dunes, that it represents an impressive example of appropriate coexistence. Who is that golfer?
Just a friend.
Just a friend.
No expert.
Yeah. Did you write your own precognition?
No, I had Helen Houston write it for me.
I beg your pardon?
I had Helen Houston write it for me.
Right. So it's not your work?
It's my work. I put it down. Helen did the writing of it for me.
And so when we read about Mongolian hordes and overwhelming majorities of golfers and all of that in the middle of the precognition, that's somebody else's language?
Yes.
What do you think about a person who comes to a public inquiry, puts this forward as her own work, and then tells us that it isn't her own work? Is that honest?
I believe so.
It's not really honest, is it?
Well, writing is not my strong suit, and I did want my ideas to be conveyed, and that's why I didn't read out the precognition. It sets forward what I feel and what I think and what I believe.
Could you look at the document?
Yes.
You say in paragraph 2.2, there is wider benefit to be derived from the development of a second championship course in East Sutherland in terms of attracting visitors to the area and retaining them for a longer period. At present, there is significant evidence which shows that many visitors, especially to Royal Dornoch, visit on a day trip. Can you tell me what the nature of that evidence is?
That comes from various things that we read about people coming to the area, the pursuits they take up in the area, and those that travel down. Although I'm not a golfer, many of my constituents are.
So are you talking here about, forgive the expression, day trippers, day visitors, or are you talking about something else?
I would be talking here about day trippers.
And I think I've understood you correctly that the thrust of this is that these people stay somewhere else.
That is my understanding.
It does work if we both leave it on. And that means somewhere other than East Sutherland for accommodation.
So I believe...
That's at the heart of your argument, isn't it?
Yes.
You say in 2.3, the second line, first and second line, 2 championship courses would provide a focal pairing for developing longer-lasting tours. Is that the same argument that we've heard earlier today, that the more golf courses in a concentration around Dornoch, then the more visitors you're likely to get? Is that the argument?
My thinking behind that part was, as I hope North West Sutherland will also enjoy some development, that if there's variety in different courses, and my understanding from the development and the proposal is that this would be different to the Royal Dornoch, it would be different to the small course in Dornoch, so on and so forth, is that variety may encourage people to come and do a bit more.
At the heart of what you believe, and it's not surprising as a councillor, is essentially the more visitors the better, and whatever means can be employed to bring them here, that's okay.
Not quite that crude, if I may. My belief is the more that Sutherland becomes or loses its undiscovered treasure status, the better. I think for far too long Sutherland has been an undiscovered treasure. And to sustain Sutherland, that's to recruit the people we need for our very core services such as healthcare and so on. We do need people to come in, we need jobs to take them, but also the best way of getting people to come and live here is to have them come and experience it, if that's at all possible.
Actually, the best way of getting people to come and live here is to be able to provide housing for them, isn't it?
I disagree. Housing without employment and housing... Why would you want a house in an area you know nothing about?
The best way to get people to come to Sutherland is to provide jobs and housing for them, isn't it?
Jobs, definitely.
What do you see as the job output from a second high-quality course in Dornoch?
I can't go into that, that's the truth. I don't know enough about it. Right. But what I would hope is that it would raise the profile and therefore other people would come.
Isn't it likely that on a golf course there will be a few well-paid jobs in management and a larger number of less well-paid jobs amongst the operatives who look after the course and the landscape? Isn't that likely?
I would say that's most likely absolutely true.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mrs. Monroe. I'm most grateful.
No, we have no questions. Councillor Gilray.
Can I just pick up on some of the more fragile elements of your ward, Councillor Monroe? You'll be well familiar with the primary school status and secondary school status across your area, and you'll be well aware that 3 primary schools have closed in Sutherland in the last 2 years.
Sir, I don't want to interrupt Mr. McGilvery, but you can no doubt see why I'm doing that. This is re-examination, and although I make a lot of allowances for Councillor McGilvery perhaps being not so familiar with the process, it's not an opportunity for him to make a speech, because he'll have that opportunity in due course.
I take your point. So to put it straight to a question, what is your opinion of the relative stability of primary schools and secondary schools in your area?
Across, if I take Betty Hill Associated School Group, that had until last year a cluster of 5 schools. Altnahara closed, it made it 4 schools. But when it was 5 schools, that was a secondary and 4 primaries with a catchment area of 513 square miles. there was 147 pupils in total for 4 primaries and 1 secondary school. That should give you an indication of the fragility of the area, over 513 square miles.
And you're familiar that the recent research by the Southern Community Partnership has included Kinlochbervie as a particular area of deprivation. Looking at the secondary school there, what are your fears for that?
I definitely believe in talking up my area more than talking it down. So I see challenges. I also see resilient communities and people determined to make the best of it. But the fact is, a secondary school that has a total of around 51 pupils has challenges. But we're looking at all sorts of ways, and that's what I meant when I spoke first and said we must seize every responsible opportunity for development.
And are you familiar with a phrase I picked up from that the research into that specific locality plan, that currently there are no babies in Kinlochbervie?
I have heard that said. I can't actually say that I've checked to see that that's absolutely true, but yes, I'm familiar it's being said.
Now, if we come across country to the East Coast, would you consider that communities such as Argyll, Bonnerbridge and Lairg are perhaps can also be considered fragile?
In several ways they can. They've done great things over the last few years, particularly through the development company, absolutely. But again, the demographic, very few young people and a high demographic of over 65s.
And would you be of the opinion that these communities are sufficiently within the travel to work area for a developing southeast corner, that it would be beneficial in terms of immigration, because the house prices must be reasonably affordable in these communities?
I think there's no question about that, yes.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
I wonder if I could ask for a question and clarification what Councillor McGilvray means by the development company.
Sorry, I can't remember what I said, Mr. Campbell. It's late in the afternoon.
In your
I'm a school
question,
teacher. Usually by 4 o'clock I'm starting to seize up.
Indeed. In your question to Councillor Mrs. Munro, you asked a question about the activities of the development company, and I wasn't clear, and no doubt it's my fault.
Neither am I.
Are you talking about the Coul Links Development Company or something else?
Think generic development in southeast Sutherland, of which Coul Links could potentially be a part.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Munro. Okay, when you're ready, would you like to introduce your next witness, Councillor McGilvray?
Well, looking at the schedule and the time, I think I can accommodate Provost Yvonne Ross at this point. I will just invite Provost Yvonne Ross to make her recognition.
Okay, my name is Yvonne Ross and I am currently Chairperson of Dornoch Community Council, Provost of Dornoch and a Serving Director of Dornoch Area Community Interest Company. I have volunteered in our community since becoming a guide and youth club leader 34 years ago. I have been elected to Dornoch Community Council for over 20 years and have served as Chair for the past 5 years. I have been a director of Dornoch Area Community Interest Company for the past 14 months, but served previously on the Dornoch Focus Group. I was born and brought up in Dornoch and have resided here my entire life. I attended both Dornoch Primary and Secondary School. I worked in the Bank of Scotland, Dornoch, for 10 years and became a mortgage consultant covering the whole of Sutherland. My current career as a Youth Development Officer for the Dornoch Integrated Learning Community, and I studied for my degree in Community Learning and Development, distance learning through Dundee University. I feel the community and local planning aspects of this degree not only help shape my work, but also the volunteering work I do within our community. My family of several generations have all lived and worked in the Dornoch area, and I was the first to undertake university qualifications, closely followed by my eldest daughter a year later. For a piece of background, my mother and father were steward and stewardess at Royal Dornoch Golf Club for 10 years, and we as children spent our whole holidays at Coul Farm, where my uncle and aunt lived in the farm workers' cottage. I spent my childhood rambling through the dunes, playing on the beaches and wandering the extensive farmland area. So I do have a personal interest, as many of you do, in this area. Dornoch Community Council members have been involved in the Coul Links development since its idea was brought to us by Mr Warnock. We have been in consultation with the community at every opportunity and especially taken into account the views of the Embo residents. We have attended every consultation and information event, some of them twice, to gauge local opinion on the development. Prior to reporting in the local press that we had submitted a letter of support of the Coul Links project, we had received no objections to the development. Until today's date of writing, we, Dornoch Community Council, have received 6 objections to the proposed development as a statutory consultee. We have met with both Coul Links and not Coul. We have also read and digested most of the planning application comments before making our decision. Our Community Council, having taken all points of view into consideration and looking at the benefits for the area, unanimously voted to support the Coul Links application. During the early 90s, Dornoch was faring the same as every other village in Sutherland, but we had a problem with no affordable housing, training or job opportunities to keep our young people here, and this meant we were living in an ageing community. Our community made a conscious decision to open up areas of land for housing development and have since used the service of HIE to develop and implement a 10-year Dornoch development plan. Affordable local housing has led to an increase of young people staying in the area, and now with mid-market rent homes currently being built, this will ensure there are a variety of home options available. Dornoch Community Council, working with Highland Council and Small Communities Housing Trust, hope to develop a scheme whereby young locals can build their own homes on affordable sites and remain in the area. Hard work and commitment by volunteers has created Dornoch what it is today. Investment has been attracted and our high street is thriving, with waiting lists to rent available shop space, backing the national trend of high streets. The growth in the number of visitors attributed to Royal Dornoch Golf Club and the North Coast 500 and inspirational marketing has led to a vibrant community with varied skilled job opportunities. The community has worked in partnership with local schools, employers, college and university of the Highlands to develop courses at all levels to enable our young people to stay here to study and work. Young people traditionally wanted to stay, but a lack of training opportunities and jobs meant that they left Dornoch to further education and careers. Now we are starting to see a shift in that. In Sutherland, just 28% wanted to go to university and 34% into further education. Just over a third, 36% of young people in Caithness and Sutherland would like to work locally, compared to 29% across the Highlands and Islands. In some ways, Dornoch is unique in that employers, schools, college and university are working together to provide qualifications tailored to the local job market. Young people are offered through partnership working, work experience and apprenticeships. insight into the variety of employment locally before making their subject choices. New courses added to the school curriculum include childcare, employability, hospitality and engineering courses are now offered at the UHI campus, now take into account local need. Golf management, event management, history and hospitality, to mention just a few. These courses are offered from Access 3 level through to degree. The course choice implementation offers our young people many pathways to achieve to their full potential right on their doorsteps. Mr Warnock, as a local employer, has been involved as we all work together under the Developing the Young Workforce banner to make Dornoch the very best it can be for our young people who choose to live and work here. When considering this application, the Community Council recognised that Mr Warnock had promised when he first arrived in Dornoch, and he has delivered. We have been consulted on what community needs, and Mr Warnock, working with DACHIC, has retained our service point and developed the Tourist Information Service in the Courthouse building. Each of Mr Warnock's investment has saved old buildings in the heart of our town, which the community could not afford to develop, and they have been restored to the highest of standards. These businesses are thriving, employing many local people. We also regarded highly the will of the Embo residents who spoke to us on numerous occasions and who also contacted members. We listened to our local community groups who all support the projects, including Embo Football Club, Embo Trust, Dornoch Area Community Interest Company and Dornoch and District Community Association. The support from neighbouring clubs also informed our decision. We felt that they, as professionals in this field, could comment appropriately on the effect a new course would have on their existing footfall. Royal Dornoch Golf Club, Brora Golf Club, Golspie Golf Club and Tane Golf Club all see Coul links as complementary to what they already have to offer in the area, and have all stated that they believe that this development will enhance what is already available. We believe that the social and economic impact for Dornoch and the whole east coast of Sutherland outweigh the disruption the construction will have on our environment. We trust government officials and officers will provide management plans to retain the uniqueness of the area and its inhabitants. We believe plans lodged by the developer will enhance an area that has not been maintained for a long period of time. New pathways and signage will increase the accessibility of the area for all to enjoy. We believe that Coul Links project will be maintained to a high standard as previous projects have been, and will keep the area at its best long after we are gone. We have never considered the number of jobs available at Coul Links to be a deciding factor. It is the effect it will have on the whole of Sutherland and the knock-on job prospects within our villages. We have already seen increases in our house sales, an increase in visitors and an increase of job opportunities in our area. The inward investment is vital to the whole of Sutherland, including Dornoch and Embo, when at a time of grave financial struggle is happening within our council and services it offers. More and more communities are being asked to look after and take control of their towns and services provided, and we feel that as volunteers who are already helping to do this in our community and as elected members of our area, our voices should be heard.
Okay, Mr. Campbell, do you have questions?
Good afternoon, Ms. Ross.
Mr. Bryan, can I come in just with a couple of questions before?
Yes, please do.
Am I allowed to?
Yeah,
sorry,
sorry. Yep.
Yes, sorry. Just refer you to paragraph 1.3 and the 6 objections received. Were you surprised at that?
As a statutory consultee for planning, we usually receive quite a number of objections if there's a contentious issue. We have a development on the outskirts of Dornoch at the moment to change a building into housing, and we've already received 11 objections to that, and it's only been listed a matter of a couple of months. When we had a development of housing at the bottom of the square, we received between 170 and 180 objections. For Coul Links, we received 6, and up until a newspaper interview that I had taken part in, where I stated that we had received no objections as a statutory consultee. We had received no objections. On the basis of that, Not Cool then launched a social media campaign to rally more objections, and from that date we received 6. They also published my private telephone numbers on social media, and I've had to have my house phone removed because of that.
Thank you, Provost Ross. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Campbell.
Thank you. Tell me about DACIC, D-A-C-I-C, please.
Dornoch Area Community Interest Company. That is our local development group, which is it was set up many years ago as the Dornoch Focus Group, as an arm of the Community Council, to be able to develop the town and market the town, because the Community Council cannot apply for grant funding.
And that is sustained, as I understand it, by contributions from businesses in Dornoch.
It is.
Something like 99 businesses.
It is.
Is that correct?
It is.
So when you say at paragraph 1.9, Mr. Warnock, working with DACIC, has retained our service point and developed the tourist information service in the courthouse. Whilst it's true that the service point is in the courthouse, purchased by Mr. Warnock, it's actually sustained by DACIC, which is a membership organisation. Is that correct?
It is, yes.
Thank you. So far as objections to this development are concerned, are you aware of internet-based objections in the order of 90,000 of those?
Yes, because I've read nearly every part of the planning document.
So you're aware of those?
But as a statutory consultee, we received physically by email and by letter 6 objections.
Quite. I understand that evidence, Mrs. Ross, and don't quarrel with it, of course, but you're aware that that coin has two sides?
Yes, yes.
And whether the objections are on a postcard or in a letter or in an email or by somebody clicking on the internet, the fact is that the numbers are quite seriously out of balance, aren't they?
Yeah.
Now, you paint a picture in this precognition of a town that is very much on the up and up, both in terms of population, in terms of the availability of housing, a scarcity of commercial premises, and in general, what looks from your account to be a thriving community. Is that right?
I would agree with that, yes.
And you must be very proud of that.
We are, as volunteers who give all our time to achieve that.
What do you mean then when you say in this precognition at 1.12, we have never considered the number of jobs available at Coul to be a deciding factor. It is the effect it will have on the whole of Sutherland and the knock-on job prospects within our villages. So on the one hand, you're saying, I don't consider the number of jobs to be particularly weighty or significant. On the other, you're saying the knock-on job prospects within our villages. Try and help me understand what you mean there.
I think from my perspective, or from the Community Council's perspective, if we had looked at Dornoch in 2012, 2011, when we were making decisions about how we were going to attract businesses into the heart of our town, how we were going to develop housing so we could keep our young people, Mr. Warnock and Coul Links has been on the table for quite some considerable time, almost 3 years, and I believe, and I haven't researched it, but from the number of houses that are sold within a 2 to 4 week period, the number of jobs, the types of business that have moved in, I think the Coul Links effect has already started in Dornoch.
Yeah.
And that's my personal opinion.
I'm trying to identify and understand what you mean by the Coul Links effect. I understand about reputation and I understand about marketing. But, of course, those things are somewhat intangible.
Yes.
You can't get a grip of them. But you can get a grip on job numbers and housing numbers and school places and
Yes.
hard statistics like that. So what do you mean, as chair of the Community Council, when you talk about the effect it will have on the whole of Sutherland?
From speaking to even down to the Stag in Golspie, because I have done quite a lot of footfall trying to find out what people
But try and focus on the question.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
But I'm trying to get there. Even the Stag in Golspie has had an increase in income because it's had workers that were doing research on Coul like staying it. That's what I mean by the knock-on effects for other areas. In Dornoch, I think the effect is the type of visitor that will come has already attracted businesses that are quite unique for a Highland town.
So are you talking then about the proliferation of businesses because of an enhanced reputation?
Yes, I would agree with
and that could be all sorts of businesses, from shops to accommodation to whatever else.
Most definitely.
You're not simply talking, are you, about an increase in job numbers?
No, but we have seen an increase in job numbers.
Are there enough houses in Dornoch for the people that want to live here?
I don't think there'll ever be enough houses in Dornoch, would be my personal opinion. But we have to stop somewhere. There isn't the services to maintain the housing.
Well, you have to take that up with your councillors, won't you?
Yes. We're all working hard on it, I can tell you.
I'm sure you are, Mrs. Ross. Thank you. That's very helpful. Helps me understand a little bit about what you're saying. Thank you very much.
We don't have any further questions. Councillor McGillivray.
I'm quite content, thank you very much, Provost Ross. I'm looking hard at our time, and I have two further witnesses who I'd really like to get in this afternoon, if at all possible, please, because they will not be available readily next week.
Okay, that's fine. And thank you, Mrs. Ross. So when you're ready, would you like to introduce your next witness?
I'd like to commence with Mr. Struan Robertson and conclude this afternoon with Mr. James Yule. If I may start, Mr. Robertson is an Emble resident of many years now, married into an old Emble family and a very much valued member of the community.
Hello, my name is Struan Robertson. I'm 54 years old and a semi-retired accountant who has lived in Emble for the past 25 years. However, my wife's family have lived in the village for over 5 generations. I'm a keen golfer who averages at least 2 games per week, and my wife and I are also fully paid up life members of the John Muir Trust, an organisation which has had the good sense to steer clear of opposing this fantastic project. Obviously, I am totally supportive of this proposed golf course, not only for its own sake, but just as importantly, because I believe it will enhance the area, improve accessibility, and benefit the local community and national economy. It's also worth noting that in order for local greenkeepers to to realise their potential, they have been obliged to leave Embo for employment elsewhere, such as Dornoch, Skibo, Golspie, Elgin, and further afield to courses in Wentworth, Ireland, Australia, and America. For the past 8 years, I have routinely walked the family dog from Embo via Coul farmyard, Oystercatcher's cottage, and back by the beach. I also use another walk by Achenchanter, Dornoch Beach Car Park, and back to Embo along the Dornoch Golf Course. On the former walk, I very rarely encounter anybody during the off-season and can count on the fingers of one hand fellow walkers between leaving Embo and the circular route from the Little Ferry. By contrast, I always meet other walkers during the Dornoch walk, from other dog walkers, recreational walkers, joggers, cyclists, tourists, horse riding. In fact, during the festive period just past, I counted 40 vehicles in and around the Dornoch Beach Car Park area. I'm proud of the fact that my club, Royal Dornoch Golf Club, accepted the expense of creating a perimeter track around the course, which has clearly benefited the non-golfing community to such an extent that is now an intrinsic part of the John O'Groats Way. It should also be noted that the caddies at Dornoch have observed that visiting golfers, particularly Americans, have commented on the unusual freedom of access non-golfers have to Royal Dornoch Golf Course. This invariably leads to them being informed about Scotland's access laws and the right to roam, and other conversations about local cultural differences and traditions. The Coul Links team incorporated access routes into their plans from the outset, and it leaves me mystified as to why the Ramblers Association feel the need to oppose a project which will not only enhance their enjoyment of the area, but possibly even encourage more participants in their preferred activity. With the notable exception of the Not Cool group, I find it contemptible that the opposing coalition have chosen to recuse themselves from participating in the socio-economic impact of the hearing sessions. Clearly, they are disinterested in the people who live here, the local economy, and it appears that their own narrow-minded minority interests are unable to contribute anything of value for the benefit of the wider economy and community. This was blatantly obvious a number of years ago when signs went up forbidding anyone from taking shellfish from the Little Ferry area, with apparently no consultation or consideration for the indigenous population's historical customs and traditions for collecting cockles, mussels, etc., for food and bait. The combination of Todd Warnock, Mike Kaiser, Bill Coore and Ben Crenshaw are the equivalent of the stars aligning in a unique fashion and an opportunity which it cannot be assumed will ever be repeated. Mr. Warnock not only has decades-long experience with the area, but is invested in putting down substantial roots through Links House, with the addition of Glen Shiel, the courthouse and his own private residence. In short, he's putting his money where his mouth is. Mr. Kaiser has demonstrated that he has the funds and the inclination to fully back this project. And finally, Coore and Crenshaw are golf course architects, which can reasonably be considered as the modern-day equivalent of Donald Ross, Old Tom Morris or James Braid. This elite combination affords the Dornoch Firth area the global opportunity to offer the local and tourist golfers a varied and unrivaled golfing experience. By contrast, the opposing coalition have not only failed to engage the local population over the past 2 decades when arbitrary designations were placed on the area, but they gave the impression of being positively hostile towards having their opinions challenged. Since the area was declared a triple SI and livestock grazing subsequently ceased, paths have become overgrown and the vegetation is becoming progressively impenetrable with invasive species. Whilst Coul Links Golf Course will have absolutely no effect on global warming and rising sea levels, it's blindingly obvious that global warming and rising sea levels are eroding the foredunes, which are protecting the very area which the opposing coalition want to protect. Talk about cutting off your nose to spite your face. Like most taxpayers, I'm sure people will find it laughable and obscene that our hard-earned cash is being used to fund Scottish natural heritage, who have seen fit to use those same funds to employ counsel to oppose the Highland Council's own in-house lawyer and other elected representatives. If ever anybody wanted proof that the only winners are lawyers, whilst everybody gets screwed, this is it. The Dornoch community and businesses have worked tirelessly over the past 3 decades to improve the visitor experience and facilities in the parish. The successful results of their hard work is that Dornoch is now firmly established as a winter off-season destination in its own right. Irrespective of age, ability or gender, caddying affords everybody the opportunity to benefit from the golfing tourist. But it is only by offering that same tourist the chance to continue their golfing experience at the highest level at Coul Links that they can be fully exposed to everything the area has to offer. The evidence clearly indicates that once visitors look beyond golf, then they are more likely to stay longer. My 89-year-old mother-in-law told me that the area was used as a live fire and bombing range during World War II when the RAF were stationed at Dornoch Airfield. Also, the village children routinely set fire to the dunes for fun. Of course, this was in the days before television and computer games. Whilst livestock grazed the site and the railway ran along its border. Surely no reasonable person would contest that if Mother Nature can cope with such wanton destruction, then it's clearly capable of dealing with a golf course. In fact, it would be even more reasonable to state that nature will positively thrive and survive under the stewardship of a world-class, environmentally sensitive, ecologically aware golf course. And this is the opposing coalition's best opportunity to raise the bar and set a new standard for assisting and creating a flagship world-class facility. In conclusion, should Scottish ministers approve this project now and it proves to be a white elephant, then Mother Nature has already demonstrated its ability to reclaim the site. However, should they reject this project, there is no guarantee that this team of golfing royalty or any other team would ever deign to visit this proposal again. Finally, I commend the Coul Links Golf Course to you and for affording me the opportunity to put forward my support and views. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Campbell, do you have questions for Mr. Robertson?
Good afternoon. For a humble lawyer, may I ask you one or two questions?
Good afternoon.
5.1 in your recognition, please. I'm just interested in the idea that the designations which exist at Coul are described by you as arbitrary. Do you not know that these designations come about after an exhaustive process of scientific research?
I do not know that.
Would you take it from me?
I will take it from you.
That's fine then. Thank you. The only other thing was at 6.1, which I'm afraid, and I'm sure it's my fault, I don't understand. You say it's obvious that global warming and rising sea levels are eroding the four dunes, which are protecting the very area which the coalition wants to protect. Now, what do you mean by that? Why is that cutting off their nose to spite their face?
It's my understanding, I mean, I'm here primarily for the socio-economic
Of course,
stuff.
I understand.
And this is more to do with the natural heritage side
Indeed.
of things.
But it's
so
in your
obviously, yes, it is, and I'm not an expert in that area. However, I did have the benefit of hearing Professor Pye's evidence earlier in the inquiry, and he made observations regarding the erosion of the four dunes, which I would totally support. And it was very interesting when I was listening to what he was saying that if those four dunes become, shall we say, unstable, and then you've got the dune slacks behind that, is that not considered to be the more important area from the natural heritage aspect of things? And it's going to be much more exposed if the four dunes aren't there.
Quite so, but...
Does that help?
Well, it does to some extent. I'm not sure I'm sure it's my fault, as I say. I'm not sure what the point is that you're making here. Both Professor Pye, I beg his pardon, and Professor Hansom made it clear that erosion of the dunes in one form or another is a foreseeable prospect, and that there will be effects on the dune landscape behind the dunes as a consequence.
That wasn't my understanding of Professor Pye's evidence. I also thought that there was the acknowledgement that these four dunes being eroded, there's nothing that could be done about that. However, if there's a golf course development in place, it was the intention of Professor Pye's proposal that rather than introducing rock armour, the golf course management would actually include certain aspects of managing the four dunes.
So you would see the golf course as possibly a stabilising influence on the dunes?
I thought that that was Professor Pye's evidence.
Well, we'll look at it again and see if that's right. But thank you.
Fine.
We don't have any questions. Councillor McGillivray.
I have no further questions either. I'm quite happy to move on.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Sir.
Sorry, yes. Yes, I should have given you the opportunity to ask questions on behalf of SNH.
It's simply one point of clarification. In paragraph 5.2 of your recognition, the version you read out didn't include the statement about SNH having banned grazing on the site.
Correct.
Is that because you now understand that there is in fact no such ban?
Correct.
And sirs, for your reference, it may be helpful to look at, I don't intend to take you to it now, but it may be useful to look at, it's paragraph 4 of CD 5002, which is the site condition monitoring report, which makes reference to livestock grazing being a potentially positive arrangement.
Sorry, the reference number again was?
It's CD 5002. I didn't intend to take Mr. Robertson to it. I merely mentioned it for the benefit of the reporters.
Yes, I don't think it's a point in contention. So you're content then to move on, are you, Councillor?
Certainly, Mr. Bryan.
Yeah. So thank you, Mr. Robertson. Yes, when you're ready.
I would like to introduce Mr. James Yule of Golspie, and who is more than capable of making his own statements. Thank you, Mr. Yule.
Thank you. I speak personally when I say I've found life to be full of contradictions, dilemmas, and problems that, if solved, have usually been solved by balance and honesty. I am not a scientist, a statistician, nor a politician. For 2 years, I have tried to look objectively at the pros and cons of Coul links coming into existence. This is an extremely emotive subject. On one side of the discussion, there is a vociferous and vehemently held belief that there should be no development at all at Coul. This camp has a passionate, worldwide following of like-minded people and the backing of huge organizations who firmly believe in stopping this project in its tracks on environmental grounds. On the other side of the fence sit the local and regional council, golf clubs, businesses, and the vast majority of the local community who see Coul as a very rare chance to breathe new life into our area. My home, the area of East Sutherland, from Embo to Helmsdale, has historically, I feel, been overlooked both socially and economically by regional and national government alike. Wedged between Caithness, with its relatively thriving towns of Wick and Thurso to the north, and Easter Ross, with its light engineering, Nig, and the port of Invergordon to the south, East Sutherland has always seemed to have missed out on the inward investment that is needed to keep a community relatively prosperous. Now, the opportunity arises for a substantial private investment costing the taxpayer nothing, with the promise of employment and revitalisation for our area, an investment to enhance a sector, i.e. golf, that our region understands well and our country is already a world leader in, recognised globally as the home of sport. Apart from the obvious potential benefits that Coul could bring to East Sutherland, there is one benefit that is extremely difficult, nigh near impossible to quantify: the benefit of confidence. I remember as a boy in 1969, when under the inspiration of the uniquely eccentric Alan Joyce, a Golspie High School team won the national competition, Science Fair. This was an extremely keenly contested competition where schools entered their various scientific projects to be judged by experts. Not only was it a national competition, it was televised nationally on the BBC. The BBC, for goodness sake. So our little school in the far north of Scotland not only competed against the might of schools across the UK, we won. We won. And then won the European title as well. Meeting the homecoming victors at the station is keenly etched in my mind. The crowds, the floats, the smiles. Although doing absolutely nothing for my abilities in the realm of sciences, the event did send a tremor through my whole body. I'm sure I grew 3 inches that day. Confidence. A belief that even living in such a remote part of the country, we could compete with better resourced and more populated areas. Of course, I didn't understand this at the time, as we, from this part of the world, are generally not blessed with an overabundance of self-confidence. The old adage, "Don't be too big for your boots," is never too far away from the mindset. But on that unforgettable day, my boots groaned at its seams. That lack of self-confidence, endearing as it might be to some, still exists in many of us today. I notice when I read letters and articles in the press how the most forthright of these correspondents in the Coul debate comes from those who have decided, thankfully, to come and live in our area. These are people welcomed here from far afield who have recognised the beauty and joys of living in East Sutherland and wish to keep it exactly the way they want it to be. But there must be a balance. The less confident local voice must be heard. Although I remember welcoming home our Victoria School youngsters, I don't remember there being great support for the Coul Links area as a site of scientific significance. Now, I believe the management of Coul when they say they want to build their golf course sympathetically within its natural surroundings and to manage it in a balanced way. I believe them. I also understand and respect the concerns of people who worry about the impact of any development which might threaten the environment anywhere on the planet, not least my homeland. But why on earth would I want to damage the place of my birth? Why would I encourage anything that would cause hurt to the part of the world which has, possibly more than anything, shaped me as a person? I work with young people in our community. There is a confidence there, but it is as fragile as it was 50 years ago. The potential of a world-class golf course, such as Coul Links, coming into existence in our area has already created a buzz, a positive buzz amongst the youngsters I've talked with. This positivity is tempered, alas, with "they'll never let it happen here." We in East Sutherland are no different to any other rural community on this earth. We need our youngsters who remain at home after schooling to have the confidence to gain jobs that reward and enrich them. And it is our responsibility, to a great extent, to try to supply these jobs. Of equal importance, we need the youngsters who leave to study or to train to return home after fewer years away than this writer. Time is of the essence. This could be our last opportunity. I look around our beautiful county of Sutherland and see an abundance of signs depicting a yellow ring of stars on a blue background, the indication of the numerous projects funded by the European Union finance. Very shortly, I believe, we leave the European project. Where do we think the funds will come from to bring future enterprise to our area? Whitehall, Holyrood, Inverness. I fear, as ever, our area will be the last thing on the decision-makers' minds. Therefore, let us not lose this opportunity to accept with graciousness Messrs. Kaiser and Mr. Warnock's offer. Half a century ago, the Victoria's Golspie High School students named their project Food for Fish and Man, a clear reference to balance in our world. I make no apology for looking back in time. I look backward to see forward. To quote the great Neil Innes, the one thing we learn from history is that we never learn from history. So, to the powers that be, please, give our area a chance to show the world what we can offer. Please, powers that be, give to all who really care about the future of our home the permission to breathe fresh life and hope into it with the creation of Coul Links. At the same time, let all those responsible for Coul Links creation please do so in harmony with the natural world for all to benefit, with balance and honesty. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, do you have some further questions?
I would not dream of following that, Mr. Bryan.
Are you ready to follow that, Mr. Campbell?
I think I'm in the same category as Mr. McGilvray this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Yule.
Yep.
No disrespect is intended.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Yule. No, that's fine. Thank you. Okay, now I think we have your last witness for the day. Is that right?
No,
Councillor
Mr. Yule was my
That
intended
was-
last witness.
that's
I
your
think
last witness.
Mrs. Mackay will be next, and she's quite a lengthy recognition and some points to make. So I would humbly suggest that perhaps we would run past your notional deadline of 5 o'clock in that case.
Thank you very much for that. Let's then consider how we're going to programme the remainder of the witnesses for the group. We had initially earmarked, or in the timetable which was circulated, a period of time on Tuesday afternoon. So on Tuesday morning we have, I think, Mr. Blackett, then we have Dr. McAdam, and initially it was earmarked for two witnesses for the local area community groups. Would that be the best time to hear the remainder of the witnesses? Would that suit your side?
I am content with that, Mr. Bryan.
And is everyone else happy with that arrangement? That's great. Well, I'm very grateful for your help this afternoon to make such progress. Thank you for that. Anything we need to discuss before we close for this evening? I still suggest that we start at Tuesday at 9:30 if everyone is used to that schedule, so we can continue to build on the progress we've made this week. So thank you all for your contributions so far. I'll now close the inquiry for the week. Thank you.